Hello guys, welcome to Pika Fiction. So in this video, we will see, what if Ash found a wounded Latias who transformed into a human to stay by his side as his wife. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The Girl in the Rain. The mountains didn't care that Ash Ketchum was tired. They rose around him like broken teeth, gray and slick with rain, and the trail he'd been following for the last 6 hours had dissolved into mud somewhere around a third switchback. Pikachu clung to his shoulder with claws that dug through the jacket fabric, ears flat, tail wrapped around Ash's neck like a scarf made of static electricity. "Yeah, buddy," Ash muttered, wiping rain from his eyes. "I know. The Mistvale Range. That's what the old man in Rustboro had called it when Ash asked about the overland route between Hoenn and Sino. The old man had also called him crazy, told him to take a ferry like a normal person, and then charged him double for the trail map that turned out to be 15 years outdated. Ash had been called crazy before. Usually right before he did something that worked. Not this time, though. This time he was just wet, cold, and increasingly aware that the narrow canyon he descended into was flooding. Water rushed over his boots in brown sheets, and the rock walls on either side were too steep and too slick to climb back up. "Forward it is," he said. Pikachu chirped something that sounded distinctly like disagreement. They pushed on. The canyon twisted, narrowed, opened briefly into a clearing choked with fallen trees, then narrowed again. The rain was getting worse. Not just rain anymore, a full storm, the kind that turned the sky the color of a bruise and made the air taste like metal. Lightning cracked somewhere overhead, and for a split second the entire canyon lit up white. In that flash, Ash saw something. Movement. High on the canyon wall, maybe 30 feet up, in a shallow depression that might generously be called a cave. Something large. Something that wasn't rock. Then the darkness slammed back down and he couldn't see anything. He stopped walking. Pikachu's ears shot up. "You felt that too?" Pikachu's cheeks sparked. Not his normal ready-for-battle spark, something else. A reaction. Like he'd touched a live wire that wasn't electricity. Ash had learned to trust that feeling. The one that sat in his chest like a second heartbeat, the one that had pulled him toward legendary Pokémon since he was 10 years old and too stupid to be afraid. It wasn't pulling now. It was screaming. He looked up at the canyon wall. Rain hammered his face. "Okay," he said quietly. "Okay." He unclipped a Pokeball from his belt. Charizard didn't love the rain. Made that abundantly clear with a snarl that echoed off the canyon walls and a blast of heated air that turned the downpour into steam within a 10-foot radius. But when Ash pointed up, Charizard followed his gaze, and something in the dragon's posture changed. The irritation bled out. His nostrils flared. He smelled it too, whatever it was. "Take me up. Careful." Charizard's claws closed around Ash's shoulders with the precise gentleness of a creature that could crush boulders and chose not to. They rose through the rain, wind shearing sideways, and Ash squinted against the water streaming into his eyes until the shallow cave mouth appeared in front of him. He smelled blood before he saw it. Metallic and wrong, mixed with something else, ozone, maybe, or the afterburn of a psychic attack. Charizard set him down on the ledge and mantled his wings over the opening, blocking the worst of the rain and casting firelight from his tail across the cave floor. Ash's breath stopped. She lay crumpled against the back wall like something that had fallen from an impossible height. Red and white plumage matted with blood, one wing bent at an angle that made Ash's stomach drop, and those eyes, gold and huge and fractured with pain, staring at him with the desperate focus of a creature that had been waiting for someone to come and had almost given up. Latias. He knew her. Not a Latias, this Latias, though he couldn't have said how he was so certain. Something in the way she looked at him. Something in the sound she made when she saw his face, not a cry of fear, but a broken exhale of relief so profound it was almost worse. "Hey," Ash said, and his voice came out rough. "Hey, it's okay. I'm here." He was already moving. Dropping to his knees beside her, hands hovering over the wounds because there were so many he didn't know where to start. The gashes weren't natural, no claw marks, no bite patterns. They looked like surgical cuts, precise and deep, running along the lines of her body where the plumage met skin. Like someone had been trying to open her. And the burns. Dark, ugly marks that didn't look like any fire or electric attack he'd ever seen. They were black at the center and radiated outward in geometric patterns, circles, lines, something almost like writing. Pikachu jumped from Ash's shoulder and pressed himself against Latias's neck, cheeks sparking softly. She flinched, then leaned into him with a sound that broke Ash's heart. "Charizard, I need you to widen this cave. Carefully, just enough for us to work in. Then I need heat. Constant, low heat. Like a furnace, not a bonfire." Charizard was already moving. One controlled flamethrower at the cave's back wall, then his claws carving the softened rock outward. Within minutes the space had doubled, and the air temperature was climbing. Ash pulled his pack off and started digging. Field medicine kit, basic, meant for Pokemon. Potions, bandages, rawst berry salve for burns. Not enough. Not nearly enough for wounds like these. "Sceptile, I need you." The grass type materialized and assessed the situation with sharp yellow eyes. No instructions needed, Sceptile had been with Ash long enough to read the room. He turned and vanished into the rain, and Ash knew he'd come back with every medicinal herb within a mile radius. "Okay," Ash said, talking to Latias now, keeping his voice steady because panic helped nothing and never had. "I'm going to clean these wounds. It's going to hurt and I'm sorry, but I need you to stay still. Can you do that?" Those golden eyes focused on him. She made a sound, low, thrumming, not quite a word but carrying the weight of one. Yes. He got to work. The first night was the worst. Ash didn't sleep. He sat beside Latias with his back against the cave wall, changing blood-soaked bandages every hour, applying the poultice Sceptile had assembled from forest herbs with the precision of a creature that had been doing battlefield triage alongside his trainer for years. Charizard kept the cave warm and dry, his tail flame a steady orange glow that painted everything in soft amber. Pikachu refused to leave Latias's side, curled against her neck, his small body a living heating pad. She drifted in and out of consciousness. When she was awake, her eyes tracked Ash constantly, watching him work with an intensity that felt too aware, too knowing for a creature in this much pain. When she slept, her breathing was shallow and ragged, and twice she stopped breathing entirely and Ash had to press his hands against her chest and push until her lungs remembered what they were supposed to do. Around midnight, the fever hit. Latias's body temperature spiked so high that Ash's hands came away from her skin red and stinging. He packed snow from a drift outside the cave around her, used Sceptile's leaf blade to cut cooling fans from broad leaves, and spent 2 hours misting water across her plumage while talking. Just talking. Because silence felt like giving up, and Ash Ketchum didn't do that. "First time I ever saw a legendary, I was 10, he said, wringing out a cloth and laying it across her forehead. Ho-oh. Right at the start of my journey, the first day. Nobody believed me. I barely believed me. But I saw it, and I thought, that's what I want. Not to catch it. Just to be the kind of person that gets to see things like that." Latias's breathing steadied slightly. Coincidence, probably. But Ash kept talking. "I met you in Alto Mare. Do you remember? The garden, the fountain, Lorenzo and Bianca. You and your brother, guarding the Soul Dew. I remember thinking you were the most beautiful Pokemon I'd ever seen, and then you turned into a girl and kissed me and my brain basically just," he gestured vaguely. "Stopped working. For like a week. Brock thought I was sick. A sound from Latias. Barely there. It might have been a laugh. I never forgot, you know. I went to a lot of places after that. Met a lot of Pokemon, a lot of people. But I never forgot the garden. I used to wonder if you were okay. If the Soul Dew was safe. If you ever thought about, he stopped himself. Shook his head. Doesn't matter right now. What matters is you're going to be fine, because I'm not going to let you be anything else. That's just how this works. He changed her bandages. The bleeding was slowing. Maybe. That's how I work. Dawn came gray and grudging through the cave mouth. The storm had weakened to a steady drizzle, and Ash finally allowed himself to eat, a protein bar that tasted like cardboard and a handful of dried berries. His hands were shaking. He'd been up for almost 30 hours. Latias was stable. Not better, but not dying. The fever had broken sometime around 4 in the morning, and her breathing had deepened into something that sounded more like sleep than unconsciousness. The wounds had stopped bleeding, though the burn marks still looked angry and wrong, that geometric pattern etched into her skin like a brand. Ash studied those marks while he ate. He'd seen a lot of battle damage. Fire-type attacks left broad, irregular burns. Electric attacks created branching lightning tree scars. Psychic damage didn't leave visible marks at all. These burns were deliberate. Patterned. Technological. Someone had done this to her. Not a wild Pokemon, not a natural disaster. Someone with tools and intent. The thought settled into his gut like a stone. I'm going to find out who, he said quietly. Latias was asleep, or he thought she was. And I'm going to make sure they never touch you again. He leaned his head back against the wall and closed his eyes. Just for a minute. He slept for 4 hours. The second day was about patience, and Ash had never been great at patience, but he faked it well enough. Sceptile kept bringing herbs. Ash ground them into pastes, mixed poultices, applied them in layers. He'd learned field medicine from necessity, years of traveling through wilderness, far from Pokemon centers, with partners who got hurt and needed help now, not in 3 days when they reached the next town. He wasn't a doctor. But he was stubborn, and he was careful, and that counted for a lot. Latias woke more frequently. Each time, she found Ash, sometimes right beside her, sometimes across the cave, and her whole body relaxed. Like he was the only thing between her and panic. It was a weight he accepted without thinking about it, the way he accepted all weight, by squaring his shoulders and carrying it. In the afternoon, while Ash was filtering rainwater through a cloth, Latias made a sound he hadn't heard before. Not the pain keen or the low thrum of acknowledgement. Something musical. Complex. He looked over. She was watching Pikachu, who was performing what could only be described as a comedy routine, chasing his own tail, making exaggerated faces, sparking his cheeks in little firework pops. Classic Pikachu behavior when someone he cared about was hurting. Make them laugh. Make them forget. It was working. That musical sound was Latias laughing. Ash felt something crack open in his chest. Not pain. Something warmer. He likes you, Ash said, sitting down beside her. He doesn't do the tail thing for just anyone. Latias looked at him. Those golden eyes were clearer today, more focused, and the intelligence behind them was staggering. She wasn't just watching him, she was reading him, processing him, understanding things about him that he probably didn't understand about himself. She reached out with her good wing, trembling, slow, and brushed it against his hand. The contact sent a shiver up Ash's arm that had nothing to do with cold. For a second, just a second, he felt something wash through him. Not emotion, exactly. Deeper. A sense of recognition so profound it made his eyes sting. Like she was saying, I know you, I've known you, I've been looking for you. Yeah, he whispered. He didn't know what he was agreeing to. But it felt right. Yeah, me too. The third day was when it got strange. Not the legendary Pokemon in a cave strange, he'd been living with that for 2 days and had, with the adaptability that defined his entire existence, simply accepted it as the current situation. No, the strangeness on the third day was different. Subtler. More unsettling. Latias was getting worse. Not her wounds, those were healing at a rate that should have been impossible. The deep gashes had closed to pink lines. The broken wing had set itself. Even the burn marks were fading, though not disappearing entirely. Physically, she was recovering faster than any Pokemon he'd ever seen. But her energy was wrong. Ash couldn't explain it in scientific terms, but he could feel it, that same chest-deep awareness that had pulled him to the cave in the first place. Her aura, or whatever it was dimming. Like a fire burning hot enough to consume its own fuel. She was using everything she had to heal, and there wasn't enough left. By midday, she could barely keep her eyes open. Her form flickered, solid one moment, slightly translucent the next, like a hologram losing signal. Pikachu felt it too and pressed himself harder against her, sparking desperately. "Hey," Ash said, kneeling beside her. "Stay with me. You hear me? You stay with me." She looked at him. And in those eyes, Ash saw something that terrified him more than any battle, any legendary rampage, any end-of-the-world scenario he'd walked through and out the other side of. He saw acceptance. Not peace, she didn't want to go. But she was preparing to. "No," Ash said. "Not a request. Not a plea. A fact. No, you don't get to do that. I didn't pull you out of that ravine and sit here for 3 days so you could," his voice broke. He swallowed hard and grabbed it back. "You're going to be fine. We're going to figure this out." Latias made that musical sound again. Quieter now. Sadder. She nudged her head forward until it rested against his chest, and Ash's arms came up around her without conscious decision. He held her and felt her heartbeat, too fast, too light, fluttering against his ribs like a bird trapped in a box. "Please," he said, and it cost him something to say it because Ash Ketchum didn't beg, not ever, not for anything. "Please don't go." She pulled back and looked at him. Those golden eyes, enormous and luminous and full of something he couldn't name. She held his gaze for a long, long moment. Then she began to glow. It wasn't like evolution. Ash had seen hundreds of evolutions, the white light, the expanding form, the burst of energy at the end. This was different. This was wrong. The light was amber, not white. It came from inside her, pushing outward through her skin in waves that pulsed with her heartbeat. And it hurt her, Ash could see that immediately. Her body arched, her cry split the air, and the cave walls rang with a frequency that made Ash's skull vibrate. "Latias." He reached for her and Pikachu tackled his hand away. Not in hostility, in protection. The energy coming off Latias was so dense the air around her had turned to liquid heat, and Ash's fingertips were blistered from the half-second of contact. He pulled back and watched because there was nothing else he could do. Charizard rumbled uneasily at the cave mouth. Sceptile stood rigid, every leaf on his body standing straight. Pikachu's fur was on end, tears tracking down his face. The light intensified. Latias's form began to change, not growing, but condensing. The wings folded inward, absorbed into her body. The plumage smoothed, contracted, shifted color. Her shape narrowed, lengthened, restructured itself with a series of sounds that Ash would never be able to unhear, the sounds of bones breaking and reforming, of muscle tearing and reweaving, of something ancient and powerful being dismantled and rebuilt into something smaller. It lasted about 90 seconds. It felt like an hour. The light died. The cave went dark except for Charizard's tail flame. Ash blinked hard, eyes watering from the afterburn, and stared at the spot where Latias had been. A woman lay there. Young, around his age, maybe. Auburn hair, dark and tangled, spread across the cave floor. Skin pale. Small. Fragile looking, the way all humans looked fragile when you just watched them be something else. She was curled on her side in a position that mirrored exactly how Latias had been lying, and she was wearing clothes, simple ones, a white shirt and dark pants, that seemed to have materialized from the same energy that had reshaped her body. She wasn't moving. Ash's heart stopped. Then she breathed, a ragged, gasping breath, the breath of someone surfacing after being held underwater, and Ash's heart started again, pounding so hard he could hear it in his ears. He moved to her carefully. Not fast, not slow. His hands trembled and he couldn't make them stop. He pulled the blanket from his pack and draped it over her because the cave suddenly felt cold and she was shivering violently. He checked her pulse at her neck, fast but strong. Her eyes were closed. Her face was. He sat back on his heels. Her face was a face he'd seen before. In Alto Mare. In the garden, reflected in the fountain water, when Latias had worn a human disguise to play with him in the streets. The same face, but aged. Not a girl anymore. A woman. Sharper cheekbones, fuller mouth, the softness of youth replaced by something that looked like it had been carved by sadness and choice. "Oh," Ash said, and his voice sounded very far away. "Oh, no. What did you do?" She didn't answer. She slept, not the flickering, fading sleep of a dying legendary, but the deep, heavy sleep of a body rebuilding itself from the foundation up. Her breathing was even. Her color was returning. Whatever she'd done, it had saved her life. Ash sat beside her all night, awake, watching her breathe, trying to understand what he'd just witnessed and failing completely. He must have dozed off. Not a real sleep, the kind of gray half-consciousness where his body shut down but his mind kept circling. Because when he opened his eyes, the first thing he registered was dawn light, and the second was that someone was watching him. She was sitting up. Cross-legged, the blanket pooled around her waist, her hands resting on her knees. Her eyes were open. They were amber. Not brown, not hazel, amber, like honey held up to the sun, like the eyes of the Latias he'd held 3 days ago and the girl he'd met in Alto Mare years before that. And they were looking at him with an expression so raw, so unguarded, so full of something that lived in the territory between love and grief, that Ash forgot how to breathe. "Hi," she said. Her voice was soft. A little rough, like she was learning how to use it. Uncertain on the consonants. "Hi," Ash said. Pikachu, curled against Ash's leg, opened one eye. Looked at the woman. Closed his eye. Snuggled deeper. Not a care in the world. Ash noticed that. Filed it away. She paused. Frowned. Like she was searching for something and finding the drawer empty. "My name is Tia." "Tia," Ash repeated. "Yes. I'm Ash. Ash Ketchum." Something moved across her face when he said his name. Fast, barely there, a flinch that she covered with a smile that was simultaneously the most natural and the most practiced thing Ash had ever seen. She already knew his name. He was certain of it. "I know," she said, then caught herself. "I mean, you're famous. I've seen you on television." "Right." Ash studied her. She met his gaze without flinching, but her hands were knotted together in her lap, fingers white-knuckled. She was terrified. Not of him, of something much bigger than him. Of herself, maybe. "What happened to you?" he asked. "How did you end up here?" "I was traveling. Through the mountains. The storm hit and I fell." "You fell?" "Yes. Into this cave. 30 feet up a sheer rock wall." She swallowed. "I climbed. Before I fell." Ash let the silence do the work. It was a technique he'd learned from Cynthia, of all people, during a conversation in Undella town years ago. People fill silence with truth if you wait long enough, she'd said. The trick is being comfortable in the quiet. Tia lasted about 8 seconds. I was hurt, she said, and this part was true, he could hear it. Badly. I don't remember everything. I remember the storm, and the cold, and then, warmth. And you. She looked at him, and her eyes were shining. You helped me. Yeah, Ash said. I found he stopped. Considered. There was no Latias in this cave. No blood, no feathers, no sign that a legendary Pokemon had ever been here. The poultice-stained bandages were gone. The blood on the cave floor was gone. Even the indentation in the ground where Latias's body had lain had smoothed itself out. The only evidence was the woman sitting in front of him and the fading blisters on his fingertips. She watched him process this. And in her amber eyes, beneath the fear, he saw the desperate, naked hope of someone waiting to see if they'll be believed. Ash made a decision. Not the decision to believe her, he didn't believe her, not entirely, and he was pretty sure she knew it. But the decision to accept, for now, in this moment, the story she was offering. Because whatever the truth was, she was scared and alone and hurt, and Ash Ketchum had a long and well-documented history of being unable to walk away from anyone in that condition. I found you unconscious, he said carefully. In the storm. Brought you back here. You've been out for about 3 days. The relief that washed over her face was so intense it was almost physical. Her shoulders dropped. Her hands unclenched. She exhaled like she'd been holding her breath since she woke up. Thank you, she said, and this was the most honest thing she'd said yet. Thank you, Ash. The way she said his name, like it was a word she'd been carrying in her chest for years, polished smooth by repetition, worn soft by something he didn't have a name for, made his stomach do something complicated. Don't mention it, he said. Can you walk? She could walk. Barely. Getting down from the cave required Charizard again, and the moment the fire type appeared, Tia went rigid. Not with fear, with attention. She stared at Charizard the way a musician stares at an instrument, with deep, instinctive understanding. When Charizard lowered his head to sniff at her, she didn't flinch. She raised her hand and touched his snout, and Charizard, surly, proud, wouldn't let anyone except Ash touch him. Charizard made a rumbling sound of contentment and closed his eyes. He likes you, Ash said, watching this with narrowed eyes. He's warm, Tia said simply. On the ground, she was unsteady. She walked like someone learning the mechanics, each step deliberate, each movement slightly too considered, like she was translating instructions in real time. She tripped over a root and Ash caught her elbow, and the contact produced that same shiver, that same flash of bone-deep recognition. She looked at his hand on her arm. Then at his face. Her lips parted slightly, and for a second he thought she was going to say something important, something real, something that would shatter the careful fiction she'd constructed. Instead she said, "Which way is the nearest town?" "East. About a day's walk." "Then let's go east." She started walking. Tripped again. Caught herself this time, set her jaw, and kept going with a stubbornness that Ash recognized because he saw it in his own mirror every morning. He recalled Charizard and Sceptile, shouldered his pack, and followed. Pikachu, who had been sitting on a rock watching this entire exchange with the knowing patience of a Pokemon who had spent 8 years reading his trainer's emotional state, hopped down and, instead of jumping to Ash's shoulder, trotted over to Tia and leaped up to hers. Tia laughed. The sound hit Ash like a physical thing, bright and startled and genuine, completely unlike the careful, measured way she'd been speaking. It sounded like wind chimes. Like rain on a still lake. Pikachu nuzzled her cheek, and she raised a hand to pet him with a tenderness that looked like memory. Ash watched. Pikachu didn't ride on strangers' shoulders. Pikachu didn't ride on anyone's shoulder except Ash's. In 8 years, Ash could count the exceptions on one hand, and every single one of those exceptions had been someone Pikachu had known and trusted deeply. He added this to the growing file in his head labeled things about Tia that don't add up and kept walking. The Mist Vale Range was beautiful when it wasn't trying to kill you. The storm had scrubbed the world clean, and in its wake the mountain sparkled, every rock face sheeted with silver water, every tree dripping diamonds, the sky overhead cracked open into a blue so deep it hurt to look at. They walked in something that wasn't quite silence and wasn't quite conversation. Ash pointed out landmarks, named Pokémon they spotted in the undergrowth, shared his water without being asked. Tia absorbed everything with an intensity that went beyond interest into something like wonder. She touched tree bark with her fingertips and held them there. She stopped to watch a beautifly spiral through a sunbeam and her eyes went unfocused in a way that looked almost like trance. "You okay?" Ash asked. She blinked. Refocused. "Yes. Sorry. It's just, everything looks different from down here." "From down here?" She caught herself. "I mean, from the ground. As opposed to up in the mountains. Where I was. Higher up." Ash decided to let that one go too. The alternative was pressing her, and every time he pressed, she got that look, the one that said the truth was a cliff edge and she was standing too close to it. Around noon they stopped by a stream. Ash pulled out rations, dried fruit, jerky, a couple of rice balls he'd made before the storm. He split them evenly and handed half to Tia. She stared at the rice ball in her hands like it was an alien artifact. "You eat it," Ash said gently. "I know that." She took a bite. Chewed. Her eyes went wide. She made a sound, a soft, involuntary, "oh," and took another bite, bigger this time, cheeks stuffed, and the expression on her face was so pure and so bewildered that Ash started laughing. "Good. She swallowed. It's so much. The taste. The texture. How do you, every day, how do you just, eat things, and they're like this, and you don't?" She stopped. Realized how she sounded. Covered it quickly with, "I haven't eaten in a while." 3 days, Ash agreed. At least. She ate the rest of the rice ball with a reverence that bordered on spiritual, then the dried fruit, then the jerky, and then looked at Ash's portion with an expression so tragically hopeful that he gave her half of his without a word. "Thank you," she said around a mouthful of fruit. "You're very kind. I've been told I'm very stupid, actually. Mostly by people I was helping at the time." She laughed again. That wind chime sound. He was starting to look forward to it. The afternoon brought the first sign that their problems extended beyond basic survival. They'd descended out of the high mountains into a forested valley when Ash spotted it, a clearing where there shouldn't have been one. Not a natural clearing, the trees had been cut. Recently. Stumps still weeping sap, branches stacked in precise rows. And in the center of the cleared area, a circle of scorched earth roughly 10 feet in diameter. Ash held up a hand and Tia stopped behind him. He approached the scorch mark slowly, Pikachu's cheeks sparking. The burn pattern. He'd seen it before, on Latias, in the cave. Those geometric marks, circles and lines, almost like writing. Here it was scaled up, branded into the earth itself. The grass at the edges was crystallized, turned to glass by heat so intense it had fused the organic matter. "What is this?" Tia whispered. She hadn't moved from where Ash had signaled her to stop, but her face was white. Not curious white. Terrified white. Ash knelt beside the mark. In the center, pressed into the blackened earth, was a metal disc about the size of his palm. He picked it up. One side was smooth. The other was stamped with a symbol, a circle with a vertical line through it, simple and clean, like a power button or a minimalist eye. He pocketed the disc and turned back to Tia. She was hugging herself, and her eyes, those amber eyes that he was starting to be able to read like a language, were locked on the scorch mark with an expression that combined recognition, fear, and rage in equal measure. "You've seen this before," Ash said. "Not a question." She dragged her gaze away from the mark. Met his eyes. And for the first time, she didn't deflect. "Yes." "Where?" "On me." The silence between them stretched taut as wire. Ash crossed the distance between them in 3 steps and stood close enough that she had to look up at him. This close, he could see the faint scars at her collarbone, marks that disappeared into her shirt, geometric, precise, the same pattern as the brand on the ground. "Tia. Who did this to you?" "I don't know who they are. I know what they want." Her voice was steady but her hands were shaking, and Ash realized she'd made a decision, to give him a piece of the truth, if not all of it. "They're hunting legendary Pokémon. Capturing them. Taking something from them, their essence, their life force. I don't know the details. I just know they found me, and they did." She touched her collarbone. "This. And I barely got away." Ash looked at the clearing again. At the precision of the cuts, the technology implied by the burn mark, the organized stacking of branches. This wasn't a couple of poachers with nets. This was infrastructure. Funding. Planning. How long ago? "A few days before the storm. They caught me in the open and I fought, but there were too many and they had machines. Equipment I've never seen. I broke free and flew." She stopped dead. Her eyes went wide. The word hung in the air. "Flew." "The mountains," she corrected, "too fast. I ran into the mountains. The storm hit and I collapsed and then you found me." Ash let it pass. Not because he missed it, he caught every syllable, but because the bigger picture mattered more right now than the details of her cover story. Someone was hunting legendaries with advanced technology. Someone had hurt her badly enough that she'd nearly died. And if they'd found her once, they could find her again. "We need to move," he said. "Yes. Faster than we have been." "Yes." He looked at her, really looked, taking in the exhaustion, the healing wounds she thought she'd hidden under her clothes, the fear she was carrying like a second skeleton inside her body. She was in no condition to move fast. She could barely move at all. But that jaw. Set. Locked. Daring the universe to slow her down. "Can you run?" he asked. "I can do whatever I need to do." He believed her. Completely, without reservation. Because that was a sentence he'd said himself 1,000 times, and he recognized the truth of it the way you recognize your own heartbeat. "Then let's go." They made the valley floor by sunset and the tree lean by dusk, and as the last light faded from the sky, Ash spotted the glow of a town in the distance, scattered lights, the warm orange of windows and street lamps, the hard white of a Pokémon Center sign. Greymore. According to his outdated map, it was a frontier settlement, the last stop before the mountain routes that led toward Sino. Small, rough, the kind of place where people minded their own business because they had enough of their own to worry about. "We'll rest there tonight," Ash said. "Resupply in the morning." Tia nodded. She'd been flagging for the last hour, each step heavier than the last, her breath coming in short pulls. But she hadn't complained once. Hadn't asked to stop. Hadn't done anything except put one foot in front of the other with that relentless, beautiful stubbornness. She stumbled on the downhill approach to town. Ash caught her, again, and this time she didn't pull away. She leaned into him, just for a second, her weight against his side and her head dropping to his shoulder with an involuntary sigh of exhaustion. "Sorry," she murmured. "Don't be." She straightened. Kept walking. But something had shifted, some invisible barrier between them had thinned, and when their shoulders brushed as they walked, neither of them moved apart. The town was quiet. A few people on the main street, a Pokémon Center that had seen better decades, an inn with a sign that read "The Wooloo's Rest" in paint that was mostly suggestion at this point. Ash booked a room, 1 room, 2 beds, because his funds were running low and because leaving Tia alone in a separate room felt wrong in a way he didn't examine too closely. The room was small, clean, unremarkable. Tia stood in the doorway and stared at it like she was seeing a room for the first time. She touched the wall. Ran her fingers over the windowsill. Sat on the bed and bounced experimentally, and the look on her face, amazement, delight, the sheer novelty of a mattress, was so unguardedly joyful that Ash had to turn away and pretend to be organizing his bag so she wouldn't see him smile. "Bathroom's there," he said, pointing. "Hot water, towels. I'll grab us food from the center." "Ash?" He turned back. She was sitting on the bed, hands folded in her lap, amber eyes catching the lamplight. "Thank you," she said. "For finding me. For helping me. For not," she searched for the word. "Pushing. Get some rest, Tia." He left before his face could give away what was happening behind it, which was complicated and confusing and centered entirely on the realization that this woman he'd known for less than a day had somehow become someone he couldn't imagine leaving behind. Pikachu, still on Tia's shoulder, gave Ash a look as he closed the door. "I know," Ash thought. "Shut up." He brought back food from the center, proper food, hot soup and bread and a couple of apple slices that the nurse had thrown in with a knowing smile. When he got back to the room, Tia had showered and was standing in front of the small mirror on the wall, staring at her own reflection with an expression that he couldn't read. "Everything okay?" She touched her face. Her cheek, her jaw, the bridge of her nose. Like she was mapping terrain. "I look different than I expected," she said quietly. "Different how?" "Just, different." She turned from the mirror and saw the food and her entire demeanor transformed. The philosophical contemplation of her own face vanished, replaced by the laser-focused intensity of someone who had discovered that food existed and wanted all of it immediately. They ate on their respective beds, facing each other, and Ash watched Tia experience hot soup for what was clearly the first time in her life. She burned her tongue, yelped, looked at the soup with betrayal, blew on it carefully, tried again, and then made a sound of such transcendent satisfaction that Ash choked on his bread. "You're weird," he said. "I've been told." "By who?" She paused with the spoon halfway to her mouth. "People. General, people." "Aha. I'm very normal. You just looked at soup like it was a religious experience." "It is a religious experience." "Have you tasted this?" "This is, what is this called?" "Mushroom soup." "Mushroom soup is the greatest achievement of human civilization." Ash lost it. Full, genuine laughter, the kind he hadn't produced in weeks, maybe months, the kind that came from somewhere deeper than amusement. Tia grinned at him over her soup bowl, amber eyes bright, and in that moment she looked so alive, so purely and completely happy to be sitting on a bad bed in a cheap room eating mediocre soup that something in Ash's chest realigned itself with an almost audible click. "Oh," he thought. "Oh no." He recognized the feeling. He wasn't 10 anymore, wasn't naive enough to mistake it for something else. It was the beginning of something, the first tug of gravity before the fall, and it terrified him because he'd known this woman for a day and she was lying to him about everything and he didn't care. He didn't care. "Eat your soup," he said. "I am eating my soup." "You're also wearing most of it." She looked down at the broth stain on her shirt. Looked back at him. Shrugged with a lack of self-consciousness so complete it was almost regal. They finished eating. Ash cleaned up. Tia curled into her bed with Pikachu, who had, apparently, permanently defected, and was asleep within seconds, that sudden, total surrender to unconsciousness that Ash recognized from watching baby Pokémon sleep. He lay in his own bed, staring at the ceiling, listening to her breathe. The metal disc was in his pocket. The symbol, circle, vertical line, pressed against his thigh through the fabric. Someone was hunting legendaries. Someone had hurt Tia, or whatever she really was. Someone had left that brand on her skin. And Ash was walking toward them. Not away. Toward. Because that's what he did with things that hurt the people he stopped the thought. Not yet. Too soon, too fast, too much. But the thought didn't care about his timing. It settled into place with the patient certainty of something that had been true for longer than he realized. He rolled over. Closed his eyes. Across the room, Tia murmured something in her sleep. Not words, a sound. Musical, resonant, the ghost of a Latias song filtered through human vocal cords. Pikachu's ears twitched. He looked at Ash. Ash looked at him. I know, Ash thought again. I know. He lay awake for a long time. Morning came with sunlight and the sound of a town waking up, cartwheels on cobblestone, Pokemon cries, the distant clang of a smith's hammer. Ash woke to find Tia already up, sitting by the window, watching the street below with the focused attention of an anthropologist studying an undiscovered civilization. People are strange, she said when she noticed him watching. Good morning to you too. That woman has walked past the bakery 4 times. She clearly wants to go in but she won't. Why? Ash sat up and looked. An older woman was pacing the sidewalk outside a bakery, glancing at the display window, then walking past, then turning around. Maybe she's on a diet, Ash offered. What's a diet? He stared at her. I mean, yes, obviously, I know what a diet is. I just think it's a strange concept. Food is wonderful. Why would you deliberately not eat it? You've been human for, he caught himself. Tia went very still. You've been hungry for 3 days. Give it time, the novelty wears off. I don't think it will. She said it with such quiet conviction that Ash believed her. They left the inn and stepped into Greymore proper. It was larger than Ash had expected, a main street lined with shops and stalls, a battle arena at the town's north end, a Pokemon center that doubled as a general store. The kind of town that existed because people needed a place to stop and because mountains needed a town at their feet. Tia walked through it like a visitor from another planet. She flinched at a Loudred's cry from a nearby stall, full body flinch, hands over ears, face creased with pain. But when a bar fight spilled out of a tavern door 2 minutes later, fists flying and glass breaking, she watched with nothing more than academic curiosity. You flinch at a Pokemon cry but not at a brawl? Ash asked. The loud red was much louder. That's not, never mind. She stopped at a fruit stall and picked up a pecha berry. Turned it over in her hands. Held it to her nose. Ash watched the stall owner's expression shift from impatient to confused to mildly charmed as this strange young woman examined a common berry like it contained the secrets of the universe. How much? Tia asked, holding up the berry. 300 poke dollars. That seems like a lot for something that grows on trees. That's how prices work, sweetheart. But the tree did all the work. Ash put 300 poke dollars on the counter before the conversation could evolve further. Tia bit into the berry and her eyes closed and she stood perfectly still in the middle of the street, blocking foot traffic, experiencing the flavor of a pecha berry with her entire being. You're holding up the road, Ash said. I don't care. People are staring. Let them. He took her elbow and steered her to the side. She went willingly but didn't open her eyes until the berry was gone. Then she looked at him with juice on her chin and a smile that could have powered a small city. This, she announced, is the best day of my life. Ash wiped the juice from her chin with his thumb without thinking. It was an intimate gesture, the kind of thing you did for someone you'd known for years, not days. He realized it halfway through, and by then it was too late to pull back without making it weird. Tia didn't seem to think it was weird. She seemed to think it was exactly right. As they walked through Greymore that morning, gathering supplies, getting Ash's travel gear mended by a local leather worker, and trying to prevent Tia from starting philosophical debates with every shop owner they encountered, Ash noticed the posters. They were tacked up on every bulletin board, lamppost, and blank wall in town. Greymore Battle Challenge. Open Tournament. Cash prizes. No league rules. No league rules meant no restrictions on moves, items, or switching. Raw battles. The kind of thing that attracted tough trainers, desperate trainers, and trainers who had something to prove. Ash needed money. Their funds would last maybe 3 more days at the rate Tia ate, and the route to Sino was long and expensive. The tournament prize would keep them going for weeks. "I'm entering," he told Tia. "You fight other trainers?" "It's kind of my whole thing." She looked at him, really looked, not the nervous, darting assessment of someone hiding secrets, but a deep, still evaluation, like she was seeing something in him that went beyond the surface. "Yes," she said. "It is." The arena was a converted quarry at the edge of town, natural stone walls forming a rough amphitheater around a dirt field. Trainers registered at a folding table manned by a weathered man with a Macamp tattoo on his forearm and a clipboard. Ash signed in. The man looked at his name, looked at his face, and whistled low. "Ash Ketchum. Damn. You're gonna make me a lot of money, kid." "I'm not a kid. Everyone under 40 is a kid to me. You're in the 4th bracket. First match is at noon." Ash turned to find Tia a seat and saw her standing at the arena's edge, one hand resting on the stone wall, her amber eyes tracking every practice battle happening on the field below with a focus that was almost predatory. Her lips moved slightly, counting, analyzing, breaking down each exchange with the unconscious expertise of someone who understood combat at a cellular level. A trainer standing nearby noticed her. Young guy, cocky, the type who wore too many badges on his jacket. "Hey beautiful, you know anything about battling or just here to watch your boyfriend?" Tia didn't look at him. "Your scrafty favors its left side when attacking. If you don't correct that, you'll lose in the 2nd round." The trainer blinked. Opened his mouth. Closed it. Looked at his scrafty, which was indeed circling left on the practice field. Ash bit the inside of his cheek to keep from grinning. "Come on," he said, steering her toward the stands. "Let's find a seat." He drew a kid named Ren in the 1st round. 18, maybe 19, with a toxicroak that was fast but sloppy. Pikachu ended it in 40 seconds with a combination that started with quick attack to close distance and finished with Iron Tail that sent the toxicroak spinning into the arena wall. Clean. Efficient. Not cruel. Ash never fought cruel, but decisive enough to send a message. "I'm not here to play games." 2nd round was harder. A woman named Voss, no relation to anyone, just a common name, with a Steelix that had clearly been her partner for decades. The thing was a siege weapon. Pikachu couldn't dent it, so Ash switched to Greninja, and what followed was 3 minutes of water and steel and the kind of tactical exchange that had people in the stands leaning forward. Greninja won by finding the gap between Steelix's plates and driving a water shuriken into it with surgical precision. 3rd round, Ash used Charizard, and the opponent, a burly man with an Aggron, surrendered after 90 seconds of watching his Pokémon get outmaneuvered by a dragon that flew like thought and hit like a natural disaster. Through it all, Tia watched. Not like a spectator, like a student, like a partner, like someone cataloging every move Ash made for reasons she couldn't explain. When he won each round, her expression didn't change. No surprise. No excitement. Just that deep, warm glow of someone watching exactly what they expected to see. The semi-finals were different. His opponent walked onto the field and the temperature in the arena dropped. Not literally, but something in the crowd shifted, a collective intake of breath, and Ash felt the hairs on his arms stand up. She was tall. Short black hair, sharp features, a gray coat that hung to her knees. She moved like a person who had calculated the exact amount of energy each step required and refused to spend a calorie more. Her eyes were flat and gray and empty of everything except assessment. Marin, the announcer called. Versus Ash Ketchum. She nodded to him across the field. Not unfriendly. Not friendly either. Just acknowledgement, the way you'd acknowledge a target. Bisharp, she said, releasing her Pokemon. Forward. The Bisharp materialized and immediately something was wrong. Its eyes were too bright, not the natural gleam of a healthy Pokemon, but an internal luminescence, a cold blue-white glow that pulsed behind its visor. It moved differently too. Too smooth. Too precise. Like a machine that had been programmed to imitate life and was getting the details almost, but not quite, right. Pikachu, Ash said. Let's feel this out. Pikachu leaped from his shoulder. The Bisharp didn't react. It just stood there, that blue glow pulsing. Thunderbolt, Ash called. Testing. The bolt hit. The Bisharp didn't dodge. Didn't block. The electricity crackled across its steel surface and the Pokemon absorbed it, literally absorbed it, the energy being drawn into that blue glow instead of damaging the body. Ash's eyes narrowed. Night Slash, Marin said. The Bisharp moved. Not ran, displaced. One moment it was across the field, the next it was in front of Pikachu, blade arm coming down in a slash that trailed not darkness but something else, a cold, crystalline energy that Ash had never seen in any battle, any league, any tournament in his life. Dodge. Pikachu moved. He was fast, he was Pikachu, he was faster than almost anything alive. He dodged the slash by a margin measured in millimeters and the energy wave hit the arena wall behind him and cut a groove 6 inches deep in solid stone. In the stands, Tia recoiled. Physically. She grabbed the seat in front of her and her knuckles went white and her face went the color of ash. Whatever that energy was, she felt it. Ash saw her reaction from the corner of his eye. Filed it. Focused. The battle that followed was the hardest semi-final fight of his life. Bisharp was fast and impossibly durable and every attack it landed carried that alien energy that seemed to cut deeper than the physical. Pikachu fought brilliantly, decades of experience compressed into lightning-quick decisions, but the Bisharp just kept coming, that blue glow brightening with each hit it absorbed. Ash switched to Greninja. Ash Greninja activated mid-battle, the transformation rippling through both trainer and Pokemon, and the crowd erupted because even in a backwater tournament everyone knew what that form meant. The combination that ended it wasn't flashy. It was smart. Greninja used Double Team to create afterimages, forcing the Bisharp to commit to a target. When it chose wrong, Greninja materialized behind it and drove a water shuriken enhanced with every ounce of Ash's bond energy directly into the glowing point at the center of the Bisharp's back. The glow shattered. The Bisharp staggered, the alien energy dissipating like mist, and the Pokemon underneath, the real Pokemon, stripped of whatever had been enhancing it, collapsed. Marin recalled her Bisharp without expression. She looked at Ash for a long moment with those flat gray eyes. Impressive, she said. She walked off the field and disappeared into the crowd before Ash could respond. He won the final match. It barely registered. The prize money was good, enough to fund travel for a month. But Ash wasn't thinking about money as he walked back to the inn with Tia beside him and Pikachu on her shoulder. He was thinking about the energy. The blue glow. The way Tia had recoiled in the stands like she'd been struck. That Bisharp, he said as they walked up the stairs to their room. I know, Tia said. The energy it was using, I know. What was it? She was quiet until they were inside the room with the door closed. Then she sat on her bed and folded her hands and looked at him with an expression that was equal parts determination and dread. It was stolen, she said. Life force, taken from a Pokemon. A powerful one. Forced into another Pokemon's body to enhance it beyond its natural limits. A legendary's life force. She flinched. Yes. How do you know that? Because I can feel it. Like a scream that won't stop. She touched her chest. Here. It resonates with something inside me. Ash sat on his bed, facing her. The space between them was about 4 feet. It felt like both too much and not enough. Tia, he said carefully. Who are you, really? The question landed in the silence between them and sat there, heavy and patient. Tia's eyes glistened. Her mouth worked. He could see the war behind her face, the desperate desire to tell him, fighting the equally desperate fear of what would happen if she did. I'm someone who should be dead, she said finally. I'm someone who chose to be here instead. And I'm someone who, her voice cracked. She pressed her lips together, steadied herself, tried again. I'm someone who cares about you more than you could possibly understand, and I'm terrified that when you know why, I'll what? You'll look at me differently. Ash leaned forward. Tia. Pikachu rides on your shoulder. He doesn't do that with strangers. He doesn't do that with anyone. That means he knows something about you that I don't, and whatever it is, it's enough for him to trust you completely. He paused. I trust his judgment. And I trust mine. And right now, both are telling me the same thing. What? That I don't care what you are. I care who you are. And whoever you are, you're not going anywhere without me. The tears broke. Not dramatic, not a flood, just a slow, steady overflow that tracked down her cheeks, catching the lamplight. She pressed both hands over her mouth like she was trying to hold herself together physically. Ash crossed the 4 feet of space between them. Sat beside her on the bed. Put his arm around her shoulders because it was the most natural thing in the world. She leaned into him. Pressed her face against his shoulder. Shook. It's okay, he said. You don't know what you're saying. I know exactly what I'm saying. I'm saying you're safe. I'm saying I'm not going anywhere. I'm saying that whoever's out there with their stolen energy and their branded symbols can come find me, and I'll be right here. She pulled back just enough to look at him. Those amber eyes, swimming with tears, searching his face for doubt and finding none. You mean that? I always mean what I say. Ask anyone. A laugh broke through the tears, wet, broken, beautiful. She wiped her face with the back of her hand and pulled herself together with visible effort, piece by piece, like someone reassembling a shattered vase and making it hold. Okay, she said. Okay. Okay. Together. Together. They sat like that for a while. His arm around her shoulders, her head against his. Pikachu curled in Tia's lap, purring, actually purring, a sound Ash had heard maybe 5 times in his life. Outside, Greymore settled into the quiet rhythms of night. Later, after she'd fallen asleep in her own bed, Ash stepped out onto the narrow balcony. The stars were out, thick and bright, the way they only got far from cities. He pulled the metal disc from his pocket and turned it over in his fingers. The symbol caught the starlight. Circle. Vertical line. The brand on Tia's skin. The mark in the forest clearing. The energy in that bisharp. A thread connecting everything. He didn't have the whole picture yet. But he had enough to know that the picture was big, and dark, and coming for them. He put the disc away and looked at the stars. Whoever you are, he said quietly, to the people who'd hurt Tia, to the organization behind the symbol, to whatever was coming. I'm not the kind of person who runs. The stars didn't answer. The mountains stood silent. But somewhere out there, moving through the darkness with purpose and technology and the stolen life force of gods, the Covenant was already searching. Back inside, Ash checked on Tia one more time. She was asleep, curled on her side, one hand tucked under her chin. In the moonlight from the window, the faint geometric scars at her collarbone were just visible, the brand they'd left on her, the mark of what they'd done. Ash pulled the blanket up over her shoulders. His hand lingered for a second on the fabric. I'm going to find out who they are, he whispered. And I'm going to make them wish they'd never touched you. Tia murmured in her sleep. That musical sound again, the ghost of a song, carried on human breath, speaking in a language older than words. Pikachu opened one eye from his spot on Tia's pillow. Looked at Ash. Closed his eye. I know, his expression said. I've known since the cave. Ash went to bed. He dreamed of a garden in Altomare, and a kiss he'd never forgotten, and amber eyes that had followed him across years and distance and the impossible gulf between what is and what could be. When he woke, the sun was up, and Tia was sitting by the window, watching the world with wonder, and everything was different, and everything was the same, and the road ahead was long and dangerous and completely, absolutely, without question worth walking. Ready? He asked. She smiled at him. That smile, warm and scared and brave and full of all the things she couldn't say yet. Ready. They gathered their things. Pikachu jumped to Tia's shoulder. Ash opened the door. The road was waiting. Chapter 1 End. Chapter 2, What She Doesn't Say. Greymore looked different in the morning. Not better, exactly. The buildings were still weathered grey stone and the streets still carried the faint smell of mud and iron that seemed baked into frontier towns everywhere. But the storm had stripped the air clean, and in the early light everything had a sharpness to it, an edge of clarity that made colors brighter and sounds crisper, and the mountains ringing the valley look close enough to touch. Ash stood at the inn's front door with his pack shouldered and his plan already half-formed. East through the valley, then north along the ridge trail toward the Sino border crossing. 3 days if they pushed. 5 if they didn't. The tournament money was a comfortable weight in his pocket, and the road ahead was clear and, Ash. He turned. Tia was standing just inside the doorway, staring at the threshold like it was a cliff edge. What's wrong? Nothing. She hadn't moved. Her eyes were fixed on the 6-inch step down to the cobblestone street. Pikachu sat on her shoulder, ears cocked, watching her with the patient curiosity of a Pokémon who'd seen a lot of strange things and was adding this to the list. Tia. It's very bright, she said. Ash looked at the sky. Partly cloudy. Standard morning light. It's normal bright. Yes. I know. It's just, there are a lot of people. And sounds. And the smells are very, she made a gesture with both hands, fingers spread, like she was trying to physically contain the sensory input of an entire town. Yesterday you walked through the whole market district. Yesterday I was distracted by food. Ash leaned against the doorframe. Studied her. She wasn't scared, he realized, she was overwhelmed. The same way a Pokémon fresh out of a long recovery looked when you released them back into the wild. Too much input after too much quiet. Hey, he said. Just look at me. Her eyes found his. Amber. Steady. We're going to walk to the supply shop. That's it. 1 block. You just look at me and follow, and if it gets too much, we stop. I'm not a child. Nobody said you were. You're using your gentle voice. I don't have a gentle voice. You absolutely do. You used it on Latias in the cave and you're using it on me now, and, she stopped. The color drained from her face so fast Ash could track it, like watching water pull back from a shore. The silence was very loud. I mean, she said. On television. I've seen clips of you. Being gentle with Pokémon. Right. On television. You said that. She squared her shoulders, stepped over the threshold, and marched past him with the rigid determination of someone who had just accidentally set a small fire and was choosing to simply walk away from it. Ash followed, filing the slip away in the growing cabinet of things Tia had said that didn't quite add up. The cabinet was getting full. Pretty soon he was going to need a whole damn warehouse. The supply shop was run by a woman named Greta who had forearms like a Mac-Hoke and a voice that could cut glass. She took one look at Ash's list and started pulling items from shelves with mechanical efficiency: rope, rations, a new waterproof tarp, medical supplies, fire starters. Heading through the pass, she asked. That's the plan. Bad time for it. Trail's been weird lately. Weird how? Greta dropped a coil of rope on the counter with a thud. Weird like people going missing. Weird like Pokemon acting strange in the Thornwood, aggressive, confused, showing up in places they shouldn't be. Weird like those military types that rolled through here last week with their black trucks and their don't ask questions attitudes. Ash kept his expression neutral. Military types. Not actual military. Private. Expensive gear, matching uniforms, a logo I didn't recognize. She held up her hand and drew a shape in the air with her finger. Circle with a line through it. Behind Ash, Tia made a sound. Small, involuntary, a sharp intake of breath that she covered by pretending to examine a display of camping cookware. Greta didn't notice. Ash did. They bought out half my stock, Greta continued. Paid cash, didn't haggle, didn't make small talk. Loaded up their trucks and headed east into the Thornwood. She leaned forward. Listen, kid, not a kid. You look like you can handle yourself, so I'll say this straight. Whatever those people are doing out there, it's got the local Pokemon spooked. My Arcanine hasn't slept through the night in a week, and he's not a nervous type. If you're heading through the pass, go fast and don't stop in the Thornwood. Noted. Thanks, Greta. She rang them up. Ash paid, shouldered the supplies, and walked outside to find Tia standing perfectly still on the sidewalk, her face turned toward the east, toward the dark line of ancient trees visible at the valley's far end. The Thornwood, she said. Not a question. You know it? I know what's in it. She turned to him, and her eyes had that look again, the one that mixed fear and fury in equal parts. Those people she described. The ones with the symbol. They're building something, Ash. Something that needs a lot of power, and they're willing to hurt anything that has it. I know. You don't know what they're capable of. Then tell me. She held his gaze for 3 heartbeats. 4. 5. Not here, she said. Not yet. They didn't leave Greymore that morning. The reason was a message, handwritten, sealed with wax, delivered by a polyper that landed on Ash's shoulder while he was crossing the main square and nearly knocked him flat. The letter was addressed simply, Ketchum. He opened it standing in the middle of the street while Tia watched with the coiled alertness of someone who expected every envelope to contain a threat. It was from the tournament organizer. Brief, businesslike. Ketchum, your performance yesterday caught attention. A private challenger has requested a match. Exhibition rules, double the tournament prize. Interested? Arena, 3 p.m. today. Holt double the prize. That was serious money, enough to fund their journey for months, buy better gear, maybe even get passage on a ship if the mountain routes proved too dangerous. Someone wants to fight me, Ash said, showing Tia the letter. She read it twice. It doesn't say who. No. That's suspicious. Everything's suspicious right now. But I need the money, and whoever it is, they're just a trainer. I've fought plenty of trainers. He folded the letter. You don't have to come. I'm coming. I figured. They had hours to kill. Ash used them the way he always used downtime, training. He found an open field behind the Pokemon Center and rotated his team through exercises. Pikachu worked on speed drills, running figure eights around posts Ash had driven into the ground. Greninja practiced water constructs, shaping shurikens of increasing complexity. Charizard did aerial maneuvers overhead, each pass lower and faster than the last. Sceptile ran through a kata of blade strikes against a dead tree, each cut more precise than the one before. Tia sat on a fence rail and watched. Not casually, with the total, consuming focus she brought to everything, that intensity that went beyond simple observation into something that looked almost like communion. When Pikachu executed a particularly complex dodge sequence, she leaned forward. When Charizard pulled off a banking turn that should have been aerodynamically impossible, her lips moved, calculating, analyzing, understanding things about flight dynamics that no human should instinctively know. "You train differently than other trainers," she said during a break. Ash wiped sweat from his forehead with his arm. "How so?" "You don't give commands during practice. You set the exercise and let them interpret it. They know what they need to work on better than I do. My job is to create the conditions, not micromanage the process." She tilted her head. That bird-like motion she sometimes did, quick and slightly off-axis, like the physics of human neck movement, were still a novelty. "But in battle, you command. In battle, I react. It's different. Training builds the vocabulary. Battle is the conversation." "That's a beautiful way to think about it." Ash shrugged. "It's just how I work. Always has been. The bond matters more than the strategy. Strategy changes depending on the opponent. The bond is the constant." She was quiet for a long moment after that. When Ash glanced over, she was looking at him with an expression he was starting to recognize, that soft, fierce, complicated look that seemed to contain entire conversations she wasn't having out loud. "What?" he asked. "Nothing. You're just exactly who I thought you'd be." "Who did you think I'd be?" "Exactly this." She hopped off the fence and walked toward Pikachu, kneeling down to his level. Pikachu's ears perked up. Tia extended her hand, and Pikachu placed his paw in it, the gesture deliberate, almost ceremonial. They stayed like that for a few seconds, and Ash could have sworn the air between them hummed. Then Tia stood, brushed off her knees, and said, "His left rear leg is still compensating for that injury from your match with the Steelix. If he pivots right, there's a slight delay." Ash blinked. He looked at Pikachu. Pikachu looked at him. Both of them had the same expression, "She's right." "How did you?" "I'm observant." "That's not observation. That's diagnostic-level analysis of micro-movement patterns. I have good eyes." She walked back to the fence and sat down, conversation apparently over. Pikachu did a test pivot to the right, felt the delay Tia had identified, and spent the next 20 minutes correcting it. Ash added another file to the warehouse. 3 o'clock came with a change in the weather, clouds rolling in from the west, not storm clouds but heavy gray overcast that turned the arena into a bowl of shadowless light. The stands were fuller than yesterday. Word had spread about Ash's tournament run, and Greymore apparently didn't get entertainment like this very often. Ash stood at the south end of the field, Pikachu on his shoulder, and waited. The challenger entered from the north gate, and the crowd went quiet. It wasn't the silence of anticipation. It was the silence of people instinctively recognizing a predator. The kind of hush that fell over a forest when a Pyroar entered the clearing. He was young, mid-20s, maybe. Lean, angular, with dark hair cut military short and eyes the color of gunmetal. He wore a black jacket with no insignia, black boots, black gloves. He moved with the economy of someone trained to fight, not just battle, each step placed, each movement deliberate, nothing wasted. 2 pokeballs on his belt. Not the standard red and white, these were matte black with a blue line running around the seam that pulsed faintly, rhythmically, like a heartbeat. The man stopped at the center mark and looked at Ash with an expression of cool, professional interest. Like a surgeon examining a scan. "Ash Ketchum," he said. His voice was even, controlled, pitched to carry without shouting. "I've wanted to meet you for a long time." "You have me at a disadvantage," Ash said. "I don't know who you are." "Kale." No last name offered. "I'm here because you're the best active trainer in the world who hasn't won a championship, and I want to know why." "It's a long story. I think it's a short one. I think you're afraid of the last step." I think you get to the edge and something in you pulls back. He smiled. It didn't reach his eyes. I'm here to push you. In the stands, Tia had gone rigid. She was gripping the bench with both hands, her knuckles bloodless, and she was staring at Kale with recognition. Not of him personally, of what he represented. Of the technology pulsing in those pokeballs. Ash felt it too. That wrongness. The same frequency he'd felt from Marin's Bisharp, but stronger. Much stronger. Exhibition rules, Ash said. 3-on-3. 2-on-2. I only brought 2. Kale unclipped a pokeball. That blue line throbbed brighter. But these 2 will be enough. He threw. The Hydreigon that materialized was wrong in every way a Pokemon could be wrong while still being recognizable. It was larger than any Hydreigon Ash had seen, easily 20% bigger, the extra mass concentrated in its 3 heads and its wings. Its scales had a metallic sheen that natural Hydreigon didn't possess, and its eyes, all 6 of them, blazed with that same cold blue luminescence he'd seen in Marin's Bisharp. But it was the aura that hit him. Not visible, felt. A pressure in his chest, a weight in the air, the unmistakable signature of power that didn't belong to the creature carrying it. Stolen power. Legendary power. Crammed into a mortal body and held there by technology he didn't understand. From the stands, Tia made a sound. Not a word, a keening note, musical and agonized, that rose above the crowd noise and cut through the arena like a blade. Several people turned to look at her. She didn't notice. Her eyes were locked on the Hydreigon, and tears were streaming down her face. Ash understood then. Whatever was inside that Hydreigon, whatever legendary essence had been harvested and implanted, Tia could feel it. Could hear it. And it was in pain. They're screaming, he thought. The stolen ones are screaming, and she can hear every word. His jaw tightened. His hand steadied. Something in him went very cold and very clear, the battle focus that had carried him through 100 impossible fights, the state where emotion didn't disappear but crystallized into fuel. Greninja, he said, throwing. Let's go. Greninja materialized in battle stance, water shimmering around his body. He felt it too, Ash could tell by the way his eyes narrowed, the slight bristle of his water veil, the combat-ready tension that went beyond normal battle alertness. Greninja, test the water. Water shuriken. 3 shuriken spun from Greninja's hands. Fast, precise, aimed at different vectors to probe the Hydreigon's defensive patterns. The Hydreigon didn't dodge. It didn't need to. The shuriken hit and the water exploded on contact, but the damage was wrong. Instead of cutting, the water dispersed across the metallic scales like it had hit a force field. That blue energy rippled across the Hydreigon's body, absorbing the impact. Dark pulse, Kale said. Conversational. Calm. All 3 heads fired simultaneously. Not the standard concentrated beam, 3 separate pulses that converged on Greninja's position from different angles, creating a kill zone with no clean escape route. Cut through. Aerial ace into night slash. Greninja launched himself upward, using the narrow gap between 2 of the pulse beams, spinning into an aerial ace that transitioned seamlessly into night slash as he closed distance. The blade connected with the Hydreigon's center head and, nothing. The night slash skated off those scales like a knife on glass. The Hydreigon's side had snapped around and caught Greninja with a point-blank dragon pulse that sent him spinning across the arena in a spray of water. Greninja caught himself. Skidded. Stood. Shook it off. Ash's mind was racing. The Hydreigon was absorbing attacks. Not resisting, absorbing, converting impact energy into that blue glow the same way Marin's Bisharp had. Standard offense wasn't going to work. He needed to overload it or find a frequency it couldn't process. Bond, he said. Greninja felt it. The transformation rippled through both of them, the water veil exploding outward, reshaping, darkening. Ash Greninja stood on the field, and the crowd erupted because this was the form of legend, the power that had nearly won the Kalos League, the bond between trainer and Pokémon made manifest. Kale's expression didn't change. If anything, he looked pleased. "There it is," he said. "Now we're having a real conversation." Water Shuriken. Maximum output. The giant shuriken formed on Greninja's back, spinning, building. Ash poured everything into it, not just power but intent, the focused will that made Bond phenomenon different from every other power-up in existence. This wasn't a Pokémon getting stronger. This was two beings becoming one. Greninja hurled the shuriken. It hit the Hydreigon dead center and the absorption field buckled. Blue energy crackled, spiked, destabilized. For a fraction of a second, the shield dropped, and the water cut through. The Hydreigon roared. All three heads. The sound shook dust from the arena walls and made half the crowd cover their ears. It was hurt, not badly, but actually hurt, and the fury that followed was immediate and volcanic. "Draco Meteor," Kale said. The sky split open. Not one meteor, dozens, each one trailing that unnatural blue fire, each one tracking Greninja with heat-seeking precision that Draco Meteor absolutely should not have possessed. "Move! Double team!" Afterimages scattered across the field. The meteors hit them, detonating on impact, cratering the arena floor. Greninja danced between explosions, each dodge narrower than the last, and Ash felt every near miss as phantom impacts across his own body, the price of Bond phenomenon, shared pain, shared stakes. A meteor clipped Greninja's leg. Ash staggered, pain flashing up his right calf. Another hit Greninja's shoulder. Ash's left arm went numb. Night Slash, the joint. Under the left wing. Greninja closed distance through the barrage, taking hits, absorbing punishment, and drove his blade into the gap between the Hydreigon's left wing and body. The scales were thinner there, the absorption field weaker, and the Night Slash bit deep. The Hydreigon shrieked and its wing buckled. It dropped altitude, one side dragging, and for a moment the blue glow in its eyes flickered and something else showed through, not rage, not battle fury, but confusion. Pain that wasn't combat pain. The bewilderment of a creature that couldn't understand why it hurt all the time. Ash saw it. His stomach turned. Finish it. Water Shuriken, same spot. The shuriken drove into the wing joint. The Hydreigon crashed to the arena floor, tried to rise, and collapsed. The blue glow faded to a flicker. The Pokémon lay still, breathing hard, and without the artificial luminescence it looked, diminished. Smaller. An ordinary Hydreigon, powerful in its own right but not the monstrous thing it had been moments ago. Kale recalled it without ceremony. His face showed nothing, but his hand, the one holding the Pokeball, was clenched tight enough that his knuckles cracked. "One down," Ash said. He was breathing hard. His body hurt in the phantom places where Greninja had taken hits. But his voice was steady. "You said 2. "I did." Kale threw his second ball. The Metagross that materialized was worse. Not because it was bigger or more visually disturbing, it was a standard Metagross in shape and size. But the blue glow was brighter, more concentrated, pulsing in its central eye like a trapped star. And the aura it projected hit Ash like a wall. Psychic pressure, dense and suffocating, pushing against his mind with a weight that made his vision blur. In the stands, Tia screamed. Not a shout of alarm, a scream of agony. She doubled over, hands pressed to her temples, and people around her scrambled away in confusion and concern. Pikachu, still on the bench beside her, sparked frantically, pressing against her side. Ash's head whipped toward her. The connection with Greninja wavered. Kale noticed. "Focus, catch 'em. Or this ends badly." "Meteor Mash," he added. The Metagross moved like a bullet. One moment at the far end of the field, the next directly in front of Greninja, fist already descending in a meteor mash that carried enough force to crater steel. Block! Greninja caught it. Both hands against the Metagross's fist, feet driving trenches in the arena dirt, the impact sending shockwaves that cracked the stone walls. Ash's arms screamed with shared strain. His bones felt like they were vibrating apart. Psychic, Kale said. The Metagross's eye flared and Greninja was airborne, hurled upward by a psychic force that was a physical thing, visible as a blue-white distortion in the air. At the apex, 20 feet up, the Metagross hit him with another meteor mash that had somehow crossed that distance in less than a second. Greninja hit the ground hard. Ash felt it, everywhere, all at once, a full-body impact that drove the air from his lungs and put him on one knee. Greninja. His partner was down. Not out, the water veil still shimmered, the bond still held, but hurt. Bad. Ash's mind raced. The Metagross was faster than the Hydreigon, its absorption field stronger, its offensive output devastating. Greninja could match it in speed but not in raw power, and every exchange was costing them more than it cost Kale. Think. Adapt. You've fought stronger opponents. You've beaten the impossible before. What's different here? The stolen power. That was the difference. The Metagross wasn't fighting with its own strength, it was fighting with someone else's, and that someone else was in pain inside it, screaming in a frequency that only Tia could hear. And Tia was in the stands, suffering. Ash looked at her. She'd straightened, barely, and was staring at the Metagross with tears streaming down her face and an expression of such fierce, concentrated will that the air around her seemed to shimmer. Their eyes met. "I'm okay," her expression said. "Fight. Don't worry about me. Fight." He turned back to the battle. Greninja. Get up. Greninja rose. Slowly. Painfully. But he rose, because that's what Ash's Pokémon did, they got up, they kept going, they fought until there was nothing left and then they found something more. "We can't overpower it," Ash said, and he was talking to Greninja but also to himself, thinking out loud the way he did when the pressure was highest and the stakes were life and death. The absorption field converts our attacks into fuel. More power means more fuel. So we stopped giving it power. Greninja understood. The bond didn't require words, it ran deeper, a shared consciousness that processed and adapted in real time. Double team. Not to dodge. To confuse. Afterimages flooded the arena. 30, 40, 50 Greninjas, more than he'd ever produced, an army of shadows that moved with independent patterns, circling the Metagross from every direction. The Metagross rotated, tracking. Its psychic sense should have pierced double team instantly, the illusions had no mental signatures. But Ash Greninja's double team was different. The bond infused each afterimage with a trace of genuine will, just enough to register as possible threats. The Metagross couldn't distinguish real from false. Psychic. Kale ordered, and for the first time his voice had an edge. Not panic, frustration. The frustration of a chess player who just realized his opponent had changed games. The Metagross lashed out with a wide-area psychic pulse. Afterimages shattered. But new ones formed instantly, Greninja circling, never stopping, never letting the Metagross lock on. "Now," Ash said. "Substitute." Greninja split. The real one vanished, literally vanished, speed pushed beyond visible tracking, while a substitute took his place among the remaining afterimages. The Metagross found the substitute, hit it with a meteor mash that obliterated it, and in the half-second where it committed to the strike, behind. Night Slash. The eye. Greninja materialized at the Metagross's back and drove Night Slash directly into the central eye, the core of the blue glow, the nexus of the stolen power. Not a physical eye but an energy center, and the dark-type energy wasn't absorbed because it wasn't attacking. Night Slash didn't carry force, it carried negation. Darkness eating light. Void consuming power. The Metagross screamed. Not roared, screamed, in a voice that was partly its own and partly something else, something trapped and tormented, a legendary's agony channeled through a body that was never meant to hold it. The blue glow in its eye destabilized. Crackled. Fragmented. Again, Ash said. Greninja struck again. And again. Each night targeting the same point, the same vulnerability, each one peeling away another layer of the artificial enhancement until the Metagross was a Metagross and nothing more, powerful, yes, fearsome, yes, but mortal, limited, fighting with its own strength for the first time in God knew how long. The Metagross swayed. Its legs trembled. It looked at Kale, not for a command but for help, the desperate look of a Pokémon that had been carrying something much too heavy for much too long and was finally allowed to put it down. Kale stared at his Pokémon. Something cracked behind his eyes, hairline, barely visible, but there. A fracture in the smooth facade. Return, he said quietly. The Metagross disappeared into its Pokeball. The blue glow faded from the arena. The psychic pressure lifted like a boot removed from a chest. In the stands, Tia sagged forward, gasping. Silence. Total, ringing silence. Then the crowd exploded. Ash barely heard them. He released Bond Phenomenon and staggered as his own pain came rushing back, the phantom injuries, the exhaustion, the raw cost of pushing that form to its limits. Greninja knelt on the field, spent but victorious. Ash crossed to him and put a hand on his head. You were incredible. Greninja leaned into his touch. That was enough. Across the arena, Kale stood motionless. His Pokeballs were back on his belt. His hands hung at his sides. He looked at Ash with an expression that had shed its earlier contempt and replaced it with something more complicated. You found the weakness, Kale said. Nobody's found the weakness before. Everything has a weakness. Not everything. Kale walked forward until he was close enough that only Ash could hear him. The crowd was still cheering. It was background noise. You fought well, Ketchum. Better than I expected. But this was a test, not a mission. Next time it won't be 2 Pokémon. Next time it'll be 10, 20, and they won't have limiters. Who are you working for? People who want to save the world. By torturing Pokémon? Something shifted in Kale's face. Not guilt, he was too armored for guilt. But a fissure. A crack where doubt might eventually find purchase. By using every available resource to prevent the next Kalos incident. The next Alola incident. The next time a legendary throws a tantrum and 1,000 people die. He held Ash's gaze. You've been there, Ketchum. You've seen what they can do. Groudon, Kyogre, Dialga, Palkia, gods playing games with human lives. Don't you ever wonder if there's a better way? Not your way. You haven't even heard our way. I've heard enough. Ash's voice was quiet but it carried the density of absolute certainty. I've heard your Metagross scream. That's all I needed to hear. Kale regarded him for a long moment. Then he smiled, genuine this time, almost warm. You're everything they said you'd be. That's going to make what comes next very difficult. He turned and walked toward the north gate. Over his shoulder, take care of that woman in the stands, Ketchum. She feels more than she should, and there are people who find that very, very interesting. He was gone before Ash could respond. Ash found Tia in the stands, hunched forward on the bench with Pikachu pressed against her side. The spectators had given her a wide berth, the scream had unnerved them, and several were still casting worried glances her way. He sat beside her. Said nothing. Waited. It took her a minute. When she straightened, her face was blotched from crying, her eyes red, but the set of her jaw was iron. I'm fine, she said. You screamed. It was loud. The psychic pressure. She looked at him sharply. You felt it? Everyone felt something. You felt more. She wiped her eyes with her sleeve, the gesture rough and impatient, irritated at her own vulnerability. Those Pokemon, his Hydreigon, his Metagross, they have something inside them that doesn't belong. Something alive. Something in pain. Her voice dropped. I could hear it, Ash. Like voices underwater. Calling for help. The stolen legendary energy. She nodded. Swallowed hard. It's not just energy. It's pieces of consciousness. Fragments of who those legendaries were, their memories, their emotions, their selves. Compressed and forced into bodies that can't hold them properly. It's like, she searched for words. Like trapping a person inside a box that's too small and sealing it shut and making them run a machine with their screaming. Ash's hands clenched on his knees. That man. Kale. He knew about me. He told you to take care of me. He said you feel more than you should. He's right. She met his eyes. Ash, these people, whoever they are, they're not going to stop. Whatever they're building, it needs more power. More fragments. They'll keep hunting until they have what they need. Or until someone stops them. She stared at him. Read his face. Saw what was written there. You can't fight them alone. I'm not alone. I mean, you can't, Ash, you don't understand what they have. What I felt from those two Pokemon was a fraction of what they've collected. They're building something. Something big. And if it wakes up, then we stop it before it wakes up. That's insane. I've been told. This isn't a tournament. This isn't a league challenge. These people will kill you. Wouldn't be the first time someone tried. She grabbed his arm. Hard. Her fingers dug in with a strength that was slightly more than human, and her eyes blazed amber, all pretense of normalcy gone. Listen to me. I will not watch you die. Do you understand? I did not, she caught herself. The words she'd been about to say hovered between them like smoke. I did not give up everything I am so I could watch you die. She released his arm. Sat back. The fire in her eyes banked to embers. I'm sorry, she said. I know. He put his hand over the spot where hers had been. The warmth lingered. But I'm not going to run from this, Tia. That's not who I am. You know that. Yes. Her voice was small. I know exactly who you are. They collected the prize money, the full exhibition amount, since Kale had forfeited, and returned to the inn. Ash wanted to leave immediately, but Tia could barely walk. The psychic trauma of feeling those trapped consciousnesses had left her drained, hollowed out, functioning on fumes. He got her back to the room, sat her on the bed, brought water. She drank mechanically, eyes distant. Talk to me, he said. About what? Anything. Something that isn't stolen legendary energy and shadowy organizations. She was quiet for a moment. Then, I like the color blue. Ash blinked. Okay. I discovered this yesterday. In the market, there was a stall with fabrics, and one of them was blue, deep blue, like the sky just after sunset, and I touched it and I felt happy. For no reason. Just because it was blue and I could touch it. You'd never touched fabric before. The question slipped out before he could catch it. Tia went still. Ash braced for the deflection, the quick cover story, the practiced lie. Instead, she said, not like this. They looked at each other. The room was quiet. The late afternoon light came through the window in amber slants that caught the dust motes and made them glow. Not like what? Ash asked softly. Not with fingers. She held up her hand, turned it, examined her own fingers as though they were something miraculous and borrowed. Not with skin that can feel the difference between silk and wool. Not with a body that registers temperature and texture as experiences, not data. Before, I understood these things. Now I feel them. It's different. It's so different. Before, Ash repeated. Before I was, who I was. And who were you? She lowered her hand. Met his eyes. And for the first time, her expression held no fear, only a vast, weary honesty. Someone who could fly, she said. Someone who could cross oceans in hours and feel the heartbeat of every living thing in a city and move through walls like they were water. Someone who never felt cold or hungry or tired. Someone who never tasted mushroom soup or touched blue fabric or sat on a bed that bounced. Ash didn't breathe. Someone who watched a boy save her home when she was too young to understand what gratitude felt like. And then spent years learning. And then, her voice cracked. She pressed her lips together. And then chose. Chose what? This. She gestured at herself, her human body, her mortal form, the shell of flesh and bone and vulnerability she'd built around the dying star of what she'd been. Chose this. Chose here. Chose you. The room was so quiet Ash could hear his own heartbeat. You should sleep, he said. It was wrong. He knew it was wrong the moment he said it, a deflection, a dodge, exactly the kind of emotional cowardice he'd never exhibited in battle but defaulted to in moments like this. But the weight of what she'd just told him was staggering, and he needed time to process it, and if he said the wrong thing now he might break something that couldn't be fixed. Tia's face flickered. Hurt, quick, barely visible, quickly buried. Yes, she said. I should. She lay down. Closed her eyes. Pikachu curled against her, offering the small comfort of warmth and presence. Ash sat on his bed and stared at the wall and thought about a girl who could fly who had chosen to walk because of him, and the thought was so big and so terrifying and so heartbreaking that he couldn't hold it all at once, so he held it in pieces, turning each one over in his mind like fragments of a shattered mirror, each reflecting a different part of a truth he wasn't ready to see whole. She chose this. She chose me. What do I do with that? He didn't have an answer. Not yet. But the question settled into him with the patient weight of something that would wait as long as it needed to. Night fell. Tia slept. Ash couldn't. He left the room quietly, telling Pikachu to stay with her, and walked through Greymore's empty streets until he found what he was looking for, the Pokemon Center, still open, the nurse on night duty reading a magazine behind the counter. He healed his team. Greninja needed the most work, the damage from the Metagross fight had been severe, and the nurse gave Ash a look that said she'd seen what those injuries implied and wasn't happy about it. Exhibition match, she asked. Something like that. Those burns on your Greninja aren't from any standard move. I know. She healed Greninja without further comment, but when Ash turned to leave, she said, there have been trainers through here before. Using Pokemon that felt wrong. Enhanced, somehow. Pokemon that fight like they're carrying something they shouldn't be. Ash turned back. You've seen them. I've treated the aftermath. Pokemon from the Thornwood that were caught in the crossfire of whatever those people are doing out there. Wild Pokemon, confused and frightened, with energy burns that don't match any known move type. She paused. I'm a nurse, not a fighter. But I know suffering when I see it. Whatever's happening, it needs to stop. It will, Ash said. I promise. He walked back to the inn through streets that smelled like wet stone and pine. The mountains were invisible in the darkness, but he could feel them, towering presences at the edges of his awareness, ancient and patient and full of secrets. At the inn, he climbed the stairs and paused outside their room. Through the door, he could hear Tia's breathing, slow and even, the rhythm of deep sleep. And underneath it, barely audible, that musical murmur. The ghost song. The Latias lullaby that emerged only when her conscious mind released its grip on the human form she'd chosen. He pressed his forehead against the door and closed his eyes. He was in over his head. He knew that with the same clarity he'd known it 100 times before, standing in front of Mutuo at 10 years old, facing Arceus in Machina Town, watching the sky tear open over Kalos. Every time, he'd been in over his head. Every time, he'd gone forward anyway. But this was different. This wasn't about saving the world or protecting strangers. This was about one woman in that room, one impossible, miraculous, terrifying woman who had rewritten the laws of reality to be beside him, and who he was falling for with the unstoppable momentum of gravity, and who was in danger because of what she was and what she'd given up and who she'd given it up for. She chose me. He opened the door. Tia hadn't moved. Pikachu was curled against her, one ear twitching. Ash sat on his bed. Pulled off his boots. Lay down. I don't know how to deserve what you did, he said to the ceiling. But I'm going to spend the rest of my life trying. No response. She was asleep. He closed his eyes. The knock came at 4 in the morning. Ash was awake instantly, the kind of instant alertness that years of sleeping rough in dangerous places had programmed into his nervous system. His hand was on Pikachu before his eyes were fully open, and Pikachu's cheeks sparked in the darkness. The knock came again. Soft. Deliberate. 3 taps, a pause, 2 more. Ash crossed to the door in bare feet, keeping to the side so he wasn't directly in front of it. Tia was awake too, he could see the amber glow of her eyes in the darkness, alert, frightened. Who's there? A friend. Female voice. Older, calm, carrying an authority that didn't need to announce itself. One who's been looking for you, Mr. Ketchum. Well, not for you specifically. For what's traveling with you? Ash looked at Tia. She shook her head, she didn't recognize the voice. He opened the door a crack. The woman in the hallway was in her 50s, maybe 60s, with silver hair cut short and a face that looked like it had been carved by weather and hard choices. She wore travel clothes, practical, expensive, broken in. No insignia, no symbols. Her eyes were dark and sharp and missed nothing. My name is Dr. Lena Ashford, she said. I'm a xenobiologist formerly associated with the Ether Foundation. I resigned 3 years ago when I discovered what my colleagues were planning to do with legendary Pokemon energy. I've been tracking their operations ever since. The Covenant, Ash said. Her eyebrows rose slightly. You know the name. I know the symbol. I've fought their people. I know. I watched your exhibition match from the back row. Your opponent, Kale, is Commander Alara Vasa's personal attack dog. The fact that he was here means they've localized their search to this region. Her eyes moved past Ash to where Tia sat on the bed, barely visible in the dark room. Which means they've detected her. Ash's body shifted, unconscious and absolute. He moved to block the doorway more completely, placing himself between the stranger and Tia. Dr. Ashford noticed. A small, sad smile crossed her face. I'm not here to hurt her, Mr. Ketchum. I'm here because she's the only surviving free legendary signature in the Northern Hemisphere, and if the Covenant gets her, Axiom reaches critical threshold. Axiom. Their endgame. An artificial Pokemon built from harvested legendary essences. It's currently inert, they need one more core extraction to activate it. They've been hunting Latias for 6 months. Her gaze moved to Tia again. Though I suspect they'll find the extraction more complicated now than they expected. Behind Ash, Tia stood. She crossed the room and stood at his shoulder, not behind him, beside him, and looked at Dr. Ashford with those amber eyes. You know what I am, Tia said. I suspected since I heard the energy signature report from the tournament. The way you reacted to the enhanced Pokemon confirmed it. A human wouldn't feel that. A human couldn't. I'm human. You are now. But the energy signature of what you were doesn't vanish just because you changed your form. It dimmed, it disguised itself, but it's still there. Like perfume on a jacket, you can wash it, but something lingers. Dr. Ashford looked at both of them. Can I come in? What I have to say is better said sitting down. Ash looked at Tia. She studied the older woman for a long moment, her head doing that slight bird-like tilt, her eyes narrowing with the focused assessment of someone processing information on channels humans didn't have access to. She's telling the truth, Tia said quietly. Ash stepped aside. Dr. Ashford sat in the room's one chair and spoke with the measured precision of a scientist delivering findings, but the content was anything but clinical. The Covenant had been operating for 5 years. Founded by Director Soren, a name she said with the careful disgust of someone who'd worked alongside the man and lost colleagues to his vision. Soren was a former member of the Pokemon League Council, one of the 12 officials who governed League operations across all regions. He'd used his position to funnel resources, identify legendary Pokemon locations, and recruit researchers and trainers who shared his conviction that legendary Pokemon were humanity's greatest existential threat. His argument isn't insane, Dr. Ashford said, and the admission clearly cost her something. The last decade has seen 17 legendary-level incidents resulting in civilian casualties. Groudon and Kyogre nearly destroyed Hoenn. Dialga and Palkia tore holes in reality over Sino. The Ultra Beast incursion in Alola killed 37 people. Each time, the world was saved by trainers, by you, Mr. Ketchum, more than once, but Soren's position is that relying on children and chance is not a strategy. He wants to control them, Ash said. He wants to replace them. Axiom isn't meant to capture or subjugate legendaries. It's meant to make them obsolete. A single, controllable entity with the combined power of multiple legendaries, answering to human command. No more rogue weather events, no more dimensional rifts, no more alien invasions. Just one god, on a leash. Except the leash is made of screaming, Tia said. Her voice was flat. The aura cores, the harvested essences, they're conscious. They feel. They suffer. I felt them today, in that arena, and they were begging. Not for freedom. For death. Because death would hurt less. Dr. Ashford's composure fractured, just slightly. I know. That's why I left. She laid out what she knew. The Covenant had cells across multiple regions, disguised as private security firms, research institutes, conservation groups. They'd successfully extracted aura cores from at least 6 legendaries, not by killing them, but by a process she described as spiritual vivisection, which was exactly as horrifying as it sounded. The legendaries survived the extraction, but as shadows of themselves, diminished, confused, their divine essence ripped away and compressed into crystalline containers. They got Latios's essence from the soul dew, she said, and Tia made a sound like she'd been punched. 6 months ago. A covert operation in Alto Mare. Lorenzo, the Guardian, he tried to stop them. Lorenzo is dead, Tia whispered. It wasn't a question. I'm sorry. He fought. He fought hard. But they came with a full tactical team, and he was one old man with a hammer. Tia turned away. Walked to the window. Put both hands on the sill and stood there, and the line of her back was so rigid and so fragile that Ash had to physically stop himself from crossing the room. Bianca? Tia asked without turning around. Alive. In hiding. She's been searching for you. For Latias. For you. Dr. Ashford paused. She doesn't know about your transformation. Very few people know the rite of becoming is even possible. In all recorded history, it's been performed fewer than a dozen times. Because it's irreversible, Tia said. Because it's a death. The legendary dies and something new is born in its place, something that carries echoes but is fundamentally, her voice broke. She pressed her forehead against the window glass. New. Ash couldn't stand it anymore. He crossed the room and stood beside her, not touching, just present. Close enough that she could feel his warmth. Close enough that if she needed to fall, he'd be there. She didn't fall. She straightened. Turned to Dr. Ashford. "What do you need from us?" "I need you to survive," Dr. Ashford said simply. "You're the only free legendary signature they haven't harvested. Without your essence, or rather, the echo of it that your transformed body still carries, Axiom can't reach full activation. You are, quite literally, the last piece of the puzzle. As long as you exist and they don't have you, Axiom stays dormant. So I'm bait. You're a keystone. There's a difference. Not from where I'm standing. From where I'm standing, you're the most important person in the world right now. And you've attached yourself to one of the most capable trainers alive. Dar. Ashford looked at Ash. That wasn't an accident, was it? Ash met her eyes. No. It wasn't. Tia looked at him. Something passed between them, not words, not even a clear thought, but an understanding. A pact, silent and absolute. Together. Whatever comes. Dr. Ashford reached into her jacket and produced a small device, a modified Pokédex, by the look of it, but with additions that were clearly custom-built. This is a resonance scanner. It can detect Aura Core signatures within a 50-mile radius. It can also detect Covenant tracking technology. As long as you carry it, you'll have advance warning when they're close. Ash took it. It was warm in his hand. The screen showed a topographic map of the region with their location as a blue dot and several faint red dots at the edges, the Covenant's presence, distant but unmistakable. Head north through the Thornwood, Dr. Ashford said. It's dangerous, their forces are concentrated there, but it's also the fastest route to the Sino border, and once you're across, you'll be in Champion Cynthia's territory. She's been building a case against the Covenant for 2 years. She can protect you. I don't need protection, Tia said. You need allies. That's not the same thing. And you? Ash asked. Where will you be? Continuing what I've been doing for 3 years. Gathering evidence. Contacting resistance elements within the League. Trying to wake up a bureaucracy before it's too late. She stood. Buttoned her jacket. I'll find you again when I can. In the meantime, trust your instincts, Mr. Ketchum. They've gotten you this far. She left. Ash and Tia stood in the room, the resonance scanner between them, the first gray light of dawn creeping through the window. Well, Ash said. Well. Artificial God. Stolen legendary souls. Shadow organization with League connections. Race against time. Standard Tuesday for you, from what I've heard. He looked at her. She was trying to smile. It wasn't working particularly well, but the effort, the sheer, stubborn insistence on finding humor in the darkest moment, hit him somewhere deep. We should go, he said. Now, before they move on the town. Agreed. He started packing. Tia watched him for a moment, then moved to help, and they worked together in a silence that was becoming familiar, not empty, but full. Full of things unsaid, things understood, things building toward an expression that would come when it was ready and not a moment before. As they shouldered their packs and headed for the door, Tia stopped. Ash. Yeah. What you said last night. That you heard me. He went very still. Last night. The room. The things she'd said about flying, about choosing, about him. And his inadequate response, you should sleep, the coward's exit. I thought you were asleep. I wasn't. Look, I should have said more. I should have, you said enough. She stepped closer. Close enough that he could see the individual flecks of gold in her amber eyes. You said you didn't know how to deserve it. That's wrong. You already deserve it. You deserved it when you carried a broken Pokemon out of a storm and talked to her for 3 days and told her stories about your life because you thought silence was giving up. That's when I knew I made the right choice. Not in the cave. Years before the cave. She reached up and pressed her palm flat against his chest, over his heart. This is why, she said. Not your battles. Not your victories. This. The part of you that can't walk away from someone who's hurting. The part that doesn't know how to stop trying. Ash couldn't speak. His throat was closed. His heart was hammering against her palm, and she could feel it, and she smiled, that warm, scared, brave smile that was becoming the center of his universe. Let's go, she said, and dropped her hand, and walked through the door. Ash stood there for 2 seconds. 3. His heart was doing something complicated and irreversible and absolutely terrifying. Then he followed her. They left Greymore in the pre-dawn gray, moving fast along the eastern road toward the dark line of the Thornwood. Pikachu rode on Tia's shoulder, his permanent new post, apparently, and Ash walked at her side with the resonance scanner in his pocket, checking it every few minutes. The red dots were closer than they'd been last night. Moving. Converging. He didn't tell Tia. She already knew, he could see it in the way she walked, alert and coiled, her head turning at every sound, that bird-like motion that was becoming less strange and more endearing by the hour. The road wound through farmland, past fields of tall grass where toros grazed and wooloo huddled in nervous clusters. The farmers were already up, working their land with the resigned efficiency of people who lived at the edge of wilderness and knew that anything could come out of it at any time. An old man waved at them from a fence line. Heading east? That's the plan, Ash said. Take the low trail when you hit the tree line. High trail's been blocked since the military types moved through. They've got equipment up there, big stuff, generators, those antenna things that make the Noctowl go crazy. He spat. Bad business. Government says they're doing research. Research doesn't need armed guards. Thanks for the tip. Watch yourselves. Something's not right in those woods. They kept walking. The Thornwood grew larger on the horizon, a wall of ancient trees that rose out of the landscape like a fortress, dark and dense and primordial. Even from a mile away, Ash could feel the weight of it. Old growth. Centuries of accumulated life, layer upon layer, an ecosystem so complex and so deep that humans could enter it and simply disappear. Tia felt it too, but differently. She slowed as they approached the tree line, her eyes going distant, her breathing changing. What is it? Ash asked. The forest is afraid, she said. The Pokemon inside, hundreds of them, they're agitated. Displaced. Something is disrupting the natural energy flow. The Covenant's equipment. Yes. It's like, imagine someone jamming a spike into a river. The water doesn't stop flowing, but it flows wrong. Everything downstream is affected. Ash checked the scanner. The red dots had moved again. Some were ahead of them, inside the Thornwood. Others were behind, closer to Greymore. They were being funneled. They're hurting us, Ash said. Tia nodded. She'd already figured it out. The attack on me in the mountains. It wasn't random. They drove me south, toward Greymore. They knew I'd be found. They wanted me to be found, by someone. By you, maybe. Or anyone who would draw me out of hiding. Why not just grab you directly? Because I was still Latias then. Even wounded, a legendary is dangerous. But now, she looked at her hands. Human hands. Fragile hands. Now I'm this. And this is much easier to capture. Not while I'm here. Ash, not. While I'm here. She held his gaze. Whatever she saw there must have satisfied her, because she didn't argue. She just nodded once, squared those narrow shoulders, and walked into the thornwood. Ash followed. The trees closed over them like a door shutting. Inside the thornwood, the world changed. The morning light, already gray, filtered through layers of canopy until it was twilight dim, a green-tinged gloom where distance lost meaning and sound behaved strangely. Ash could hear water running somewhere, but he couldn't tell if it was 10 feet away or 100. Birds called, their songs bouncing off tree trunks and returning as echoes that sounded like responses from another direction entirely. The path, the low trail the farmer had mentioned, was narrow and overgrown, more suggestion than road. Ash led, moving carefully, Tia close behind. "Don't touch the gligger vines," she said as he reached for a handhold on a tree trunk. He looked. What he'd thought was bark was a thin, thorned vine, perfectly camouflaged. One touch and it would inject a paralytic toxin. "How did you? I can feel them. They're life signatures. Everything in here is alive and very, very territorial." She navigated the forest like she'd been born in it, or rather, like she'd known it from above, from a perspective that understood the whole even when limited to walking through the parts. She redirected them around a beadrill nest that Ash would have walked straight into. She identified a patch of seemingly solid ground as a trapinch colony that would have collapsed under their weight. She found a stream when Ash was getting thirsty and tested it by dipping her finger in the water and closing her eyes and telling him which minerals were present and whether they were safe. "You can taste water chemistry through your skin." "Apparently." She looked at her wet finger with mild surprise. "That's new. I didn't know I could still do that." "What else can you still do?" She considered this. "I can feel emotions. Not detailed thoughts, just weather patterns. You're worried right now, but also alert. Focused. She paused. Tilted her head. A warm current underneath the worry. Like a fire in a cold room. That one confuses me because I don't know what it's directed at." Ash suddenly found the nearest tree very interesting. "Must be a general thing. Background noise." She didn't sound convinced. "I can also move faster than I should. Not like before, not flight speeds, nothing close. But there are moments where my body moves before my mind decides to move, and it's faster than physics should allow." "Anything else?" "I can hear Pokemon. Not their words, they don't use words the way humans do, but their intentions. Their emotional states. It's like standing in a room full of people speaking a language you used to be fluent in, and you've forgotten most of the vocabulary but you still understand the feeling behind the sentences. That's useful. It's also exhausting. Every Pokemon in this forest is frightened, Ash. Every single one. The Covenant's presence here has disrupted the energy flow so badly that the entire ecosystem is in crisis. The territorial ones are aggressive. The timid ones have gone underground. The predators are hunting desperately because their prey has fled. She stopped walking. Ash stopped too. What? Ahead. 200 meters. 4 people. Armed. Not trainers, they feel different. Colder. More mechanical. Ash pulled the scanner from his pocket. 4 red dots, directly ahead, stationary. Blocking the trail. Can we go around? Tia closed her eyes. Concentrated. There's a gap in their formation. 30 meters to the left. But the undergrowth is dense, and there are Ariados webs. Septile can handle the webs. You stay behind me. I can help, Tia. He caught her arm. Gentle but firm. If they see you, if they have sensors that can detect your energy signature, we go from being travelers they need to check to being the target they've been hunting. Right now, anonymity is our best weapon. She didn't like it. That much was obvious from every line of her body, every tightened muscle, every flash of amber in her eyes. She wanted to fight. Whatever she'd been before, whatever gods or legendaries were, they weren't creatures that hid from danger. But she was human now. And humans survived by being smart, not just powerful. "Okay," she said. "Lead." Ash released Sceptile. The grass type materialized without a sound and immediately blended into the forest, his green scales becoming one with the foliage. "Pathfinder," Ash whispered. "Left flank. Clear the webs, mark the trail." Silent. Sceptile vanished into the undergrowth. They moved. It was slow, painstaking work, each step chosen for silence, each branch pushed aside with care, each pause filled with the sound of breathing and the distant voices of the Covenant agents on the trail ahead. Ash could hear them now. Fragments of conversation, carried on the still forest air. Signature was strong in Greymore. "Someone's carrying an unshielded resonance," Kale said to hold the perimeter. "Nothing gets through without," heard there was a woman with Ketchum. Description matches the Alto Mare projection, Alto Mare projection. They had a model of what Latias might look like in human form. They'd predicted the transformation. They'd been expecting it. Ash's blood went cold. He looked at Tia. She'd heard it too. Her face was white, her jaw locked, and the amber in her eyes had brightened to a glow that would be visible in this darkness if anyone looked directly at her. "Eyes down," he breathed. She closed her eyes. Clenched her fists. When she opened them again, the glow was gone, locked down by pure willpower. They slipped past. Sceptile's trail was clean, Ariados webs cut, branches marked with subtle blade nicks, the path threading through the densest part of the undergrowth where the canopy was so thick that even thermal imaging would struggle. 50 meters past the patrol, they stopped. Ash's heart was hammering. Tia was shaking, not from fear, from the effort of suppressing her energy signature, of being small when every instinct she'd ever had screamed at her to be vast. "Breathe," Ash said. "I'm breathing." Slower. She closed her eyes and breathed, and gradually the shaking eased. When she opened her eyes, they were amber again, warm, human amber, not the blazing gold of something divine. "We need to keep moving," she said. "I know. But first, can you feel how many more are between us and the north edge?" She concentrated. Ash watched the micro-expressions play across her face, focus, effort, strain, and then something that looked like counting. 12. Maybe 15. Spread in a loose net across the forest. They're focused on the main trails. The deep forest between the trails is relatively clear. Then we go deep. Ash, the deep forest has Ursuluna. Territorial ones. And the energy disruption has them, I have Charizard. Charizard's fire would light up every sensor they have. Then I won't use fire. She stared at him. Slowly, unwillingly, a smile crept across her face. The kind of smile that said you're insane and I wouldn't be anywhere else. You're insane. I've been told. By everyone, presumably. It's a popular opinion. She laughed, that wind chime sound, muffled this time, pressed behind her hand, but still bright. Still alive. Still the most beautiful sound Ash had ever heard in a forest that was trying very hard to be frightening. They went deep. The deep thornwood was a different country. The canopy here was so dense that the forest floor existed in permanent twilight, even at midday. Enormous root systems created walls and corridors of living wood, and the ground was carpeted in luminescent moss that cast a faint blue-green glow over everything. Mushrooms the size of dinner plates grew from fallen trunks, some of them pulsing with a bioluminescence that Ash recognized, Amunga spores, not dangerous unless disturbed, but eerily beautiful. Tia walked through this world with a peace that surprised him. In the deep forest, away from the Covenant's disruption equipment, the natural energy flows were intact, and whatever remaining connection she had to the world's living systems was nourished rather than assaulted. Her shoulders dropped. Her breathing eased. She moved through the gloom with a grace that was slightly more than human, not supernatural, just tuned, the way a musician is tuned to pitch or a dancer is tuned to rhythm. "You're happier in here," Ash observed. "The forest is alive," she said simply. "Really alive. The outer areas are traumatized, but in here, the roots go deep. The Covenant can't touch this." She pressed her hand against a trunk wider than Ash was tall. "This tree is 400 years old. It's seen ice ages and droughts and the rise and fall of civilizations, and it's still here. There's something comforting about that. You can feel the age of a tree. I can feel its patience. It's the same thing, really." They walked for hours. Sceptile ranged ahead, clearing path, marking trail. Pikachu stayed on Tia's shoulder, ears rotating like satellite dishes, alert for threats. Ash kept the scanner in his hand, tracking the red dots that were now mostly behind them as they pushed deeper into the forest's interior. Once, they heard a distant crash, trees falling, the sound of heavy machinery. The Covenant, expanding their perimeter. The sound was miles away but carried clearly through the still forest air. "They're cutting trees," Tia said, and her voice held something that might have been grief. "Old ones. We'll stop them." "How?" "I don't know yet. But we will." She looked at him. That look, the one that said she believed him, not because she had evidence but because he was Ash Ketchum and believing him was something she'd been doing for longer than he knew. "Okay," she said. Late afternoon. They'd covered maybe 10 miles through the deep forest, and Ash was starting to think about finding a sheltered spot for the night when Tia stopped dead. "Down," she hissed. He dropped. Pikachu flattened. Sceptile vanished. Through a gap in the root walls, Ash saw it, a clearing, larger than the natural openings in the forest, created not by cutting but by death. The trees at the edges were gray, leafless, their bark cracked and peeling. The ground was black, not burned but drained, every trace of life pulled from the soil, leaving behind a dead zone roughly 100 meters across. In the center of the dead zone, a structure. Not a building, a machine. Black metal, roughly pyramidal, about the size of a house. Cables ran from its base into the ground like roots, and from its apex a column of pale blue light rose into the canopy and disappeared. The same blue as the enhanced Pokémon's glow. The same blue as stolen legendary power. Around the machine, for Covenant personnel in gray uniforms, monitoring equipment, checking readouts, speaking in the clipped shorthand of technicians performing routine maintenance on something they understood mechanically but not morally. Tia was rigid beside him. Her eyes were fixed on the machine and they were blazing, not the warm amber of her human guise but the burning gold of something that had once been divine and remembered. "That's a siphon," she whispered. "It's pulling life energy from the forest and converting it to a carrier frequency for aura core power. That's how they're boosting their enhanced Pokémon, not just the cores, but a constant feed from the environment. They're draining the forest to power their army. Can we destroy it?" "Yes. But they'll know. Every Covenant agent in the Thornwood will converge on this position within minutes." Ash waited. The siphon was killing the forest. Every hour it operated, more trees died, more Pokémon fled or suffered. Leaving it intact was tactically smart, draw no attention, slip through the net, reach Sino. But Ash Ketchum didn't leave things like this standing. "Sceptile," he murmured. "How fast can you cut through that power column?" Sceptile assessed. One leaf blade arm tested the air. He held up 2 fingers. 2 seconds. Pikachu. Thunder. The base cables. "On my mark." Pikachu nodded. His cheeks sparked, building charge. "Tia, when it goes down, the feedback might be loud." "Are you?" "I'm ready." He looked at her. Gold eyes. Iron jaw. She wasn't Latias anymore. She wasn't the frightened woman who'd flinched at loud red cries. She was something new, something that combined the courage of what she'd been with the fierce, mortal determination of what she'd become. "Now," Ash said. Sceptile moved like a green streak through the clearing, leaf blade shearing through the power column in a single stroke. The blue light exploded into shards that dissolved like ice in sun. Thunder. Pikachu's bolt hit the base cables and the machine screamed, a mechanical shriek, metal twisting, energy discharging in wild arcs. The 4 technicians dove for cover. The black pyramid cracked down the middle, blue energy hemorrhaging from the split, and with a final convulsive shudder, it collapsed into itself and died. The silence that followed was deafening. Then, from every direction, the forest sighed. Ash felt it, a release, like pressure dropping, like a held breath finally exhaled. The dead trees at the clearing's edge didn't revive, but at the boundary, the living trees seemed to stand taller, their leaves shifting with a vitality that hadn't been there moments ago. "The energy flow is restoring," Tia breathed. "It's coming back. Good. Now we run." They ran. Behind them, alarms sounded, electronic, sharp, cutting through the forest's quiet. The technicians were recovering, calling for backup. The red dots on the scanner converged on the clearing's position, pulling away from the perimeter. Away from the north edge. Away from their escape route. "You did that on purpose," Tia said as they ran, not quite breathlessly but getting there. "Did what?" "Destroyed the siphon." It wasn't just about stopping them, it was about pulling their forces away from the perimeter. "You used their own response protocol against them." Ash grinned. It was the fierce, wild grin of a trainer in his element, danger on all sides, stakes impossibly high, and a plan that was just crazy enough to work. "I've been playing strategy games against gym leaders and champions for 8 years. You learn a thing or two about controlling the board. You're insane. So you keep saying. I keep meaning it." They hit the north perimeter at a sprint. The gap Tia had sensed was wider now, the guards having pulled back toward the siphon site. Sceptile blazed the trail. Pikachu sparked on Tia's shoulder, alert, ready. The tree line appeared ahead, the north edge of the thornwood, opening onto a rocky highland that stretched toward the Sino border mountains. Open ground. Exposed, dangerous, but free. They burst from the trees and into the fading afternoon light, and Ash turned to look back at the thornwood, dark, ancient, wounded but healing, and felt a satisfaction that went beyond strategy. One machine down. One forest breathing again. It wasn't enough. But it was a start. They made camp that night in a rocky hollow above the tree line, sheltered from wind and partially hidden by a boulder arrangement that some long-dead glacier had left behind like a gift for future fugitives. Ash set up the camp with practiced efficiency, tarp for rain cover, Charizard for warmth and perimeter, Sceptile on watch, Pikachu curled in his usual spot, on Tia's lap, the traitor. They ate cold rations because a fire would be visible for miles. Tia ate her portion with the same quiet intensity she brought to everything, but her mind was clearly elsewhere. Her eyes kept drifting south, toward the thornwood, and her expression cycled between anger and grief and something that looked like resolve crystallizing. "There'll be more siphons," she said. "They won't rely on just one." "Probably. An axiom. Dr. Ashford said it needs one more core. Mine. The echo of yours. You're human now. The echo is enough. The rite of becoming changes the body, but the resonance, the frequency of what I was, it's woven into every cell. They could extract it the same way they extracted the others, and it would." She stopped. "It would kill me." The words hung in the cold air. "That's not going to happen," Ash said. "You keep saying things like that." "Because I keep meaning them." She looked at him across the small space of their camp, and the moonlight caught her eyes and made them glow, and in that moment she looked like both things she was, the woman and the ghost of a god, and Ash's chest ached with a feeling that had stopped being confusing and started being simply, absolutely, undeniably true. "Ash." "Yeah." When this is over, if we survive, I want to see the ocean. I've been over it 1,000 times but I've never stood in it. I want to know what sand feels like between toes. I want to taste salt water. I want to be ordinary, just for one day. You'll never be ordinary. You know what I mean. Yeah. He smiled. I know what you mean. We'll find a beach. I promise. She smiled back. That smile, his favorite one, the one that was brave and fragile and full of all the tomorrows she'd chosen to believe in. Tell me about your journey, she said. Not the battles. Not the league stuff. The parts nobody writes about. The walking. The boring parts. The boring parts. I want to know what it's like to be you on a regular day. So he told her. About the long roads between towns, the campsites that were just a patch of grass under trees, the mornings where the only sound was birdsong and his own footsteps. About the taste of instant noodles cooked over a camp stove at midnight. About getting lost in places that didn't have names and finding his way by Pokemon calls and star patterns. About the loneliness that crept in on the quiet nights, and the stubborn joy that burned it away every morning when he opened his eyes and remembered he was alive and the road was waiting. She listened with that total, consuming focus. And somewhere in the telling, her eyes closed and her breathing slowed and she fell asleep sitting up, which was a very Pokemon thing to do and a very endearing thing to do, and Ash gently guided her down to the bedroll and pulled the blanket over her and sat watch for a while, listening to the wind and the distant cry of mountain Pokemon and the steady rhythm of her breathing. The scanner showed the red dots regrouping, reforming the perimeter they'd broken through. But they were behind now. The north edge was clear. Tomorrow, they'd reach the Highland Trails. In 2 days, Sino. In 3, maybe, Cynthia. The road ahead was long and dangerous and full of things that wanted to hurt the woman sleeping beside him. Ash checked his Pokeballs. Full team, healed, ready. Let them come, he said to the night. The night didn't answer. But somewhere in the darkness, Pikachu's ears twitched, and a small spark crackled in agreement. Ash closed his eyes. Slept. Dreamed of the ocean. And somewhere far away, in a facility that didn't exist on any map, a man named Soren reviewed the day's reports, the siphon's destruction, Kale's test match, the confirmed sighting of a legendary energy signature in the company of Ash Ketchum, and smiled the patient smile of someone who had been planning this for 5 years and wasn't about to be derailed by one trainer and one former god. Let them run, he said to the empty room. Everything runs toward us in the end. He pressed a button. In a vault below the facility, something that was almost alive and almost divine pulsed once with cold blue light. Axiom waited. Chapter 2 End. Chapter 3, The Weight of Wings. The Highland Trail was a knife edge. Not metaphorically, the actual path was a strip of packed earth barely 2 feet wide, running along the spine of a ridge that dropped away on both sides into fog-choked valleys. The wind came at them sideways, cold and constant, carrying the smell of ice from peaks that were still weeks away from thawing despite the calendar's insistence that spring had arrived. Ash walked with his weight centered, each step deliberate, eyes on the trail. Behind him, Tia moved with that uncanny sure-footedness she developed, not quite human grace, something more efficient, as if her body calculated terrain angles faster than conscious thought. They'd been walking since dawn. The Thornwood was a dark smear on the southern horizon, and the highland stretched ahead in a series of undulating ridges that looked, from this elevation, like the frozen waves of a stone ocean. Somewhere beyond those ridges was the Sino border. 2 days, maybe less if they pushed. The scanner's been clear since midnight, Ash said. No red dots within range. They pulled back to the forest, Tia said. The siphon destruction rattled them. They're regrouping. Good. Buys us time. It buys us hours, Ash. Not days. He didn't argue. She was right. The Covenant had resources, technology, and a patience born of 5 years of careful planning. One destroyed siphon was a bee sting, not a mortal wound. But bee stings added up. And Ash had always been good at stinging. They crested the ridge and the wind died suddenly, blocked by a rock formation that jutted from the hillside like a ship's prow. In the wind's shadow, the air was still, almost warm, and the fog had burned off enough to reveal the valley below, green, deep, threaded with silver streams. "Rest here," Ash said. They sat in the lee of the rock. Pikachu hopped from Tia's shoulder and shook himself vigorously, sending static sparks flying. Tia pulled her jacket tighter. She was always cold now, her mortal body lacking the internal furnace that a legendary's metabolism provided. Ash handed her a ration bar. She took it, unwrapped it, and took a bite with the same deliberate attention she gave everything, chewing slowly, processing flavor like data. "You've gotten better at eating," he observed. "Practice. I've been doing it for almost a week now. I'm practically an expert." "You still make that face." "What face?" "The face like you've just discovered something miraculous." "Every single bite." "Because every single bite is miraculous. You've been eating your whole life, so you've forgotten. But the first time you taste salt, real salt, on your tongue, the way it changes everything it touches, that's a miracle. The first time you eat something warm and it heats you from the inside out. The first time you bite into fruit and it's sweet and the juice runs down your chin and your whole body goes, yes, more of this, forever." She gestured with the ration bar. "Even this cardboard excuse for food has 17 distinct flavors. I counted. It's supposed to have 3. Chocolate, peanut, and sadness." She laughed. That sound, he'd been hearing it for days now, and it still caught him like a hook in the chest. Bright. Unguarded. The laugh of someone who'd spent her whole existence experiencing joy as a concept and was now experiencing it as a physical sensation and couldn't get enough. "Sadness isn't a flavor," she said. "You haven't eaten enough ration bars." She was still laughing when Pikachu's ears snapped straight up. Ash stopped mid-breath. He knew that posture. Every trainer who'd spent years with a partner Pokémon knew that posture, the sudden rigidity, the fixed stare, the crackling charge that said something's wrong and it's close. "What is it?" Tia whispered. Pikachu's head turned slowly to the east. His cheek sparked. Once. Twice. 3 times in rapid succession, their old signal for multiple threats, incoming fast. Ash was on his feet. Pokeballs in hand. The scanner, he pulled it out. The screen was a constellation of red dots, at least a dozen of them, converging from the east in a formation that was too organized to be coincidence. "They flanked us," he said. "Came up through the eastern valley while we were on the ridge." "How?" "The scanner was clear, they know about the scanner. They were shielding. Staying just outside range and closing the gap while the terrain blocked the signal." He calculated distance, speed, interception points. "They'll reach us in 10 minutes. Maybe less." Tia stood. The color had drained from her face but her expression was hard, focused, the fear compressed into something denser and more useful. "We can't outrun them on this terrain," she said. "The ridge trail is the only path north. If they block it, then we go through them." Ash. 12 operatives. Enhanced Pokémon. "We barely survived Kale's 2. We didn't barely survive. We won." He met her eyes. "And I'm not running anymore. Not from these people." She stared at him for a long moment. Then something shifted behind her eyes, a decision, made deep, made permanent. "Then we fight together. Tia, together. That's what you said. Whatever comes. I'm not going to hide behind a rock while you could get hurt. I'm already hurt. I've been hurt since they killed my brother and stole his soul and shoved it into a machine. I've been hurt since they carved their symbol into my skin. Being hurt is not new to me. Her voice dropped. Being able to fight back is. Ash looked at her, this woman who had been a god and had chosen to be mortal and who was standing on a mountainside with clenched fists and blazing eyes asking him to let her stand beside him, and realized that telling her no would be an insult to everything she was. Stay close, he said. If it gets bad, it's already bad. Let's make it worse for them. Despite everything, he grinned. That wild, reckless grin that had been scaring his enemies and inspiring his friends since he was 10 years old. Charizard. Greninja. Sceptile. 3 Pokeballs, 3 flashes, 3 partners materializing on the ridge with the battle-ready alertness of Pokemon who had fought beside their trainer through the impossible and come out the other side. Pikachu leaped to Ash's shoulder, cheeks blazing. Formation, Ash said. Charizard, air superiority, stay high, watch for flanking maneuvers. Sceptile, take the tree line below the ridge, guerrilla strikes. Greninja, with me. They moved. Understood. 8 years of battles had created a language between Ash and his Pokemon that didn't need words, a shared combat consciousness that adapted in real time, each partner knowing their role and trusting the others to fill theirs. Ash turned to Tia. Can you sense them? Individual positions. She closed her eyes. The effort showed in the tightness of her jaw, the slight tremor in her hands. She was reaching for abilities that no longer fully belonged to her, straining the echo of legendary power through a mortal nervous system. 12 agents. 8 on the trail ahead, 4 circling below the ridge to cut off retreat. They have 6 enhanced Pokemon between them. And, her eyes snapped open. Ash. One of them is different. Stronger. Much stronger. He's at the center of the formation. Kale. They came out of the eastern fog like ghosts, gray uniforms, tactical gear, faces hidden behind visored helmets. Professional, efficient, spacing themselves across the ridge trail and the slopes below with the precision of people who had rehearsed this exact scenario. 8 ahead. 4 behind. And in the center, walking with the unhurried confidence of a man who had already won, Kale. He looked different today. The black jacket was gone, replaced by a fitted gray uniform that matched his team's, and he carried something at his hip that Ash hadn't seen before, a device, roughly cylindrical, that pulsed with that familiar cold blue light. Catch him, Kale called across the 100 meters between them. His voice carried easily in the mountain air, calm and conversational. I was hoping you'd take the highland route. The forest is so tedious. Kale. Brought friends this time. Standard extraction protocol. Nothing personal. His eyes moved to Tia, standing at Ash's right. Hello, Latias. Tia didn't flinch. She met his gaze with a steadiness that Ash felt like a physical force beside him. My name is Tia. Your name is a fiction you're wearing like a costume. But I respect the commitment. Kale stopped walking. His team stopped with him, synchronized, choreographed. Here's how this works, catch 'em. You have 3 options. 1. Hand over the legendary, walk away unharmed. You get to keep being the world's most stubborn trainer. No hard feelings. No. I hadn't finished. 2. Fight, lose, and we take her anyway, except now you're hurt and your Pokemon are hurt and nothing was accomplished except unnecessary suffering. Still no. 3. Kale paused. That dangerous smile. Fight, win, and escape. But that option doesn't exist, because I brought 12 people and 8 enhanced Pokemon and a new toy that Commander Voss specifically designed for this situation. He tapped the device at his hip. So really, you have 2 options. I'll take the one that doesn't exist. I figured. Kale unclipped a Pokeball. Around the ridge, his agents did the same. 8 enhanced Pokemon materialized simultaneously, Ash cataloged them in a single sweep. 2 Tyranitar, a Garchomp, a Salamence, a Metagross, 2 Aggron, and something he'd never seen before, a Pokemon that might have been a Golurk, but twisted, its body crackling with so much stolen blue energy that its original form was almost unrecognizable. And then Kale released his own. A new one, not the Hydreigon or Metagross from Greymore. This was a Dragonite. Ash had fought Dragonite before. Dozens of them. Lance's Dragonite, Iris's Dragonite, Wild Dragonite, Trained Dragonite, Competitive Dragonite. He knew the species inside and out, their speed, their power ceiling, their behavioral patterns. This was not a Dragonite he recognized. It was massive, half again the size of a standard specimen, and the blue glow suffusing its body was brighter, denser, more coherent than anything he'd seen in the enhanced Pokemon before. Its eyes were twin points of cold light. Its scales had taken on a metallic sheen that wasn't natural, wasn't technology, it was something in between, a fusion of organic and artificial that made Ash's stomach turn. New model, Kale said, almost proudly. Triple core implantation. 3 legendary essences working in concert. Voss's masterpiece. 3. They'd put 3 stolen souls inside one Pokemon. Tia's hand found Ash's arm. Her grip was crushing. I can hear them, she whispered, and her voice broke on the words. 3 voices. 3 legendaries, trapped and layered on top of each other, screaming in 3 different frequencies. Ash, I know. He covered her hand with his. Squeezed. I know. We're going to help them. But first we survive. She nodded. Released his arm. Stepped back, not in retreat, but in positioning, the instinctive spatial awareness of a creature that had spent its entire prior existence understanding 3-dimensional combat. Ash faced the line. Charizard, he said. The Salamence. Take it out of the sky, air superiority is non-negotiable. Charizard roared and launched, wings spreading, flame streaming. Sceptile. The 2 Agron. Speed advantage, don't let them set up. Sceptile vanished into the undergrowth, a green streak. Pikachu. The Metagross. Same strategy as Greymore. Target the core. Pikachu leaped from his shoulder, cheeks erupting with stored charge, and streaked toward the Metagross with the precision of a bolt of lightning in mouse form. Greninja. Ash locked eyes with his partner. The bond hummed between them, that resonance that went beyond training, beyond friendship, into the territory of shared existence. You and me. The Dragonite. Greninja materialized beside him. The transformation started immediately, water rising, reshaping, darkening. Ash Greninja stood on the highland, and the air around them compressed with the weight of 2 beings becoming one. Kale watched this with an expression that was almost respectful. Still impressive, he said. Every time. I'll take that as a compliment. Take it as an epitaph. The battle began. Combat at this scale was chaos theory made physical. Charizard hit the Salamence at altitude and the sky became a furnace, fire streams and dragon pulses crisscrossing above the ridge, each collision producing shockwaves that shook the ground. The Salamence was enhanced, faster and harder than nature intended, but Charizard had something the stolen power couldn't replicate, 30,000 hours of flight experience and the absolute refusal to lose the sky. Below, Sceptile worked the 2 Agron like a surgeon, darting in, striking joints and gaps in armor, vanishing before the counterattack could connect. Leaf Blade carved lines in enhanced steel. The Agron were strong but slow, and Sceptile was neither. He made them chase him into the undergrowth, separated them, took them apart in sequence. Pikachu fought the Metagross the way only Pikachu could, with an intelligence that bordered on prescience and a speed that made mockery of physics. Iron Tail. Quick attack. Thunderbolt at the core, again and again, targeting the stolen power's nexus with the precision they'd developed in Greymore. The Metagross was stronger than the last one. Pikachu was angrier. It balanced out. And at the center of it all, Ash and Greninja faced the Dragonite. The first exchange was information. Greninja threw water shurikens at 3 different angles, testing speed, defensive reactions, absorption patterns. The Dragonite swatted 2 out of the air with casual contempt and tanked the third on its chest without flinching. The blue energy rippled across its scales and the water evaporated on contact. Faster absorption than the Metagross, Ash murmured. 3 cores means 3 times the buffer. The Dragonite attacked. Dragon Rush, not the standard version, but something amplified, the blue energy condensing around its body into a battering ram of force that distorted the air itself. Greninja dodged, barely, and the Dragon Rush hit the rock formation behind him and erased it. Not shattered, erased, reduced to gravel and dust in an instant. That's new, Ash said through the bond. Greninja agreed. They adjusted. Speed was the play. If the Dragonite hit them, there wouldn't be a second chance. So don't get hit. Simple. Impossible. The kind of thing Ash had been doing his whole life. They circled. Greninja moved in a constant orbit around the Dragonite, too fast to target, throwing probing attacks that were designed not to damage but to map. Every Pokémon had a rhythm, a pattern, even enhanced ones. The stolen power might amplify the body, but the mind underneath was still a Dragonite, still thought like a Dragonite, still carried the instincts and tendencies of its species. There. A delay. After a heavy attack, Dragon Rush, Hyper Beam, anything that required full commitment, the Dragonite's left side dropped. Not much. A fraction of a second. The 3 cores inside it needed a moment to realign, to redistribute the stolen power, and in that moment the absorption field on the left side weakened. Same side, 3 hits, no pause, Ash commanded through the bond. Night Slash, Water Shuriken, Aerial Ace. Go. Greninja closed the distance in a blur. The Dragonite threw a thunder punch, Greninja twisted under it, the fist passing close enough to static charge his water veil, and drove Night Slash into the left flank. The dark energy bit. The Dragonite roared and countered with an outrage that Greninja dodged by inches, and in the half-second recovery window, Water Shuriken hit the same spot. Then Aerial Ace, a spinning strike that drove into the weakened scales with the force of a missile. The Dragonite staggered. Blue energy crackled and destabilized on its left side. For an instant, through the flickering field, Ash saw the Pokémon underneath, the real Dragonite, not the weapon, not the monster. And its expression wasn't rage. It was exhaustion. Bone-deep, soul-deep exhaustion, the face of a creature that had been carrying 3 screaming ghosts inside its body for God knew how long and wanted it to stop. Then the cores realigned and the blue fire surged back and the moment was gone. Again, Ash said. Same pattern. We crack it open a piece at a time. But the Dragonite had learned. It shifted stance, protecting its left side, and the next time Greninja tried the approach, a Dragon Pulse met him mid-strike and sent him flying across the ridge. Ash felt the hit. Pain lanced through his left shoulder, Greninja's landing point, and his vision widened for a second. Ash. Tia's voice, from behind him. I'm fine. He wasn't fine, but the battle didn't care about fine. Greninja, up. Recalibrate. Greninja rose. Hurt. Not finished. They'd been here before, worse odds, harder hits, deeper in the red. They'd always found a way. Around the ridge, the battle was evolving. Charizard had downed the Salamence, a brutal aerial clash that ended with a seismic toss from cloud height that cratered the hillside on impact. But the Salamance's crash had been close to the Covenant agents, and 2 of them had released additional Pokémon, the Tyranitar pair, massive and roaring, less enhanced but still dangerous, and they'd cornered Charizard in a crossfire. Sceptile had taken out 1 Aggron and was working on the second, but the twisted Golurk had entered the fight, and its stolen power made it a nightmare, slow but invulnerable, each punch carrying enough force to split the ridge. Pikachu was winning against the Metagross, but slowly, each exchange costing energy he couldn't afford. The core was fracturing, the stolen essence inside was rebelling as Pikachu's electrical attacks disrupted the containment, but the Metagross fought with the mindless ferocity of a creature in constant pain. And the Garchomp. Nobody was fighting the Garchomp yet, and it was circling the perimeter, waiting, patient, looking for an opening. Ash processed all of this in the seconds between Dragonite exchanges. The tactical picture was deteriorating. His team was winning individual fights but losing the aggregate, too many opponents, too much attrition, and Kale hadn't even engaged personally yet. He was standing back, watching, that device at his hip pulsing steadily. "Tia," Ash called between dodges. "The Garchomp. It's flanking. I see it. If it gets behind us," I said, "I see it." What happened next Ash would replay in his memory 1,000 times and never fully understand. Tia stepped forward. Not toward the Garchomp, toward the space between the Garchomp and Ash. She planted her feet. Extended her hands. And her eyes, which had been amber gold all morning, flared to a white-hot brilliance that lit up the foggy mountainside like a second sun. The Garchomp charged. Full speed. Dragon Claw extended, blue energy trailing like comet tails, the enhanced muscles driving it forward with the force of a derailing freight train. Tia screamed. Not in fear. The sound that came out of her throat was something older than language, deeper than human vocal cords should have been able to produce. It was a psychic shockwave compressed into sound, the last echo of a legendary's power, channeled through mortal flesh, and it hit the Garchomp like a wall. The Garchomp stopped. Not slowed, stopped. Mid-stride, mid-air, frozen in a field of amber light that radiated from Tia's outstretched hands. The blue energy in its body crackled, destabilized, fought against the psychic hold. The Garchomp thrashed. Tia's hands shook. Blood appeared at her nose, a thin line, bright red against her pale skin. Her eyes were blazing but her body was failing, the mortal frame unable to sustain the output of a power it was never built to contain. 3 seconds, she gasped. That's all I have. 2 seconds to think. 1 second to act. Pikachu. Garchomp. Now. Pikachu broke off from the Metagross and launched himself at the frozen Garchomp. At this range, with the target stationary, there was no miss. Thunderbolt, full power, directly into the destabilized core. The Garchomp screamed and dropped. The blue energy shattered. The Pokémon hit the ground unconscious, the stolen power bleeding away into the mountain air like evaporating frost. Tia's hands dropped. Her eyes dimmed. She swayed and Ash was there, one arm around her waist, holding her upright. "I'm okay," she said. Blood ran freely from both nostrils now, dripping from her chin. "I'm okay. You're bleeding. It's just a nosebleed." "That's not just a nosebleed. It's the price. The power, what's left of it, it's not free. The body pays." She wiped her nose with the back of her hand and straightened in his hold, pulling herself together with that fierce willpower that he was beginning to understand was the core of who she was. Not the legendary power. Not the psychic abilities. The refusal to stay down. "I can do it again. Maybe one more time." "Don't. That's an order. You don't give me orders." "Then it's a request. A very strong request." She looked at him. Blood on her chin, fire in her eyes, stubborn set to her jaw. Something passed between them, not words, not even thought. A current. An understanding that went deeper than either of them had vocabulary for. "Fine," she said. "One more time. Only if someone's about to die." "Deal." A Tyranidar's roar shattered the moment. Ash whipped around. Charizard was pinned, the two Tyranitar had cornered him against the rock face, and even Charizard's fire couldn't hold off two enhanced pseudo-legendaries in a confined space. Greninja, assist Charizard. Water Shuriken, scatter the Tyranitar. Sceptile, finish the Agron and regroup. The battle shifted. Greninja disengaged from the Dragonite, a calculated risk, and hit the Tyranitar pair with a barrage that gave Charizard room to launch. Sceptile drove a final leaf blade through the second Agron's defenses and pivoted toward the Golurk. But the Dragonite was free now. Unoccupied. And it turned toward the easiest target on the field. Tia. Ash saw it happening. The Dragonite's eyes locked on Tia, reading her energy signature with senses that were part draconic instinct and part stolen legendary perception. It recognized her. Not as a person, as a frequency. As the thing it had been modified to find. It charged. No. Ash threw himself between them. Not a strategic decision. Not a calculated move. Pure reflex, the same reflex that had thrown him in front of Mutwo's blast when he was 10, the same instinct that had put his body between danger and the things he loved every single time without fail. The Dragonite's Dragon Rush hit him. Not directly, the edge of it, the shockwave, the displaced air dense enough to have mass. It caught Ash in the chest and launched him backward, and the impact was like being hit by a moving car, and the world went white and then very, very dark. Consciousness returned in fragments. Sound first. Tia screaming his name. Pikachu's cry, that high, desperate sound that meant his partner was frightened in a way that went beyond combat. Roaring, crashing, the sounds of battle continuing around him. Then pain. Everywhere. His ribs, his back, the taste of blood in his mouth. Something broken, maybe ribs, maybe just bruised, impossible to tell without moving, and he wasn't ready to move yet. Then light. The sky above him, gray and cold, and a face, Tia's face, inches from his, her hands on his cheeks, her eyes blazing amber white, tears cutting tracks through the blood from her nosebleed. Ash. Ash. Stay with me. You stay with me, do you hear me? I hear you. His voice was a wreck. How bad? You're an idiot. You're a complete, total, irredeemable idiot. That bad? You threw yourself in front of a Dragonite. I've done worse. That doesn't make it better. She was crying and yelling at the same time, which was a combination he'd never been on the receiving end of before and which he found, even through the pain, strangely moving. You can't just, you don't get to, I didn't give up everything so you could throw yourself in front of, is the Dragonite still coming? She went silent. Looked up. Her expression shifted from anguish to confusion. Ash forced himself to sit up, it cost him, ribs screaming, back seizing, and looked at the battlefield. The Dragonite had stopped. It stood 20 feet away, head cocked, that massive enhanced body rigid with something that wasn't aggression. It was looking at Ash. Specifically, it was looking at what Ash had just done, thrown himself in front of an attack meant for someone else, taking the hit without hesitation. The three stolen essences inside it were reacting. The blue glow was flickering, unstable, not because of combat damage but because of something internal. The trapped legendary consciousnesses had seen what Ash did, and it had resonated, the selfless act of protection piercing through the pain and confusion of their imprisonment, reaching something fundamental in what they'd been before they were stolen. The Dragonite made a sound. Low, resonant, confused. Its claws flexed. Its head shook, once, like a dog trying to clear water from its ears. The blue glow dimmed. Brightened. Dimmed again. It's fighting itself, Tia breathed. The cores, the trapped legendaries, they're resisting the implantation. What you did, they recognized it. Protection. Sacrifice. That's what legendaries are. That's what they were made for, before these people turned them into batteries. Kale stepped forward. His hand was on the device at his hip. Dragonite. Engage. The Dragonite didn't move. Dragonite. That is a direct command. Engage the target. The Dragonite turned its head toward Kale. And the look in those eyes, even through the blue glow, even through the layers of stolen power and technological control, was unmistakable. Defiance. The first spark of individual will in a creature that had been denied it since the implantation. Kale's expression hardened. He drew the device from his hip, pointed it at the Dragonite, and pressed something. The Dragonite screamed. A sound that wasn't just audible but psychic, hitting everyone on the ridge like a hammer. Tia collapsed, hands over her ears, a wail of sympathetic agony tearing from her throat. Even the Covenant agent staggered. The device was a compliance tool. An override. It bypassed the Dragonite's will and forced the stolen power into full activation, flooding the Pokémon's nervous system with commands it couldn't refuse. The blue glow blazed back to full intensity. The Dragonite's moment of defiance was crushed under a wave of artificial imperative. It turned back toward Ash and Tia. The defiance was gone. In its place was something worse, obedience without consent, action without will, a puppet jerking on strings made of pain. No, Ash said. He was on his feet, and he shouldn't have been. His body screamed in protest, his vision swam, but he was on his feet because people like Kale use tools like that and someone needed to stand up and say no. Greninja. The bond snapped back into place. Ash Greninja reformed in a heartbeat, and Ash felt the transformation like fire in his veins, not just power but purpose, the crystallized intent of a trainer who was fighting not to win but to free. The device, Ash said. Pikachu. Kale's hand. Thunder wave. Pikachu moved. He'd been fighting the Metagross, which was on its last legs, core fractured, barely functional, and broke off with a speed that said he'd been waiting for this exact call. He crossed the distance to Kale in under a second, and the thunder wave hit Kale's device hand with surgical precision. Kale's hand spasmed. The device flew from his grip. It hit the ground and Pikachu hit it with Iron Tail and the thing shattered into components and sparks and silence. The Dragonite froze. The artificial commands dissolved. The blue glow flickered, destabilized, and the three trapped essences inside surged against their containment with renewed fury. Now, Greninja. The cores. All of them. Knight/chain, left side, right side, back. Open every weakness. Greninja moved. Not with the exhausted determination of the earlier fight but with something else, a cold, precise fury that matched Ash's own. Knight/ hit the left flank where they'd identified the weakness before. The absorption field cracked. Water shuriken into the crack, widening it, disrupting the containment. Knight/ to the right side, aerial ace to the back, and each strike was designed not to damage the Dragonite but to damage the prison. The blue glow shattered. Not partially. Not temporarily. Completely. The three stolen essences erupted from the Dragonite's body in pillars of light, one gold, one silver, one pale green, and the sound they made wasn't a scream anymore. It was a song. 3 notes in harmony, relief and gratitude and farewell, and they rose into the sky and dispersed into the wind and were gone. The Dragonite collapsed. Without the stolen power, it was just a Dragonite. A big one, a strong one, but mortal and exhausted and covered in the scars of an implantation process that Ash didn't want to think about too closely. It lay on the Highland stone and breathed in great, shuddering gasps, and its eyes, clear now, natural, deep brown, looked at Ash with an understanding that transcended species. Thank you. Ash nodded. His ribs were on fire. His head was spinning. But he nodded. The battle's aftermath was messy and incomplete, the way real battles always were. 3 of the Covenant agents had fled during the Dragonite's core rupture, the energy release had fried their equipment, and without their enhanced Pokémon, most of which were down, unconscious, their own stolen essences dissipating or diminished, they were just people in uniforms on a mountainside. 5 surrendered. They knelt on the ridge with hands behind their heads and the blank expressions of personnel who had been trained to operate equipment, not fight wars, and who had just watched their weapons neutralized by one trainer and his team. 4, including Kale, had retreated. Ash saw him pull back, controlled, disciplined, gathering his remaining operatives with hand signals and disappearing into the fog to the east. No panic. No rage. Just tactical withdrawal. The kind of retreat that said this isn't over, I'm just choosing better ground. But before he vanished, Kale stopped. Turned. Looked at Ash across the battlefield. His expression was complicated. Not the cool superiority of Greymore. Not the controlled aggression of the attack. Something had cracked, and through the crack Ash could see things that Kale probably didn't want anyone to see. Doubt. Confusion. The faintest edge of something that might, in a different man with a different life, have been admiration. You broke the compliance protocol, Kale said. Not angry. Wondering. That device was supposed to be unbreakable. Triple redundant. And you just had your Pikachu smash it. Complicated problems, simple solutions. That's not what I mean. The Dragonite resisted. Before you broke the device, the Dragonite fought the override. That's never happened. Not once, in 5 years of the program. He paused. What did you do? I didn't do anything. Your Dragonite remembered what it was. That's not something you can program away. Kale stood there for a long moment. The wind pulled at his uniform. Fog swirled around his boots. Voss is going to want a full debrief, he said. She's not going to like what I tell her. Give her my regards. I'll give her your location. She's less sentimental than I am. He turned to leave, then stopped again. Over his shoulder, the Dragonite. It was mine before the program. I raised it from a Dratini. I was told the implantation wouldn't hurt. The crack in his facade widened, just for a second. They said it wouldn't change who it was. Then he was gone, swallowed by the fog, and Ash was left standing on a battlefield with 5 prisoners, a dozen unconscious Pokémon, and a truth about Kale that reframed everything. He hadn't been fighting for the Covenant's ideology. He'd been fighting because they had his Dragonite, and the only way to stay close to it was to be useful. Tia found him sitting on a rock, staring at nothing. He'd organized the aftermath on autopilot, directed the prisoners to a sheltered area, had Charizard guard them, tended to his Pokémon with potions and care. Greninja was resting in his Pokeball. Sceptile was bruised but functional. Pikachu was exhausted, asleep in a patch of moss. Charizard stood sentinel, one eye on the prisoners, flame burning steady. The Dragonite hadn't moved. It lay where it had fallen, freed of its implants but too drained to rise. Ash had given it water and a citrus berry from his pack, and it had eaten with the slow, careful motions of a creature remembering what it was like to do things by choice. Ash. He looked up. Tia stood in front of him, still blood-streaked, still battered, but alive and whole and there. Let me see your ribs. They're fine. They're not fine. I watched you get hit by a dragon rush. I felt it from 30 feet away. Felt it how? Like someone reached into my chest and squeezed. She knelt in front of him, hands reaching for the hem of his shirt. Let me see. He let her lift his shirt. The bruise covered most of his left side, deep purple, almost black at the center, spreading across ribs that were probably cracked if not broken. Tia's fingers touched the edge of it and Ash hissed. Sorry. It's fine. Stop saying things are fine when they're obviously not fine. I'll stop when you stop. She glared at him. He glared back. It was the most absurd standoff in the history of post-battle medical examinations, and it lasted about 3 seconds before Tia's mouth twitched and Ash's composure broke and they were both laughing, painful, breathless laughter that hurt his ribs and her nose and neither of them could stop. We're a mess, Tia said, wiping tears from her eyes that were half laughter and half something else. We're alive. Barely. Alive is alive. There's no barely about it. She placed her hands flat on his ribs. Gently. Not with the desperate grip of the battlefield but with a tenderness that made his breath catch for reasons that had nothing to do with pain. "I can still do this," she said softly. "Just a little. Warmth. Not heat, warmth, the kind that comes from inside, from a place deeper than skin." It radiated from her palms into his ribs and the pain didn't vanish but it eased, the sharp edges rounding, the deep ache subsiding to something manageable. He felt bones shifting slightly, not breaking, setting. Microfractures knitting together under the influence of a power that was mostly gone but not entirely. "Stop," he said when he felt her shaking. "That's enough. A little more, Tia. Stop." She pulled her hands away. Fresh blood trickled from her nose, a smaller flow this time, but steady. She wiped it with a hand that trembled. "You have to stop doing that to yourself," Ash said. "You have to stop throwing yourself in front of dragon rushes. Deal? I'll stop being reckless when you stop bleeding from the brain." "That's not how the bleeding works." "I don't care how it works. I care that it stops." She looked at him. Close, kneeling in front of him, her hands still warm from the healing, her face streaked with blood and dirt and tears. In the grey highland light, with the fog rolling around them and the aftermath of battle settling like dust, she looked fragile and strong and beautiful and human in every way that mattered. "You jumped in front of a dragonite for me," she said. "Reflex. You could have died. Didn't. Ash." Her voice cracked. Not from weakness, from weight. The weight of what he'd done, what it meant, what it told her about a truth she'd been afraid to believe. "You jumped in front of a dragonite. Not a battle strategy. Not a tactical decision. You just put your body between me and something that could have killed you. Without thinking." "Yeah. Why?" The question was simple. The answer was complicated. Or maybe it wasn't complicated at all, maybe it was the simplest thing in the world, and the complication was only in admitting it. Ash looked at her. Blood on her chin. Fire in her eyes. The woman who had been a god and had chosen to be mortal and who had just used the last shreds of her divine power to hold a Garchomp in place and heal his ribs and who was kneeling in front of him asking why he'd risked his life for her as if the answer wasn't written across every moment they'd shared since the cave. "Because it's you," he said. 3 words. No poetry, no grand declaration, no eloquence. Just the truth, as plain as he could make it, and it hung in the mountain air between them like a held note. Tia's breath caught. Her eyes filled. She opened her mouth, closed it, opened it again. "That's not a reason," she whispered. "It's the only reason." She lunged forward and wrapped her arms around him and her face pressed against his neck and she was crying, really crying, the kind of crying that came from a place so deep it didn't have a name, the accumulated weight of everything she'd sacrificed and everything she'd been afraid of and everything she'd hoped for all breaking loose at once. Ash held her. His ribs protested. He didn't care. He wrapped his arms around her and held her against his chest and let her cry and said nothing because some moments didn't need words, they just needed presence, they just needed someone to hold on and not let go. The fog rolled around them. The dragonite, lying nearby, watched with clear brown eyes that understood exactly what it was seeing. Pikachu woke up, saw the scene, and went back to sleep with the satisfied expression of a Pokémon who had been waiting for this to happen for a very long time. They couldn't stay on the ridge. Kale had retreated, not surrendered. He'd be back with reinforcements, better equipped, angrier. The 5 prisoners were a liability, Ash couldn't take them along, couldn't leave them to die on the mountain, and couldn't trust them not to signal their allies the moment they were free. He solved it the way he solved most problems, with Pokémon and pragmatism. He had Sceptile confiscate their communication equipment, had Charizard destroy it, and then pointed them toward Greymore. Walk south. Stay on the trail. You'll be in town by nightfall. The lead prisoner, a young woman, maybe 25, with the dazed look of someone whose worldview had just been disassembled, looked at him. "You're letting us go. I'm not in the business of keeping prisoners. We tried to capture her. And you failed. Go home. Think about what you saw today, your own Pokemon, freed from those implants, relieved to be free. Think about what that means. And if you decide you can't be part of what the Covenant is doing, Cynthia of Sino is building a case. She could use witnesses." The woman stared at him. Something shifted in her expression, the first hairline fracture in the conditioning, the first question in a mind that had been trained not to ask them. She walked away. The others followed. Ash watched them go, then turned to the remaining problem, the Dragonite. It had managed to stand, shakily, like a newborn deerling, legs trembling under weight they'd forgotten how to carry alone. Without the 3 legendary cores, it was dramatically diminished. Not weak, a Dragonite was never weak, but normal. Mortal. Its scales had lost the metallic sheen, its eyes were brown, its body mass had settled to standard proportions. It looked at Ash with an expression that was part gratitude, part loss. The cores had been a prison, but they'd also been a source of power, and their absence left a void. "Hey," Ash said, approaching slowly. "How are you feeling?" The Dragonite made a low, rumbling sound. Not the earth-shaking roar of the enhanced version, a genuine Dragonite call, the deep, warm tone of a species known for its gentleness as much as its strength. "Kale raised you," Ash said. "He was your trainer." A deeper rumble. "Sad." "Affirmative. He's not a bad person. He's just made bad choices. Or maybe other people made those choices for him." Ash hesitated. This wasn't his Pokemon. He had no right. But the Dragonite was free now, and free meant choices, and someone needed to offer them. "You can stay here. Wild Dragonite live in these mountains. You could build a territory, recover. Or," he paused. "You could come with us. Temporarily. Until we figure out how to stop the people who did this to you." The Dragonite regarded him for a long, long moment. Then it stepped forward, lowered its massive head, and pressed its forehead against Ash's chest, gently, with the careful precision of a creature that could demolish buildings choosing to be tender. "I'll take that as a yes." Tia, watching from a few steps away, smiled. Not her usual complicated smile, something simpler, purer. The smile of someone watching a good thing happen in a world that desperately needed more of them. They moved north. The Dragonite walked with them, too tired to fly, its wings folded tight, each step a little steadier than the last. It stuck close to Ash, which Tia found fascinating and slightly amusing. "You collect them," she said as they navigated a boulder field. "Collect what?" "Broken things. Hurt things. You find them and you fix them and they follow you home. That makes me sound like a Pokemon hoarder." "It makes you sound like you." She paused. "Is that how you describe me? Something broken you found?" He glanced at her. She was asking genuinely, not fishing for reassurance, not testing him. A real question, born from real uncertainty about how he saw her. "No," he said. "You're not broken. You made a choice, a huge, terrifying, irreversible choice, and you're living with it. That's not broken. That's brave. Some would say it's foolish. Some would be wrong. You always sound so certain." "I'm certain about this." He stopped walking. Turned to face her fully. The wind was picking up again, pulling at their clothes, carrying the smell of pine and snow. "Tia. You keep waiting for me to realize you're not enough. Like you're expecting me to wake up one day and think, well, she used to be a legendary and now she's just a person and that's a downgrade. But that's not how I see it. At all." She didn't speak. She stood very still, eyes wide, like a deerling in headlights but not scared, suspended, waiting. You were a legendary Pokemon. Powerful, immortal, basically a god. And you looked at all of that and said, no thanks, I'd rather feel hungry and tired and cold and scared and be a person who can sit next to Ash Ketchum. That's not a downgrade. That's the most insane, incredible, humbling thing anyone has ever done, and I am not going to let you feel small about it. Not ever. A tear slid down her cheek. Just one. You're ruining my reputation for emotional control, she said, voice thick. You don't have a reputation for emotional control. You cried over mushroom soup. She laughed. Wet and broken and perfect. They kept walking. After a few steps, her hand found his. Fingers interlacing, grip firm, palm warm. Neither of them mentioned it. Neither of them let go. Late afternoon. They descended from the highest ridges into a valley that the scanner showed was clear of Covenant signatures. The terrain here was gentler, rolling hills, scattered pine groves, streams running fast with snowmelt. They could see the Sino border mountains in the distance, purple against the gray sky, massive and promising. We should make the border crossing by tomorrow night, Ash said, studying the map. There's a route through the Coronet foothills that avoids the main roads. And then what? Cynthia. Dr. Ashford said she's building a case against the Covenant. She has resources, connections, league authority. If anyone can protect you while we figure out how to take these people down, it's her. I don't want to be protected. I know. But you need allies. We both do. Tia considered this. She'd released his hand when they stopped to check the map, and her arms were wrapped around herself in that self-protective gesture she defaulted to when she was processing difficult emotions. The Dragonite, she said. When the cores were released, the three essences, did you feel them? I saw the lights. Heard something, like a song. It was a farewell. The three legendaries, I couldn't identify which ones they were, the cores were too fragmented, they were saying goodbye. Not just to each other. To what they'd been. The extraction doesn't just take their power, Ash. It takes their identity. Even freed, they can't go back to what they were. They dissipate. Rejoin the world's energy cycle. Return to the source. She paused. Die, essentially. Just, slowly. Peacefully, instead of in agony. I'm sorry. For what? For all of it. For what they did to your brother. For what they did to those three. For this whole nightmare. She shook her head. Don't apologize for things that aren't your fault. You're the one person in this situation who hasn't done anything wrong. I could have known sooner. Could have investigated when those signs first appeared. You found me in a cave and saved my life. That's enough. That's more than enough. Stop carrying weight that doesn't belong to you. He wanted to argue. Carrying weight that didn't belong to him was basically his core personality trait. But the look on her face said she wasn't going to let him, and he was learning that arguing with Tia when she'd made up her mind was like arguing with weather. The Dragonite rumbled from its spot nearby, a sound that might have been agreement. Even the Dragonite thinks you're wrong, Tia said. The Dragonite just met me. Pokemon are excellent judges of character. They found shelter in a pine grove as the light faded, a natural clearing surrounded by trees old enough to block the wind, with a carpet of needles soft enough to sleep on. Ash set up camp, Charizard providing heat and perimeter, the Dragonite curling up at the edge of the clearing with its wings folded over its body like a blanket. Dinner was the last of the ration bars and some berries Sceptile had foraged. Tia ate her share with characteristic intensity, then Ash's, then looked at him with those eyes and he gave her half the berries too. You need to eat, she protested. You're still healing. From the psychic output. I feel fine. Your nose is still bleeding. She touched her upper lip. It came away red. That's persistent. The power you used, on the Garchomp, on my ribs, it's damaging you. A little. How much is a little? She was quiet. The campfire light played across her face, amber and shadow. Each time I use it, there's less of it. And the less there is, the harder my body has to work to channel it, and the more damage it does. It's like, she searched for an analogy. Like trying to run electricity through a wire that's too thin. The wire heats up. Eventually, it melts. Ash's stomach dropped. So every time you use your abilities, the wire gets thinner. Yes. And if you keep using them, eventually there won't be enough wire left to carry anything. And the residual energy, the echo, will dissipate. She met his eyes. Which means the Covenant won't be able to extract it. Which means Axiom can never reach full power. The implication settled over them like a blanket made of thorns. You're saying you could burn yourself out, Ash said carefully. Deliberately. Use up all the residual legendary energy, destroy it through overuse, and remove yourself as a target. It's an option. It's suicide. It's sacrifice. There's a difference. Not from where I'm sitting. Ash, no. The word came out harder than he intended. Flat. Final. The voice he used in battle when the stakes were absolute and the margin for error was zero. That's not an option. That was never going to be an option. We find another way. There might not be another way. Then we make one. You can't just will solutions into existence. Watch me. She stared at him. He stared back. The fire crackled between them. Somewhere in the darkness, a Noctowl called. You're impossible, she said. Frequently. This situation may actually be beyond the scope of human stubbornness. You've never seen the scope of my stubbornness. The tiniest crack of a smile. That's true. I've only seen 8 years of it through a legendary's eyes. I'm sure the up-close version is much worse. So much worse. The smile widened. Not happiness, exactly. Something more complex. The expression of a woman who had just told the person she loved that she might have to die and been told, with absolute conviction, no. Not a solution. Not a plan. Just no. And somehow, against all logic, it helped. They sat by the fire long after the ration bars were gone and the conversation had drifted from the heavy into the quiet. Tia asked about his Pokemon, not their battle stats or move sets, but their personalities, their quirks, the things that made them individuals. Ash told her about Charizard's vanity, he preened after every battle, win or lose, about Sceptile's secret fondness for classical music, a long story involving a Pokemon contest and a misunderstanding, about Greninja's habit of meditating on running water and Pikachu's ability to eat ketchup with literally anything. He dipped a cookie in ketchup once. In front of Serena. She screamed. Tia laughed, and it was the unguarded laugh again, the one that came from somewhere deep, and Ash realized he was collecting these laughs the way some people collected rare Pokemon. Each one precious. Each one slightly different. Each one making him want to do whatever it took to hear the next one. Tell me about the garden, he said. Alto Mare. What was it like, living there? She went quiet. Not the guarded silence of a secret being kept, the contemplative silence of a memory being honored. Beautiful, she said. But small. Latios and I guarded the Soul Dew for generations. The garden was our world, the fountains, the trees, the light through the branches. Lorenzo and Bianca were our family. But it was, contained. We knew the garden, and the city, and the sky above both. That was everything. Didn't you fly beyond the city? Sometimes. But always back. The Soul Dew anchored us. It was our responsibility, our purpose. A pause. Our cage, if I'm honest. A beautiful cage, but a cage. And then I showed up. She smiled. Soft, private, the smile of a memory that had been polished smooth by years of revisiting. And then you showed up. This ridiculous boy with a Pikachu on his shoulder, running through the streets like the city was a playground and every corner held a miracle. You weren't afraid of anything. Not the water, not the heights, not the fact that a legendary Pokémon was following you around disguised as a girl. You just embraced it. All of it. With this joy that was so big it didn't fit inside you. I was 10. Joy was kind of my whole thing. It still is. It's just quieter now. Deeper. He didn't know what to say to that, so he said nothing. They sat in a silence that was full to the brim with things unsaid and things understood and the slow, inevitable gravity of two people drawing closer in the way that mattered most. The kiss, Ash said, and then immediately regretted bringing it up because what was he doing? They were sitting by a campfire in a fugitive camp with a shadow organization hunting them and he was bringing up a kiss from 8 years ago, but Tia's eyes lit up. Not embarrassed. Delighted. The kiss, she repeated. Was it you? Or was it Bianca? That question has bothered you for 8 years. It's come up once or twice. In your dreams? I didn't say that. Your face said it. She was grinning now, full and wicked, and Ash realized he was seeing a new Tia, one he hadn't met before, the version that emerged when her defenses were down and her fear was quiet and she was just a woman teasing a man she loved about a kiss from a lifetime ago. It was me, she said. I knew it. You did not. You agonized over it. For years. How do you know I agonized? Because I watched you. After Alto Mare. I flew over the region sometimes, looking for you, and when I found you, I'd hover above the clouds and feel your emotions. And whenever you thought about Alto Mare, which was more often than you'd probably admit, there was always a spike of confusion mixed with warmth mixed with something you didn't have a name for yet. Ash opened his mouth. Closed it. Opened it again. You stalked me. I checked on you. Periodically. From a great height. That's stalking. It's surveillance. There's a difference. There really isn't. She was laughing again, and so was he, and the night was dark and cold and full of danger but right here, right now, in this clearing with the fire between them and the stars above and the sound of each other's laughter, it was the safest place in the world. The laughter faded slowly, like embers dying, and left something warm in its wake. They looked at each other across the fire, and the space between them felt both enormous and microscopic. Tia. Yes. I'm glad it was you. She held his gaze. Me too. The moment stretched. The fire crackled. Somewhere in the distance, a wild dragonite called, the same species as the freed one sleeping at their camp's edge, and the freed dragonite lifted its head at the sound, ears cocked, listening to a song of its kind that it had forgotten. We should sleep, Ash said. Probably. Neither moved. You're not moving, Ash observed. Neither are you. I'll move when you move. Then we'll be here all night. I can think of worse outcomes. She looked at him with an expression that contained everything she'd ever felt about him, years of watching from the sky, the desperate decision of the right, the terror of being human, the overwhelming reality of sitting 3 feet from someone she'd loved since before she understood the word, and her eyes glistened, and her smile was trembling but real, and she said, "Tell me about your dreams." So he did. Not the goals and ambitions kind, the actual, sleeping kind. He told her about the recurring dream of a field of tall grass under an infinite sky, where every Pokémon he'd ever known was waiting. About the nightmare of the Kalos League final that he replayed and replayed, looking for the moment he could have changed the outcome. About the dream of flying, just him, no Pokémon, arms spread, wind in his face, that he'd had since childhood and never mentioned to anyone. I used to have that dream, Tia said quietly. Not of flying, obviously, I did that awake. But of the ground. Of being heavy. Of feet on earth and hands that could grip and a body that had edges. She pulled her knees to her chest. I dreamed of being what I am now before I became it. I think the dream was where the choice started. You dreamed yourself human. I dreamed myself here. The human part was just the mechanism. Ash felt the weight of that, the years of longing, the slow crystallization of a choice that would cost everything, the courage required to look at immortality and power and freedom and say I want something else more. He moved. Stood, crossed to her side of the fire, sat down beside her. Close. Not touching, but close enough that the gap between them was a choice, not a distance. Is it what you dreamed? He asked. Being here. She leaned against him. Slowly, giving him time to move away if he wanted to. He didn't. Better, she said. The dream didn't include mushroom soup. He put his arm around her. She fit against him like a key in a lock, the contour of her shoulder against his ribcage, the weight of her head finding the hollow of his neck, the warmth of her spreading through him in a way that had nothing to do with fire. Or ration bars, he added. The dream was better than ration bars. Fair point. They sat like that while the fire died and the stars wheeled overhead and the freed dragonite hummed in its sleep, dreaming its own freed dreams. At some point, Tia's breathing slowed, her body softened, and she was asleep against him, fully, completely, the boneless trust of someone who had found the one place in the world where they felt safe. Ash didn't move. His ribs ached. His arm was going numb. He didn't care. He watched the stars. He thought about the road ahead, Sino, Cynthia, the Covenant, Axiom. He thought about the woman asleep against his side, the residual legendary energy that was both a weapon and a death sentence, the impossible calculus of protecting someone who might have to destroy herself to save the world. He thought about the word together and how it had become the load-bearing wall of his entire existence in less than a week. I'm going to find a way, he said to the stars. To the universe. To whatever force had brought a broken legendary to a cave where a stubborn trainer would find her. I'm going to find a way that doesn't cost her. There has to be one. There's always another way. The stars didn't answer. They never did. But the feeling in his chest, the one that was no longer confusing, no longer complicated, no longer anything but exactly what it was, that answered. With certainty. With fire. With the kind of quiet, absolute determination that had carried him through every impossible situation since the day he'd set foot on the road and never looked back. I'll find a way. Or I'll make one. He closed his eyes. Slept. Held her. Dawn came cold and clear, and with it, a complication. The dragonite was standing at the camp's edge, fully alert, facing south, making a sound that Ash had never heard from the species before, a low, rhythmic thrum that vibrated in his teeth. What's wrong? Ash was on his feet instantly, the soldier's reflex overriding the lover's reluctance to move. Tia was awake too, standing beside him, her amber eyes sharp despite the abruptness of waking. Something's coming, she said. From the south. But it's not, she frowned. Tilted her head. It's not hostile. It's searching. The scanner showed no red dots. Whatever was approaching wasn't Covenant. They waited. Ash stood with Pikachu on his shoulder, the rest of his team in their balls, the dragonite humming its strange deep note beside him. The figure appeared at the tree lean 10 minutes later. Alone. Walking with the measured stride of someone who had been covering ground for days and was too disciplined to be tired. Tall, slim, with silver gold hair that caught the morning light and a long dark coat that moved like water around her legs. Cynthia. She stopped at the edge of the clearing. Her gray eyes took in the scene, the camp, the Pokemon, Ash, Tia, the freed dragonite, with the rapid, comprehensive assessment of a woman who had run the Sino League for over a decade and had seen everything at least twice. Ash Ketchum, she said. You're early. We had an incentive to move fast. So I've heard. Dr. Ashford contacted me 3 days ago. I was heading south to meet you when my intelligence network reported a rather dramatic battle on the Highland Ridge. She paused. You destroyed 3 Auracores, freed a Dragonite from triple implantation, routed a 12-person Covenant strike team, and let the prisoners go with a motivational speech. In the space of about 20 minutes. It was closer to 40. The barest twitch of a smile crossed Cynthia's face. Close enough. Her gaze moved to Tia, and it changed, the professional assessment deepened into something more personal, more careful. And you must be the reason the Covenant is willing to burn operational security for a field extraction. My name is Tia. I know what your name is. Cynthia's voice was soft. Not unkind. I know what all your names are. A silence. Tia straightened under the champion's gaze, chin up, amber eyes steady. 2 women meeting across a divide of species and power and history, taking each other's measure. I'm not a threat, Tia said. No. You're a person. Cynthia said it with the calm certainty of someone stating a fact, and the impact of those 4 words, you're a person, hit Tia like a wave. Her eyes glistened. Her composure held, but barely. I came to escort you to Celestic Town, Cynthia continued, addressing both of them now. It's the seat of Sinoa's Historical Preservation Council, and it happens to be the most heavily defended small town in the region. My grandmother lives there. So do several retired Elite 4 members who owe me favors. She glanced at the Dragonite. And I see you've picked up a stray. He's not a stray. He's a witness. Even better. I've been building a case against the Covenant for 2 years. I have evidence of their operations, their funding sources, their connections to the League Council. What I don't have is a living victim who can testify to the implantation process. The Dragonite rumbled. It was looking at Cynthia with the cautious respect of a Pokémon that recognized authority when it saw it. He's been through a lot, Ash said. I won't let anyone treat him as just evidence. I wouldn't dream of it. Cynthia extended her hand to the Dragonite, palm up, the way you approached a Pokémon you respected. The Dragonite sniffed her hand. Rumbled again. Accepted. Good, Cynthia said. Now. We have a 3-day walk to Celestic, and I suspect you have quite a lot to tell me. She looked between Ash and Tia, specifically at the way they stood, close enough that their arms touched, the unconscious gravitational pull of 2 people who had crossed a threshold neither would articulate yet. Start from the beginning, she said. And don't leave anything out. They walked north together, and Ash told the story. All of it. The cave, the storm, the transformation, Greymore, the tournament, Kale, the Thornwood, the siphon, the Highland battle. Tia filled in the pieces he couldn't, the nature of the rite of becoming, the resonance of the Auracores, the agony of feeling trapped legendary consciousnesses screaming inside enhanced Pokémon. Cynthia listened with the focused intensity that made her one of the most formidable people Ash had ever met. She asked precise questions. She made connections Ash hadn't seen. And when the story was done, she walked in silence for a full minute, processing. Director Soren, she said finally. He's the key. Not Kale, not Alara Voss. Soren. He's a sitting member of the Interregional League Council, and he's been using that position to shield the Covenant's operations for 5 years. She looked at Ash. Taking him down isn't just a matter of force. It's politics. And politics in the League is a knife fight in a dark room where half the participants are wearing blindfolds and the other half are holding the wrong end of the knife. Sounds fun. It's a nightmare. But it's my nightmare, and I know the terrain. She turned to Tia. Dr. Ashford mentioned Axiom. An artificial Pokémon built from harvested legendary essences. She said it needs 1 more core to reach full activation. Mine, Tia said. The echo of what I was. And if that echo were removed naturally, burned off through use, dissipated, would Axiom be permanently blocked? Yes. But the process would kill me. Cynthia's expression didn't change. "We're not going to do that. I mentioned it to Ash. He had a similar reaction." "Good. Because here's what I know that you don't, Axiom isn't just an artificial god. It's unstable. The essences inside it are fighting each other. Legendary Pokémon weren't designed to share a vessel. Even at Phase 1 activation, it's barely contained. If they force it to full power by adding your Echo, the probability of catastrophic failure is significant." "How significant?" "Significant enough that 3 of Soren's own scientists defected and sent me their data. They calculate a 40% chance that full Axiom activation results in an uncontrolled energy release equivalent to multiple simultaneous legendary-level events. Earthquakes, dimensional tears, weather catastrophes. Not in one location, everywhere." Ash stopped walking. "They'd destroy the world trying to control it. Soren doesn't believe the data. He thinks the defectors are cowards. He's committed to Axiom the way fanatics commit to any article of faith, with absolute certainty and a total inability to process contradictory evidence. So he's crazy. He's a true believer. Which is much more dangerous." They walked on. The mountains rose around them, ancient and indifferent, and the path ahead wound through landscapes that didn't know or care about the human drama playing out between their peaks. Tia was quiet. Ash could feel her thinking, not through any psychic sense, but through the physical intimacy of proximity. The tension in her shoulders. The set of her jaw. The way her hand kept reaching for his and then pulling back, caught between the need for comfort and the fear of being a burden. He caught her hand the next time it reached. Held it. Didn't let go. She looked at him. Surprised, then grateful, then something else, a warmth that went beyond gratitude into territory neither of them had mapped yet. "Together," he said. "Together," she repeated. Cynthia, walking ahead, didn't turn around. But Ash caught the slightest softening of her shoulders, the fraction of a nod. A champion's approval, wordlessly given. They walked toward Sino. Behind them, the highlands stretched in ridges and valleys scarred by battle and blessed by liberation. Ahead, the mountains rose and the politics thickened and the enemy gathered and the clock ticked toward a confrontation that would determine the fate of every legendary Pokémon in the world. But right now, in this moment, on this trail, Ash Ketchum walked beside the woman who had chosen him over godhood, and their hands were linked, and the Dragonite walked behind them humming its deep song of freedom, and Pikachu rode on Tia's shoulder with the smug contentment of a creature that had known the ending all along. The road was long. They walked it together. Chapter 3 End. Chapter 4, the name she left behind. Celestic town sat in the palm of a valley like a secret someone had whispered into the mountains and never taken back. Stone buildings with slate roofs lined streets that were old when the rest of Sinnoh was still drawing its first maps. Shrines dotted the hillsides, their prayer bells singing in the perpetual wind that channeled through the valley from the peaks of Mount Coronet. The town's center was dominated by the ruins, ancient, weathered, covered in carvings that depicted Pokémon and humans in relationships that predated the modern league by millennia. Carvings of legendaries walking among people. Carvings of people kneeling before legendaries. Carvings of something in between, neither worship nor mastery, that the modern world had forgotten how to name. Home, Cynthia said, and the word carried weight. They'd walked for 2.5 days. Ash's ribs had mostly healed, the combination of Tia's intervention and his own stubbornly regenerative constitution, but the journey had taken its toll in other ways. The constant vigilance, the scanner checks every 20 minutes, the knowledge that somewhere behind them Kale was regrouping and somewhere ahead of them Axiom was waiting. It wore on you, that knowledge. Like carrying a stone in each pocket, not heavy enough to stop you, but heavy enough that you never forgot. Tia had been quiet for most of the walk. Not the frightened silence of the early days or the guarded silence of someone hiding secrets. This was a different quiet, contemplative, inward-facing, the silence of someone preparing for something. Ash recognized it because he did the same thing before big battles. The mind pulling in, gathering resources, building the architecture of whatever was coming next. He'd held her hand for most of the second day. Neither of them had commented on it. It had simply become part of the landscape of their interaction, as natural as breathing, as essential as water. When they stopped to rest, their hands separated and came back together when they started walking again with the unconscious magnetism of binary stars. Cynthia led them through Celestic's narrow streets to a house on the town's eastern edge, large by Celestic standards, stone and timber, with a garden that was somehow both wild and meticulously maintained. The front door opened before they reached it, and a woman who could only be Cynthia's grandmother stood in the doorway. She was small, white-haired, possessed of eyes that were exactly like Cynthia's, gray, sharp, capable of reading a person's entire history in a single glance. "You brought company," she said. "Carolina, this is Ash Ketchum. And Tia." Carolina's gaze moved from Ash to Tia and stayed there. Something shifted behind those ancient eyes, recognition, not of Tia specifically, but of what she was. The old woman studied Tia's face, her posture, the faint amber glow that sometimes leaked through when Tia's emotional guard dropped. "Come in," Carolina said. "All of you. And the Dragonite can use the garden. There's a hot spring around the back, he looks like he needs it." The Dragonite, who had been trailing them through town and attracting stares from every resident they passed, perked up at the mention of hot springs and lumbered around the side of the house with more energy than he'd shown in days. Inside, the house was warm and full of books. Not the decorative, leather-bound volumes of a collector, working books, stacked on every surface, bristling with bookmarks and sticky notes, their spines cracked from use. Research texts on legendary Pokemon mythology, archaeological surveys, historical analyses of human legendary interactions throughout recorded history. Carolina was a scholar. The kind who had spent 70 years asking questions that most people didn't know existed and who had accumulated enough knowledge to be dangerous in the best possible way. She made tea without asking if anyone wanted it, because she was the kind of woman who understood that tea was not a question but an answer, and she served it in cups that were older than most of the buildings in Greymore. Ash sat at the kitchen table and wrapped his hands around the cup and felt, for the first time in a week, something approaching safe. Not truly safe, he wasn't naive enough to believe that walls and distance could protect them from what was coming. But safer. A moment of shelter in a storm that wasn't over. Tia sat beside him. She held her tea but didn't drink, her eyes moving around the room with that absorptive attention, cataloging everything, processing the textures and smells and colors of a scholar's home with the relentless curiosity that defined her human existence. "The right of becoming," Carolina said, sitting across from them. Tia's hands tightened on her cup. "My grandmother has studied legendary Pokemon mythology for longer than most people have been alive," Cynthia said from the doorway. "If anyone in the world understands what you did, it's her." "What I know is incomplete," Carolina said. "The rite is mentioned in only 3 surviving texts, 2 Sino creation myths and 1 fragment from an Alto Mare codex that was lost in a flood and only partially transcribed. What I know is this: the rite allows a legendary Pokemon to permanently shed its divine essence and become mortal. It has been performed successfully 11 times in recorded history. In each case, the legendary chose transformation for the same reason." She looked at Tia with eyes that held no judgment. "Only understanding. Love." Tia set down her tea. Her hands were shaking. "Not romantic love exclusively," Carolina continued. "The Alto Mare Codex describes it as commitment to the mortal experience, the choice to fully enter the world of those you wish to protect, at the cost of everything that makes you able to protect them. It's the ultimate paradox. The guardian becomes the guarded. The immortal becomes the vulnerable. The god becomes the person. And there's no going back," Tia said. Her voice was barely above a whisper. "In 11 recorded cases, none attempted reversal. The texts suggest it's not possible. The essence, once shed, cannot be reclaimed. It dissipated. I felt it go. Like exhaling for the last time. Not entirely, Carolina said, and leaned forward. The texts describe a residual, an echo, a frequency that remains woven into the transformed body's cells. It fades over time, over years, but while it persists, the former legendary carries a trace of what they were. Enough to sense emotions, to occasionally access fragments of power, to feel the world's energy patterns. Enough to attract people who want to harvest it, Ash said. Carolina's expression darkened. Yes. That too. The conversation stretched through the afternoon. Carolina asked questions, precise, academic, deeply respectful, about Tia's experience of the transformation, her residual abilities, the physical cost of using them. Tia answered with growing openness, the scholar's genuine curiosity creating a space where honesty felt safe rather than dangerous. Cynthia listened from the corner, adding context where needed, building the political picture around the personal one. She'd received intelligence overnight, encrypted messages from contacts within the League, from Dr. Ashford, from sources she didn't name. The picture they painted was grim. Soren has accelerated the timeline, Cynthia said, spreading documents across Carolina's kitchen table as the light turned gold through the windows. The siphon Ash destroyed in the Thornwood was one of 7. The other 6 are still operational, funneling ambient life energy to the Covenant's central facility. Axiom's containment vessel is being prepped for Phase 1 activation. They're going to try to power it up with what they have, without the final core. Can it work? Ash asked. Partially. At Phase 1, Axiom would be operational but unstable. Think of it as a car with 5 cylinders when it was designed for 6. It'll run, but rough. Powerful enough to be catastrophically dangerous, but not powerful enough to be controllable. She paused. Which is arguably worse. An uncontrollable artificial god, Tia said flatly. Soren believes the instability will be manageable. His scientists disagree. The 3 who defected calculate that Phase 1 Axiom would have roughly 18 to 24 hours of coherent operation before the internal conflicts between the trapped essences tear it apart. And when it tears apart, the energy release would be equivalent to 6 simultaneous legendary-level events. The defectors' models show potential for dimensional instability, weather catastrophes, seismic disruption. Cynthia's voice was measured, but her eyes were steel. Thousands of casualties. Minimum. Ash stared at the documents. Maps, energy readings, structural analyses of a facility he hadn't seen. The weight of it pressed down, not just the danger, but the scale. This wasn't a tournament or a league challenge or even a legendary rampage that could be met with courage and quick thinking. This was an existential threat manufactured by people who thought they were saving the world. Where's the facility? He asked. That's the problem. We don't know. The defectors were transported blindfolded. The data suggests an offshore location, an island or a converted platform, but the specific coordinates are classified above even Soren's scientists' clearance level. So we can't strike directly. Not yet. But there's another approach. Cynthia pulled a specific document from the stack. Soren's authority within the League Council protects the Covenant from official investigation. If we can remove that protection, if we can expose him to the other council members, his operation loses its shield. League investigators, Ranger Corps, regional champions, all of them would be mobilized. The Covenant can't hide from the combined resources of 6 regional leagues. You want to take him down politically. I want to take him down permanently. Politics is just the weapon. She looked at Ash. But it requires evidence. Testimony. Proof that can't be denied or spun. The Dragonite's condition is powerful, a Pokémon visibly damaged by illegal implantation. The defecting scientist's data is compelling. But what would make it undeniable is a first-hand account from the other side. Her eyes moved to Tia. The kitchen went quiet. The afternoon light caught dust motes in the air and made them glow like tiny stars. You want me to testify, Tia said. I want you to tell the truth. To a closed session of the League Council. Who you are, what was done to you, what the Covenant is building and why. That means revealing what I am. Publicly. To people who may not, to people who will not understand. Some of them. Others will. But the revelation itself is the evidence. A legendary Pokemon who chose to become human to escape the people hunting her, there is no more powerful testimony imaginable. Tia looked at Ash. He could see the calculation behind her eyes, not mathematical, but emotional. The cost of exposure. The vulnerability of being known. The risk that people who learned what she was would stop seeing who she was. You don't have to, Ash said. This isn't your fight. Of course it's my fight. It's been my fight since they killed Lorenzo and stole my brother's soul. She turned back to Cynthia. I'll do it. But I need something first. Name it. Bianca. You said she's alive, in hiding. I need to see her. Before I stand in front of a room full of politicians and tell them I used to be a god, I need to see the person who knew me when I was. Cynthia nodded. She's already on her way. I contacted her the day Dr. Ashford reached me. She should be here by morning. Tia closed her eyes. Let out a breath that seemed to come from somewhere deeper than lungs. Okay, she said. Okay. Evening settled over Celestic like a blanket. Carolina made dinner, real food, not ration bars, and Tia's reaction to home-cooked stew was so extravagantly grateful that even Cynthia smiled. Ash ate 2 bowls and would have eaten 3 if Tia hadn't claimed the pot with the territorial ferocity of a woman who had discovered the concept of seconds and was never giving it up. After dinner, Cynthia excused herself to handle communications, encrypted calls to League allies, messages to the defecting scientists, the quiet, relentless work of building a coalition against an enemy with roots in the system itself. Carolina retreated to her study. The freed Dragonite was asleep in the garden, curled around the hot spring like a cat around a heating vent. Ash and Tia sat on the house's back porch, looking out at the mountains. The sky was clear for the first time in days, and the stars were staggering, dense, brilliant, the kind of sky that reminded you how small the earth was and how vast everything else. Are you scared? Ash asked. Of the council session? Terrified. Of Bianca? Tia was quiet for a long time. More than terrified. Why? Because Bianca knew Latias. She loved Latias. She grew up with Latias, played in the garden with Latias, mourned with Latias when Latios died the first time. Tia pulled her knees to her chest. I'm not Latias anymore. I carry her memories and her feelings and I can still hear the ghost of her voice in my head sometimes, but I'm different. New. The right doesn't just change the body, it changes everything. I think differently, feel differently, want differently. I'm not the creature Bianca loved. I'm the creature that consumed her. Ash let the word settle. He'd learned, over these days together, that Tia's fears responded better to presence than to arguments. She didn't need him to tell her she was wrong. She needed him to sit beside her while she worked through the possibility that she was right. You remember the garden, he said. You remember Lorenzo. You cried when Dr. Ashford said he was gone. Memory isn't identity. Isn't it? I'm not the same person I was at 10. Every cell in my body has been replaced. My brain has been rewired by experience. I think differently, want differently, feel differently than the kid who left Pallet Town. But I'm still me. Because the through line isn't the substance, it's the story. She looked at him. Moonlight caught the amber in her eyes and made them luminous. When did you get philosophical? Cynthia gave me a book once. I read 3 pages and fell asleep, but one of the sentences stuck. The laugh broke through despite the fear. Brief, reluctant, but there. Bianca won't see a stranger, Ash said. She'll see the person who loved her enough to become something new rather than disappear entirely. That's not a loss. That's a gift. Tia wiped her eyes. You're getting better at this. At what? Saying the right thing. I've always been good at saying things. The right part is new. She leaned against him. He put his arm around her. They sat on the porch and watched the stars and didn't talk about Axiom or the Council or the fact that somewhere out there, people with machines and ambition were trying to build a god from stolen souls. They just sat. Together. And for those few quiet minutes, that was enough. Sleep came hard and didn't stay. Ash woke at 2 in the morning to the sound of Pikachu's alert chirp, soft, targeted, the "wake up but don't make noise" signal. He was on his feet before his eyes were fully open. What? Pikachu's ears pointed toward the window. Ash moved to it, staying to the side, and looked out. A figure stood in the street below. Alone. Female. She stood directly under a street lamp, hands visible, deliberately positioned to be seen. Not hiding. Presenting herself. She was tall and lean, with dark red hair pulled back in a severe knot and a face that combined intelligence and authority in roughly equal measure. She wore a tailored gray coat over practical clothing, and she carried no visible weapons. She looked like a university professor who had taken a wrong turn on the way to a lecture. She also looked like she was completely, utterly unafraid. A knock at the front door. Soft. Measured. Ash heard movement in the hallway, Cynthia, already awake and armed with Garchomp's pokeball. They met at the top of the stairs. That's her, Cynthia said. Her voice was flat with recognition. Commander Ilara Voss. Ash's blood went cold. Here. In Celestic. How did she walked through the front gate, apparently. Past the defensive perimeter I established with 3 Elite Four alumni. Without triggering a single alert. That's not possible. And yet. Cynthia's jaw was tight. She wants to talk. That's the only explanation for showing herself. If she wanted a fight, she wouldn't be standing under a street lamp. It's a trap. Almost certainly. But the trap might contain information we need. Cynthia looked at him. Stay with Tia. I'll handle this. No. Cynthia's eyebrows rose fractionally. Not many people said no to her. I need to see her, Ash said. I need to understand who we're fighting. You're fighting a woman who walked through a champion-level security perimeter like it wasn't there. Understanding her may require more than a conversation. Then I'll start with a conversation and improvise from there. A pause. Cynthia studied him, reading the set of his jaw, the steadiness of his eyes. Whatever she found satisfied her. Together, then. They went downstairs. Cynthia opened the front door. Commander Ilara Voss stood on the porch with her hands clasped behind her back and an expression of polite interest, as though she'd stopped by for tea and found the host slightly behind schedule. Champion Cynthia, she said. Mr. Ketchum. Thank you for not shooting first. It's a rare courtesy these days. You're trespassing, Cynthia said. In a town under my personal protection. Give me one reason not to have Garchomp remove you. Several, actually. First, I came alone. Second, I came unarmed, no Pokemon, no devices, no weapons. You can verify this. Third, and most importantly, her eyes moved past Cynthia and Ash to the hallway behind them, where Tia stood at the foot of the stairs, amber eyes blazing in the dark. I came to offer a deal. They sat in Carolina's kitchen because it was the most defensible room in the house and because Carolina, awakened by the commotion, had simply started making tea again with the unflappable practicality of a woman who had survived multiple regional crises and wasn't going to let an enemy commander disrupt her hospitality. Ilara Voss sat at the table like she owned it. Not arrogant, just settled, comfortable, occupying space with the ease of someone who had never in her life been unsure of her right to be somewhere. She was younger than Ash had expected. Early 40s, maybe. Clear-eyed, sharp-featured, with the kind of stillness that came from absolute self-control. She looked at Tia with an interest that was clinical and personal in equal measure, the gaze of a scientist confronting a phenomenon she'd only theorized about. "The right of becoming," Elara said. "I've read the texts. All three of them, including the full Alto Mare Codex. Yes, champion, we recovered the original before the flood damage was complete. The transformation is remarkable. Elegant, even. A legendary Pokémon rewriting its own existence at the most fundamental level." She paused. "It must have been agonizing." "You don't get to talk about my pain," Tia said. Her voice was ice. "Fair enough." Elara turned to Cynthia and Ash. "I'll be direct, because I know you won't trust me and I respect that. Director Soren has authorized Axiom Phase 1 activation. The timeline has moved up, it was supposed to be next month, but your destruction of the Thornwood Siphon and the liberation of Kale's Dragonite cores have created a political problem within the Covenant." "A political problem," Cynthia repeated. "Soren's authority is absolute, but it's not unconditional. The Covenant's funding comes from a consortium of private donors, former League officials, corporate heads, people who believe in the mission but also believe in results. 6 months of hunting for the final core with nothing to show for it was already straining patience. Now add a destroyed siphon, 3 liberated essences, a freed Dragonite, and 5 captured operatives, and the donors are asking uncomfortable questions." "Good," Ash said. "Not good. Because Soren's response to uncomfortable questions is always the same: prove the concept. Demonstrate results. Make the doubters believers." Elara's expression didn't change, but something behind her eyes did, a flicker of something that might have been fear, controlled and compressed but present. "He's going to activate Axiom at Phase 1. Without the final core. To show the donors what their money has built." Cynthia leaned forward. "When?" 72 hours. The activation ceremony, because Soren treats everything like a ritual, is scheduled for 3 days from now. The donors will be present. So will key League Council members who are sympathetic to the cause. "How many council members?" Cynthia asked. 4 of 12. Enough to block any investigation. Not enough to control the council outright, which is why Soren needs the demonstration, to convert the undecided members. Ash was doing math. For compromised council members. 8 potentially clean. If Cynthia's evidence could sway even 2 or 3 of the clean ones before the activation, "You said you came to offer a deal," he said. "What deal?" Elara looked at him directly. For the first time, her composure showed a crack, not much, just a hairline fracture, but real. "I want out." Silence. The kind that had physical weight. "I've spent 5 years building the Covenant's field operations," Elara continued, each word measured. "I've authorized extractions. I've designed implantation protocols. I've sent teams to capture legendary Pokémon and watched the process strip their essences from their bodies." She paused. "I believed in what we were doing. I believed legendary Pokémon were threats that needed to be managed, and that Axiom was the tool to manage them. I was wrong." "What changed your mind?" Tia asked. Elara met her eyes. "Kale's Dragonite. The one you freed on the ridge." "What about it?" "I was monitoring the battle via satellite feed. I saw the cores rupture. I saw the 3 essences release. And I heard them." She swallowed. "Not like you hear them, I don't have that ability. But the satellite's energy sensors captured the frequency, and our analysts translated it into an audio waveform, and I listened." She was quiet for a moment. The kitchen clock ticked. "They were singing," Elara said. 3 legendary Pokémon who had been trapped inside a Dragonite's body for 8 months, stripped of identity, used as fuel, and when they were finally freed, they sang. Not in pain. Not in anger. In gratitude. In farewell. She looked at her hands on the table. I've built my career on the premise that legendary Pokémon are forces to be contained. That they don't experience the world the way we do. That what we were doing was management, not cruelty. And then I heard them sing, and I understood that I'd been wrong about the most fundamental thing. Convenient timing, Cynthia said. Her voice carried no warmth. Pragmatic timing. I could have had my crisis of conscience in silence and spent the rest of my life drinking. Instead, I'm here, offering you the location of the Covenant Central Facility, the activation timeline, the security protocols, and the access codes for Axiom's containment system. The room went very still. In exchange for what? Ash asked. Immunity. I want a guarantee, from a champion, backed by the League Council, that I will not be prosecuted for my involvement in the Covenant's operations. You authorized the extraction of legendary Pokémon essences, Tia said. You designed the processes that trapped conscious beings inside prisons of pain. And you want immunity? I want to stop Axiom. That's the priority. If the price of stopping it is my freedom, I'll pay it. If the price is my imprisonment, then you proceed without my intelligence and your chances of success drop from difficult to nearly impossible. Elara's voice was steady. I'm not asking for forgiveness. I'm asking for a transaction. Cynthia stood and walked to the window. She stood there for a long time, looking out at the mountains, processing, calculating, running the political and strategic equations that made her not just a champion but a leader. If your intelligence is accurate, she said without turning around, and if it leads to Axiom's deactivation and the Covenant's exposure, I will personally advocate for a reduced sentence. Not immunity. Not freedom. But cooperation credit that keeps you out of maximum security. That's not what I asked for. It's what I'm offering. Take it or leave it. Elara studied Cynthia's back. Then she looked at Ash. Then at Tia. I'll take it, she said. With one condition. You're not in a position to set conditions. Hear me first. My condition is about Kale. Ash straightened. He hadn't expected that. Kale was recruited at 19, Elara said. A prodigy. Brilliant trainer, troubled history, desperate for validation. Soren identified him, groomed him, and offered him everything he'd ever wanted, purpose, power, belonging. When they took his Dragonite for the implantation program, they told him it was an honor. That his Pokémon had been selected for a sacred mission. By the time he understood what they'd actually done, he was in too deep to walk away. He fought me, Ash said. Twice. He wasn't a reluctant soldier. He fought you because fighting you was the only way to stay close to his Dragonite. Every battle he ran, every mission he completed, earned him access. Time with his partner. Proof that it was still alive in there. Her voice dropped. He loved that Dragonite. He still loves it. And when you freed it, you didn't just liberate a Pokémon, you liberated him. Then where is he? Why isn't he here? Because liberation isn't the same as direction. He's confused, angry, grieving. He doesn't know who he is without the Covenant. But he's not beyond reach. She looked at Ash. You reached his Dragonite through action. You might be able to reach him the same way. My condition is that when this is over, he gets the same deal I do. Cooperation credit. A chance. Ash thought about Kale. The cold efficiency. The dangerous skill. The crack in the facade when his Dragonite was freed. The words, I raised it from a Dratini. If he turns, Ash said. If he actually helps. Then yes. He'll turn. He just needs a reason. That's not for you to guarantee. No. It's for you to provide. Elara stood. I'll give Champion Cynthia everything I have: facility location, security systems, activation protocols. In return, I stay here under whatever house arrest you deem appropriate, and when it's over, we have the conversation about my future." Cynthia turned from the window. "Agreed. Provisionally. If any of your intelligence proves false, the deal dies." "It won't." "Then sit down and start talking." Ilara sat. She started talking. By dawn, they had a map. The Covenant Central Facility, the Crucible, was a converted deep-sea research platform in the strait between Hoenn and Sino, roughly 200 miles offshore. It had been purchased through a shell corporation linked to Soren's personal holdings and retrofitted over 3 years into a combined laboratory, containment facility, and activation platform for Axiom. It was defended by 40 Covenant operatives, approximately 20 enhanced Pokémon, automated security systems, and the natural barrier of 200 miles of open ocean. "Getting there isn't the problem," Cynthia said, studying the schematics Ilara had drawn from memory. "I can arrange transport. Sino League has rapid deployment watercraft. The problem is what we do when we arrive." Ash stared at the drawings. The platform was massive, multiple levels, research decks, containment chambers, a central core where Axiom's vessel was housed. The activation chamber was at the platform's heart, shielded by layers of security and structural reinforcement. "We need to get to Axiom before it activates," he said. "Shut it down, free the trapped essences, and secure Soren." Simultaneously, Cynthia added. "If Soren has warning, he can trigger activation remotely. We need to neutralize him and Axiom at the same time." "2 teams," Ash said. "1 for Soren, 1 for Axiom." "3, Tia said from the doorway. Everyone looked at her. She'd been listening from the hallway. Ash had known she was there, could feel her presence the way you feel sunlight through a window. She stepped into the kitchen now, and her expression was carved from something harder than stone. "Axiom contains at least 6 legendary essences. When you shut down the containment, those essences will release, and the release will be chaotic, violent, potentially destructive. Someone needs to be inside the activation chamber to channel the release. To guide the essences out safely instead of letting them tear the platform apart. Someone with legendary resonance," Cynthia said quietly. "Someone who can hear them. Communicate with them. Calm them enough that the release doesn't become an explosion." "You," Ash said. The word tasted like ash. "Me." She held his gaze. "I'm the only one who can." The residual echo, the thing that's slowly fading, the thing the Covenant wants, it's also the only frequency those trapped essences will respond to. They'll recognize me. They'll trust me. And I can guide them out. What happens to you? The energy channeling will accelerate the echo's degradation. Significantly. I'll lose whatever remains of my legendary resonance in the process. All of it. All of it. Ash processed this. The loss of her residual powers wasn't what frightened him, she was Tia regardless of what she could or couldn't do. What frightened him was the cost. Every time she'd used those abilities, she'd bled. The psychic hold on the Garchomp. The healing of his ribs. Each use had taken a piece of her, left her shaking and bleeding and diminished. Channeling the full release of 6 legendary essences would be orders of magnitude beyond anything she'd done. "It could kill you," he said. "It could." "No. Ash, we find another way." "There is no other way. If those essences release uncontrolled, everyone on the platform dies. If we don't deactivate Axiom, Soren uses it and thousands die. The math isn't complicated. The math is wrong. The math has you as a variable that I'm willing to lose. I'm not. That's not your decision." The words hit the kitchen like a physical impact. Everyone else, Cynthia, Carolina, even Ilara, went very still, recognizing the shift from strategy to something much more personal. "Step outside with me," Tia said to Ash. He did. The back porch. The garden. The dragonite still asleep by the hot spring. Morning light making everything sharp and bright and too real. They stood facing each other, and the distance between them felt like the width of an ocean. "Don't," Ash said. "Don't what?" "Don't ask me to be okay with this." "I'm not asking you to be okay with it. I'm asking you to accept it." "Same thing." "It's not the same thing at all. Accepting something you're not okay with, that's called courage. You should know. You've been doing it your whole life." He turned away. Walked 3 steps toward the garden. Stopped. Turned back. "You told me you chose this. You chose to be human. You chose to be here, with me, alive, mortal, eating mushroom soup and touching blue fabric and watching sunrises with actual eyes. And now you're telling me you're going to walk into a machine full of trapped gods and burn yourself out to save the world. How is that different from," his voice cracked. He forced it back together. "How is that different from not being here at all?" Tia crossed the distance between them. Slowly. Deliberately. She stopped close enough to touch. "Because I'll still be here," she said. "After. Without the echo, without the residual power. Just me. Just Tia. Just human. Completely, finally, fully human, with no trace of anything divine left in my body. I won't be able to feel Pokemon emotions or move too fast or heal your ribs with my hands. I'll be exactly what I chose to be. And if the channeling kills you, then I'll die being exactly what I chose to be. Which is more than most legendaries get. That's not, Ash." She put her hands on his face. Palms warm, fingers gentle, amber eyes inches from his. "Listen to me. I have spent my entire existence, every form, every life, watching other people make the hard choices. Latios gave himself for Alto Mare. You threw yourself at every crisis that came along. Everyone I've ever cared about has been willing to risk everything for what they believed in. And I watched. From the sky. Safe and powerful and distant." Her voice shook but didn't break. "I'm not distant anymore. I'm here. In this body, on this ground, with you. And I am not going to stand behind a wall while other people decide the fate of 6 legendary souls who are suffering the same thing my brother suffered. That's not who I chose to be." Ash's hands came up to cover hers. His chest was so tight he could barely breathe. The feeling inside him, the one that had been building since the cave, growing with every shared laugh and every quiet moment and every time she looked at him like he was the only real thing in the world, was pressing against his ribs like a living thing demanding to be let out. "If you go into that chamber," he said, "I'm going with you. Ash, non-negotiable. If you're channeling the release, I'm there. Beside you. Whatever happens, it happens to both of us. That's insane. You're not equipped to. I've been in the presence of more legendary Pokemon than any other living person. Mewtwo, Lugia, Ho-Oh, Celebi, Latias, Latios, Groudon, Kyogre, Rayquaza, Dialga, Palkia, Giratina, Arceus. I've stood in front of all of them and I've survived and most of them knew my name. If those essences need a human anchor, someone they recognize, someone who's been showing up for legendaries since he was 10 years old, stop. I'm the best candidate and you know it. Stop." Her voice broke now. Finally, completely. "Stop making sense. Stop being right. Stop being so, you." She pulled him forward and pressed her forehead against his chest and wrapped her arms around him and held on with a ferocity that was half desperation and half surrender. "Together," she said into his shirt. "You promised. Together. Whatever comes. Even this. Especially this." She pulled back. Her face was wet, her eyes red, and she was looking at him with an expression that had shed every layer of protection, no legendary composure, no human masks, just the raw, naked core of a being who had crossed the boundary between divine and mortal for the sole purpose of standing exactly here. "I love you," she said. 3 words. No poetry, no grand declaration. A mirror of what he'd said on the Highland, "Because it's you, plain and true and carrying the weight of everything." Ash Ketchum, who had faced down gods and walked through the impossible and never once flinched, felt his entire world reorganize around 3 words spoken by a woman with tears on her cheeks and amber fire in her eyes. "I love you too," he said. "I've been trying to figure out how to say it for about 4 days. 4 days. I've been trying to figure out how to say it for 8 years. You win. It's not a competition. Everything's a competition. First rule of being a trainer." She laughed. The sound was broken and wet and perfect, and he pulled her close and her arms went around his neck and his went around her waist and they stood in the garden in the morning light, holding each other, and the world was still dangerous and the enemy was still gathering and the clock was still ticking, but right here, right now, 2 people were telling each other the truth, and that was a kind of power that no machine could harvest and no organization could steal. The Dragonite, who had woken during the conversation and was watching from the hot spring with the indulgent expression of a creature that had seen a lot of drama in its life, rumbled softly. Pikachu, perched on the porch railing, sparked his cheeks in approval. They went back inside. Faces dry, hands linked, the air between them rewritten. Cynthia took one look at them and said, "Good. That needed to happen. Now sit down. We have 71 hours and a lot of planning to do." The next 6 hours were strategy. Pure, focused, consuming strategy, the kind that Ash thrived in and Cynthia conducted like a maestro. The plan that emerged had 3 prongs, exactly as Tia had suggested. Team 1, Cynthia, with her Garchomp and a strike force of allied trainers, would assault the Crucible's exterior defenses and neutralize the Covenant operatives. This was the hammer, overwhelming force, applied fast, designed to collapse the perimeter and create a window for the other teams to move. Team 2, a political strike. While the physical assault occurred, Cynthia's evidence package, the defector's data, the Dragonite's testimony, Ilara's intelligence, would be presented simultaneously to the 8 uncompromised League Council members. This was the scalpel, cutting Soren's political protection at the exact moment his facility was breached. Team 3, Ash and Tia. Into the heart of the Crucible. To Axiom. To end it. "The timing is everything," Cynthia said. "The political strike and the physical assault must be simultaneous. If Soren gets warning from his council allies before we breach the facility, he triggers activation. If we breach before the council is in session, his allies block the evidence and call our assault an unauthorized military action." 71 hours, Ash said. "To assemble a strike force, transport them 200 miles offshore, coordinate with League Council scheduling, and plan an infiltration of a heavily defended facility we've never seen in person." 69, now. "We've been talking for 2 hours. Fantastic. I've done more with less." Cynthia allowed herself the smallest smile. "Ash, I need you to do something you're not going to like." "What?" "Rest. For the next 24 hours, you eat, you sleep, you train, and you prepare your team. No planning. No strategizing. No staring at maps until your eyes bleed. I'll handle the logistics. You handle being ready." He wanted to argue. The urgency was a physical ache, the ticking clock a presence in the room. But Cynthia was right, she was always right about this kind of thing, and exhaustion-fueled decisions were bad decisions, and Ash couldn't afford bad decisions. Not now. 24 hours, he agreed. Then I'm in the war room. Then you're in the war room. He spent the afternoon training. Not the refined, analytical training of the Greymore field, this was intensity training, the kind that pushed Pokemon and trainer to their limits and rebuilt them stronger at the break points. Pikachu worked on raw output. Thunderbolt after thunderbolt, each one harder than the last, until the mountainside crackled with residual charge. Greninja practiced the bond phenomenon transformation, snapping in and out of Ash Greninja form, reducing the activation time, refining the connection until it was seamless. Charizard and Sceptile sparred, fire against grass, power against speed, each one forcing the other to adapt and innovate. The Dragonite watched, then tentatively joined, its own power diminished but its fundamentals still sound. Without the stolen cores, it was relearning its own body, rediscovering what it could do with the strength it was born with rather than the strength it had been given. Ash worked himself hard. Push-ups, sprints, flexibility drills. The physical conditioning that separated great trainers from good ones, the ability to keep your body functional and your mind sharp when the battle had been going for hours and your Pokémon needed you to be at your best. Tia watched from the garden wall. Not the consuming analytical gaze of the early days, something softer, more personal. She watched Ash the way you watch someone you love doing something they love, with a quiet pride that didn't need words. In the late afternoon, she climbed down from the wall and walked onto the training ground. "Teach me to fight," she said. Ash stopped mid-rep. "What?" "Not Pokémon battles. Hand-to-hand. Self-defense. Whatever I might need if we're inside a facility and things go wrong and I don't have a Pokémon and I can't use the Echo without destroying myself." He looked at her. Slim, strong for her size, with reflexes that still exceeded human norms. Not a fighter, but not helpless, either. "Okay," he said. He taught her basics. Stance, balance, how to redirect force instead of meeting it head-on. How to break a grip. How to use an attacker's momentum against them. Simple techniques that didn't require strength or reach, just timing and commitment. She learned fast. Freakishly fast. Her body still retained traces of a legendary spatial awareness, the ability to read movement in 3 dimensions, and she translated Ash's instructions into action with a fluidity that most martial artists took years to develop. "You're a natural," he said after she successfully redirected his test grab for the 5th consecutive time. "I spent millennia reading the movements of every creature within 100 miles. This is just a more focused version. Less range, though. Considerably." She reset her stance. Again. They trained until sunset. By the end, Tia could perform basic defensive moves with confidence, and Ash had acquired several bruises from the occasions where her basic defense transitioned into counterattacks with slightly more force than intended. "Sorry," she said after accidentally driving her elbow into his solar plexus. "You're not sorry." "I'm a little sorry. Your eyes are literally sparkling with satisfaction. That might be the residual legendary glow." "It's not the glow." She grinned. He grinned back. And for a moment, standing in the garden with the sunset painting everything gold and the Dragonite huffing amusement from the hot spring and Pikachu rolling in the grass nearby, the coming battle seemed far away and the present moment seemed like all there was. Evening brought Bianca. Ash heard the commotion from the kitchen, voices at the front door, Cynthia's measured tones, a younger voice high and tight with emotion. He looked at Tia. She had gone completely still. Sitting at the kitchen table, hands flat on the wood, amber eyes wide and fixed on the hallway. Not breathing. "Hey," Ash said. "I can't." "You can." "What if she doesn't see me? What if she looks at me and just sees a stranger with a stolen face? Then we deal with that. Together. Together." She breathed the word like a prayer. Drew air. Stood. Footsteps in the hallway. The kitchen door opened. Bianca had grown up. The last time Ash had seen her, she'd been a teenager, bright, artistic, full of the careless energy of someone who had never known real loss. The woman who stood in the doorway was different. Mid-20s, lean, with dark hair cut short and paint-stained hands and eyes that carried the weight of someone who had lost too much and kept going anyway. She looked at Ash first. Recognition, they'd met before, in a different life, in a city built on water. Ash Ketchum, she said. You look different. So do you. Losing everyone you love will do that. No self-pity in her voice. Just fact. Then her eyes moved to Tia. The kitchen contracted. The air thickened. Ash could feel Tia vibrating beside him, every molecule of her body tensed, waiting. Bianca stared. Her lips parted. Her breath caught. No, she whispered. Tia flinched. No, 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 that's not, that can't be. Bianca's voice was rising, her eyes filling, her composure crumbling with the speed of a dam giving way. She crossed the kitchen in 3 strides and stopped inches from Tia, her hands hovering in the air between them, trembling. The garden, Bianca said. The fountain. The game we played, you would turn into me and we'd confuse Grandpa. He'd pretend to be fooled even though he always knew. The sound you'd make when you laughed, this trilling sound, like bells through water. I remember, Tia whispered. The night Latios died. You came to my room and you pressed your head against my chest and we stayed like that for hours and I could feel your heartbeat and it was the saddest sound in the world. I remember. I looked for you. After they took the soul due, after Grandpa, Bianca's voice shattered. She pressed her hands over her mouth, tears streaming. I looked everywhere. 4 months. I flew to every region, showed your picture to every researcher and ranger. Nobody had seen you. I thought you were dead. I thought I'm here. You're human. I'm here. Bianca's hands came down from her mouth. She reached out and touched Tia's face. Fingertips to cheek. The same way you'd touch something precious, something you'd given up on ever seeing again. Is it you? Bianca asked. Really you? Not just the shape. I remember the garden. The fountain. The game. The night Latios died and the sound of your heartbeat while you cried. I remember the day Ash came to Alto Mare and you told me not to follow him and I did anyway. I remember the color of Lorenzo's hands when he worked in the garden and the way the light came through the trees at 4 in the afternoon and the sound the soul dew made when the world was quiet. Tia's voice was steady but her eyes were overflowing. I remember everything, Bianca. I am different, the rite changed me, I am new in ways I'm still discovering, but the memories are mine and the love is mine and I am here. Bianca collapsed into Tia's arms. Or Tia collapsed into Bianca's. It was impossible to tell because they were holding each other with the desperate, crushing strength of 2 people who had been separated by death and transformation and the cruelty of those who treated divine things as resources, and who had found each other against every probability. Ash stepped back. Gave them space. Went to the porch. Pikachu was there, watching through the window. He looked at Ash with eyes that were old and wise and full of the particular satisfaction of a Pokemon who had been exactly right about someone from the very first moment. Yeah, buddy, Ash said, scratching behind Pikachu's ears. I know. Inside, through the glass, Tia and Bianca held each other and cried, and the sound was grief and relief and homecoming all tangled together, and Ash stood on the porch and let his own eyes sting and didn't wipe them because some moments deserved to be felt fully, even the painful parts. Especially the painful parts. The reunion reshaped the household. Bianca's presence added a warmth and a groundedness that had been missing. She was practical where Tia was philosophical, blunt where Tia was careful, and she had a talent for cutting through complexity with the precision of someone who had spent her life translating visual beauty into canvas. She'd brought information too. Not intelligence in the military sense, Bianca had no access to Covenant operations. But she'd spent months in Alto Mare after the Soul Dew theft, interviewing witnesses, documenting the aftermath, collecting testimony from townspeople who had seen the raid. She had photographs, recordings, sworn statements. Evidence of what the Covenant had done to a town that had been peaceful for centuries. Lorenzo fought them with a hammer, Bianca said that evening, spreading photographs across Carolina's table. Her voice was flat with the forced composure of someone who had told this story before and survived by keeping it clinical. An actual hammer. He was 83 years old and he picked up a hammer and he stood in front of the Soul Dew and told them they'd have to go through him. They went through him, Tia said. They went around him. Flanked the garden, hit it from 3 sides, used sonic disruptors to shatter the Soul Dew's protective field. Lorenzo got one of them, broke a man's arm with that hammer, before they knocked him down. Bianca's jaw tightened. He died 3 days later. In the hospital. He was awake. His last words were, "Tell her I'm sorry I couldn't protect it." The kitchen was silent. The Soul Dew, Tia said quietly. What happened to it? They extracted the essence, Latios's residual consciousness, and the physical shell crumbled. I have the pieces. Bianca reached into her bag and produced a small wooden box. Inside, nestled in silk, were fragments of crystal, once luminous, now dark, dead, their inner light extinguished. Tia touched them. Ran her fingers over the largest fragment, no bigger than a walnut. I can't feel him, she said. There's nothing left. Whatever they took all of it. It's an axiom, Elara said from her chair by the wall. They'd almost forgotten she was there, by design, Ash suspected. The commander was very good at becoming furniture when it suited her. Latios's essence was the second core installed. After the Suicune extraction from Giotto. Tia's hand closed over the fragment. Then it's in Axiom. And when we shut Axiom down, his essence will release. Like the Dragonite's cores. And dissipate, Carolina said gently. As the freed essences do. Yes. Tia's voice was a thread. And dissipate. Bianca reached across the table and took Tia's free hand. He's already gone, isn't he? Has been since the extraction. He's been trapped. Suffering. But still, there. Fragmented, confused, but present. Then freeing him is the right thing. Even if it means losing him forever. He was lost the moment they took the Soul Dew. At least this way, he chooses. They gave him a cage. You give him a door. Tia looked at Bianca with an expression that Ash recognized, the same one she'd worn when she realized that mushroom soup was the greatest achievement of human civilization. Not about soup this time. About the discovery that the people you love could surprise you with exactly the right words at exactly the right moment. When did you get wise? Tia asked. About the same time you got mortal. Loss does that. Bianca squeezed her hand. Now. I hear you're going to testify to a room full of politicians about being a former legendary Pokemon who fell in love with a trainer and became human. Want to practice on me? That sounds terrifying. Good. If you can survive me, the politicians will be easy. While Tia and Bianca worked on the testimony, Ash found Cynthia in the study, surrounded by communications equipment and looking like a general on the eve of battle. Strike Force is assembling, she said without preamble. Faulkner is bringing his fastest electric types for the approach, speed is critical on open water. Bertha has agreed to coordinate the political strike through her contacts on the council. Flint and Lucian will lead the secondary assault teams. The Elite Four. All of them. This is an existential threat, Ash. Axiom's activation could destabilize the entire region. The Elite Four's job is to prevent exactly that. And the other champions? Lance is monitoring from Kanto, he'll move the Indigo League apparatus if we need political reinforcement. Stephen Stone has offered Hoen's naval resources for the approach. Diantha is on standby. Cynthia paused. I reached out to one other person. Someone unconventional. Who? You'll see. Cynthia. Trust me. You'll appreciate it when the time comes. He let it go. Cynthia's surprises were usually worth the wait. What about Kale? Ash asked. Cynthia's expression shifted. Ilara says he's gone dark. No communications, no movement on any network she can track. He could be anywhere. He'll be at the Crucible. Almost certainly. And his state of mind is unpredictable. The Dragonite's liberation broke something in him, Ilara says. She doesn't know which way the break goes, toward us or away from us. Ash thought about Kale's face on the ridge. The crack in the facade. The way he'd said I raised it from a Dratini. The question wasn't whether Kale could be turned. The question was whether the turning would happen fast enough to matter. I need to talk to the Dragonite, Ash said. About Kale? About what happened to both of them. If anyone can reach Kale, it's his own Pokemon. Cynthia considered this. The Dragonite is healing. It may not be ready to face its former trainer. I won't push it. But I'll ask. He found the Dragonite in the garden, standing in the hot spring with water up to its belly, wings spread, face turned toward the sun. It had regained some weight in the last 2 days, still diminished, but recognizably healthy, the natural warmth of Dragonite's orange scales replacing the cold metallic sheen of the enhancement. Hey, Ash said, sitting on the spring's edge. The Dragonite rumbled. Warm. Welcoming. I need to ask you something. About Kale. The warmth drained. The Dragonite's body tensed, wings folding tight, and a sound emerged from its throat that was unmistakably grief, low, sustained, the sound of a Pokemon mourning a relationship it couldn't understand anymore. He's not here, Ash said quickly. He's out there. Somewhere. And I think he's lost. The Dragonite looked at him. Those clear brown eyes, free of the blue glow for the first time in months, carried an intelligence and an emotional depth that reminded Ash why Dragonite were considered among the wisest Pokemon in existence. He raised you. He loved you. And when they took you for the program, he stayed because he couldn't leave you. He fought their battles, carried their flag, did terrible things, all so he could be near you. The Dragonite's eyes glistened. Pokemon tears, rare and heavy. We're going to the place where they built Axiom. To shut it down. Kale might be there. And if he is, Ash paused. Chose his words carefully. I can't promise he'll come back. He might fight us. He might fight for them. But if there's a chance, if you're there, and he sees you, free and alive and yourself again, that might be the thing that breaks through. The Dragonite was quiet for a long time. The hot spring steamed around it. The garden was peaceful. Then it nodded. A single, deliberate movement that carried the weight of a decision made not from strategy or logic but from something simpler and more powerful. Love. Damaged, complicated, scarred, but still love. Thank you, Ash said. The Dragonite lowered its head and pressed its snout against Ash's hand. The skin was warm, alive, and the touch carried a communication that transcended species. Bring me to him. I'll do the rest. Night fell on Celestic town. 60 hours until activation. 60 hours to assemble forces, transport them across open ocean, infiltrate a fortress, and stop an artificial god from tearing the world apart. Ash should have been sleeping. Cynthia had ordered rest. His body demanded it. Instead, he sat on the back porch in the dark, staring at the mountains, running through the plan in his head. Looking for holes. Finding them. Trying to patch them with courage and creativity and the particular brand of insanity that had defined his entire career. The door opened behind him. Tia sat down beside him without a word. She was carrying 2 cups of tea. She handed him one. They drank in silence. The stars were out again, thick and cold. Bianca helped me write the testimony, Tia said. It's good. Clear, factual, emotionally compelling without being manipulative. She's a better writer than I expected. She's an artist. They see structure in everything. She cried 3 times during the writing. So did I. We used an entire box of tissues. Carolina was not pleased. How are you feeling? About the testimony? Terrified. Resolved. Both at the same time, in roughly equal measure. She sipped her tea. I practiced it in front of Bianca. And then in front of Carolina. And then in front of Cynthia, who gave me notes. Cynthia gives very thorough notes. Cynthia gives notes on everything. She once gave me notes on how I eat lunch. Were the notes accurate? Annoyingly so. Tia smiled. Small, tired, real. The testimony isn't what scares me, she said. The politicians, the revelation, the public exposure, those are just words and reactions, and I can survive words and reactions. What scares me is the chamber. Axiom. The channeling. I'll be there. I know. That's part of what scares me. He looked at her. In the starlight, her amber eyes were dark, luminous, carrying reflections of constellations she'd once flown between. What are the chances, he asked. Honestly. That the channeling kills you. She was quiet. He appreciated that she didn't lie. I don't know. The rite of becoming has been performed 11 times. None of the 11 ever attempted to channel legendary essences through their mortal body afterward. There's no precedent. She paused. My best guess, based on what I know about the echo's limits, is that the channeling will be excruciating, will burn out the last of my residual power, and will leave me diminished but alive. But that's an optimistic guess, and I'm aware that I might be biased toward optimism because the alternative is unbearable. Then we go with optimistic. That's not how probability works. I don't care how probability works. I care that you're alive at the end. She set down her tea. Turned to face him fully. The moonlight caught her face and made her look like something out of a painting, not a human painting, something older, something from the shrines on the hillsides where legendary Pokemon and humans had once existed in a relationship the modern world had forgotten. Ash. If something goes wrong in that chamber. If the channeling takes more than I have. I need you to promise me something. Don't. Promise me you'll finish the mission. That you'll make sure Axiom is destroyed, that Soren is stopped, that the essences are freed. Don't let me be the reason it fails. That's not a promise I can make. You have to. I physically cannot promise to keep fighting if you, he stopped. Breathed. I physically cannot. Then promise me this instead, promise me that whatever happens, you won't blame yourself. You won't carry it like you carry everything else, like a weight that's your fault, like a failure you should have prevented. Promise me you'll remember that I chose. Every step, every moment, every sacrifice, I chose. He looked at her for a long, long time. I promise to try, he said. That's the best I can do. I promise to try. That's what I've got. She studied his face. Searching for something. Finding it, apparently, because her expression softened. Okay, she said. I'll take it. She leaned against him. He put his arm around her. The mountains stood silent. The stars wheeled. When this is over, Ash said, I'm taking you to the beach. You promised that days ago. I'm renewing the promise. The beach. Sand between your toes. Salt water. The whole thing. And mushroom soup. And mushroom soup. From a restaurant. A real one, with chairs and menus. From the best restaurant in whatever town is closest to the best beach. She pressed closer. Her hand found his chest, rested over his heart, felt the steady beat. I want ordinary things, she said. After. I want mornings where nothing is trying to kill us. I want to learn to cook. I want to read books and sleep late and walk through towns where nobody knows who I used to be. I want to fight with you about stupid things like whose turn it is to do the laundry and then make up and eat dinner together and fall asleep on the couch. That sounds incredible. It sounds normal. That's what makes it incredible. She tilted her face up. He looked down. They were very close. Close enough that the gap between them wasn't a distance, it was an invitation. Ash closed it. The kiss was soft. Careful. Not tentative, deliberate, the way you approach something precious, something you want to get right. Her lips were warm and slightly chapped and she tasted like Carolina's tea and she made a sound against his mouth, that musical note, the ghost of the Latias song, involuntary and beautiful, and his hand came up to cup her jaw and her fingers curled in his shirt and the world narrowed to the two of them on a porch in the starlight. When they pulled apart, her eyes were closed and she was smiling, the fullest, most unguarded smile he'd ever seen on her face, radiant with a happiness so pure it was almost painful to look at. 8 years, she said, eyes still closed. 8 years since Alto Mare. Since the first one. Worth the wait. She opened her eyes. Amber fire. You have no idea. He kissed her again. Less careful this time. More certain. The certainty of a man who had found the thing worth fighting for and was never letting go. Pikachu appeared in the window behind them, took one look, and pulled the curtains shut with his tail. 58 hours. The war room, Carolina's study, converted overnight into a command center, hummed with activity. Cynthia coordinated via encrypted channels, her Garchomp's pokeball at her hip, her voice carrying the calm, absolute authority of a woman who had been preparing for a crisis of this magnitude for her entire career. Ash stood over the map table. The Crucible's schematics were spread out in detail now. Elara had spent hours refining them, adding guard rotations, security system specifications, structural weaknesses. The facility was a converted research platform with 6 levels above water and 3 below. Axiom's containment chamber was on sublevel 2, protected by reinforced walls, energy shielding, and a dedicated security team. The shield generators are here and here, Elara said, pointing. They run on the same siphon network as the enhanced Pokémon. If you cut the generators, the energy shield around the containment chamber drops. How long between cutting the generators and the shield failing? 60 to 90 seconds. The system has backup capacitors, but they're designed for brief interruptions, not sustained outage. 60 seconds. Ash looked at Greninja's Pokeball. 60 seconds to cross 2 levels and reach the containment chamber before the backup kicked in and the shield reformed. Tight. Very tight. I'll need a distraction, he said. Something big enough to draw security to the upper levels while we move below. That's what the strike force is for, Cynthia said. We hit the surface hard, overwhelming force, maximum chaos. Every operative they send topside is one less between you and Axiom. And Soren? I'll handle Soren. He'll be in the command center on level 3, he won't leave during activation, he's too invested in the moment. I'll take him personally. Ash looked at her. Champion Cynthia, the most powerful trainer in Sino and arguably the world, offering to fight a former League Council member in the middle of an artificial god's activation facility. Be careful, he said. I'm always careful. You're never careful. You just make reckless look elegant. The ghost of a smile. Flattery. 40 hours. Ash called his team together. All of them, Pikachu, Greninja, Charizard, Sceptile, and the free Dragonite, who had been formally added to his temporary roster with the understanding that this was a partnership, not a capture. The Dragonite didn't have a Pokeball and didn't want one. It would fly alongside Charizard, free and unfettered, fighting by choice. They stood in Carolina's garden, 6 Pokémon and 1 trainer, and Ash told them what was coming. Not in words. In presence. He stood among them and let them feel what he felt, the weight, the stakes, the fear, the determination. The bond he shared with each of them was different, Pikachu's was a decade of shared existence, Greninja's was a literal fusion of souls, Charizard's was mutual respect forged in fire, Sceptile's was quiet, deep, the bond of two beings who had fought side by side in silence and understood each other perfectly. The Dragonite's bond was new. Fresh. But it was real, built on liberation and trust and the promise that they were going back to the place where it had been tortured, not to hide from the memories but to face them. "I'm not going to give a speech," Ash said. "You know what's at stake. You know what we're walking into. I just need you to know that whatever happens in there, whatever goes wrong, whatever surprises we face, I trust you. All of you. More than I trust myself." Pikachu climbed to his shoulder. Greninja materialized beside him. Charizard and Sceptile flanked. The Dragonite stood tall, wings spread, brown eyes clear. 6 fighters. 1 goal. "Let's bring them home," Ash said. 24 hours. The strike force assembled at a cove on Sinoa's western coast. 14 trainers, hand-picked by Cynthia, each one a league-level competitor with combat experience and Pokémon capable of operating in maritime conditions. Ash recognized some of them. Faulkner, Sunnyshore's gym leader, crackling with electric energy and grim determination. Flint of the Elite Four, his hair as wild as his Infernape's temperament. Lucian, calm and precise, his psychic types already scanning the horizon. And one more. A figure standing apart from the others. Tall, lean, with wild black hair and a cape that really should have looked ridiculous but somehow didn't. "Lance," Ash said. The Dragon Master turned. His eyes, those intense, slightly unsettling eyes that saw strategy in everything, fixed on Ash with an expression that combined respect and anticipation. "Cynthia called," Lance said. "She said you'd found a Dragonite that had been tortured by people using stolen legendary essence and that you were leading an assault on their base. That about covers it. She had me at Dragonite." Lance's gaze moved to the freed Dragonite standing behind Ash, and his expression shifted, hardened. The Dragon Master's connection to dragon types was legendary, and the sight of a Dragonite bearing the scars of implantation hit him like a personal insult. They did this? 3 cores. 3 stolen legendary essences. Forced inside its body. Lance's jaw tightened until the muscles stood out like cables. "Show me the facility schematics." The next 12 hours were final preparations. Route planning. Timing synchronization. Backup contingencies. Extraction protocols. The kind of meticulous, life-or-death planning that turned a group of powerful individuals into a coherent fighting force. Through it all, Ash kept one eye on Tia. She was quiet. Composed. Working with Bianca on the final version of her testimony, reviewing it, memorizing key passages. The testimony would be delivered remotely, via encrypted video to the League Council session, timed to coincide with the physical assault. At midnight, 12 hours before launch, Ash found her in the garden. She was sitting by the hot spring where the Dragonite usually rested, her feet in the warm water, staring at the steam rising into the cold air. "You should sleep," he said. "So should you. I will if you will." "Liar." He sat beside her. Took off his boots. Put his feet in the water. The warmth was perfect, that borderline too hot temperature that unknotted muscles you didn't know were clenched. "Carolina gave me something," Tia said. She held up a small object, a crystal pendant on a silver chain. "It's from the ruins. Hundreds of years old. She says it was made during the 3rd mythic era, when humans and legendaries lived together openly. It's a bonding token, a symbol of partnership between a human and a legendary being. It's beautiful. She said it might help during the channeling. Not with the power, nothing can help with that. But with the intent. With the focus. A physical anchor for the connection between what I was and what I am." Ash looked at the pendant. The crystal caught the moonlight and refracted it into tiny rainbows. "Can I?" he asked, gesturing toward it. She handed it to him. He unclasped the chain, reached around her neck, fastened it. His fingers brushed the nape of her neck and she shivered, not from cold. "There," he said. She touched the pendant where it lay against her collarbone, over the fading geometric scars of the Covenant's brand. Crystal over cruelty. Beauty over pain. Thank you. Thank Carolina. I'm thanking you. For being here. For being you. For all of it. He took her hand. Come on. 12 hours. We should at least pretend to sleep. They went inside. Climbed the stairs. Stood in the hallway between their rooms. Ash. Yeah. She kissed him. Quick, fierce, with the focused intensity she brought to everything. Then she pulled back and looked at him with those amber eyes and said, "Tomorrow, we save the world. Tonight, I just want to be a woman who loves a man and sleeps knowing he's close. I'm close. Closer." He understood. They went to his room. Lay on the bed, fully clothed, her back against his chest, his arm around her waist, the pendant cool against his forearm. Not intimate, proximate. Present. Together in the most literal, physical sense. She fell asleep in minutes. That sudden, total surrender to unconsciousness that he'd come to recognize as uniquely hers. He lay awake a little longer. Listening to her breathe. Feeling her heartbeat through his arm. Thinking about tomorrow. The crucible. Axiom. 6 trapped legendary souls screaming in an artificial prison. A madman with a god complex and the resources to build one. An army of enhanced Pokémon between them and the objective. And this woman. This impossible, miraculous woman who had given up the sky to walk beside him. "I'll bring you back," he whispered. "Whatever it takes. I'll bring you back." She murmured in her sleep. That musical note. The Latias lullaby. Quieter now than it had been in Greymore, fainter, the echo fading, the mortal body slowly, naturally releasing the last traces of the divine. He held her tighter. Closed his eyes. Slept. In 12 hours, the world would change. For now, this was enough. Chapter 4 End. Chapter 5, What Gods Leave Behind. The ocean was black. Not the blue-black of deep water under moonlight or the gray-black of storm-churned seas. This was a void, a flat, featureless expanse that swallowed the pre-dawn darkness and gave nothing back. The transport vessel cut through it at 40 knots, engines muffled by Faulkner's magnezone creating an electromagnetic dampening field around the hull, and the only sound was the hiss of the bow wake and the low, rhythmic breathing of 14 trainers preparing for war. Ash stood at the prow. The wind hit his face hard enough to make his eyes water, carrying salt and cold and the faintest trace of something else, ozone, metallic, wrong. The smell of concentrated energy. The smell of a place where the natural order had been broken and reassembled into something it was never meant to be. They were 90 minutes out. The crucible was over the horizon, invisible but present in the data streaming across the tactical display Cynthia had mounted on the bridge. A cluster of heat signatures. An energy output that registered on sensors designed for power plants. And at the center, a reading that the instruments couldn't classify, not Pokémon, not machine, not natural, a category unto itself. Axiom. Tia stood beside him. She'd been quiet since they'd boarded, not withdrawn, but focused, her attention turned inward in a way that reminded Ash of a Pokémon preparing for evolution. Gathering herself. Marshalling reserve she wasn't sure she had for an effort she wasn't sure she'd survive. The pendant from Carolina hung at her collarbone, catching the running lights and throwing fragments of rainbow across the deck. Nervous? Ash asked. Beyond nervous. Past nervous into some uncharted territory on the other side. There's a word for that. It's called brave. Brave people don't throw up. Brave people throw up all the time. They just do the thing anyway. She looked at him. Salt spray on her face, wind pulling at her hair, amber eyes dark in the pre-dawn. Have you ever thrown up before a battle? Once. Before the Kalos League finals. Serena held my hair. That's disgusting and somehow charming. That was her review too. The ghost of a smile. It didn't quite land, but the attempt was there, and Ash counted it as a victory. Behind them, the strike force made final preparations. Lance moved through the assembled trainers with the efficient authority of a man who had commanded armies before, checking equipment, reviewing assignments, making subtle adjustments to the battle plan with the instinct of a master strategist. His own Dragonite, massive, scarred, radiating the quiet power of a dragon that had won more fights than most Pokémon would ever see, perched on the transport's elevated stern, eyes fixed on the horizon. Ash's freed Dragonite stood nearby. The two dragon types had regarded each other with the careful respect of kindred spirits meeting under unusual circumstances. Lance's Dragonite had inspected the scars left by the implantation process and made a sound, low, dangerous, the rumble of a predator encountering evidence of an offense against its kind. Then it had pressed its forehead against the freed Dragonite's neck, and the gesture was so unmistakably tender that several nearby trainers had looked away. 30 minutes to visual range, Faulkner called from the bridge. His voice was flat, professional, carrying the bored-sounding competence of a man who channeled nervousness into precision. Magnazone is holding the dampening field but will lose it at 20 miles, the facility's sensors will pick us up after that. Then we hit them at 20 miles, Cynthia said. She stood at the tactical display, Garchomp's pokeball in her hand, her gray eyes processing information at a speed that made computers look leisurely. All teams, final positions. The window is tight, 60 minutes from breach to objective. 60 minutes. To breach a fortress, fight through its defenders, reach Axiom, and shut it down before Soren could complete activation. 60 minutes that would determine whether the world's legendary Pokémon remained free beings or became raw material for a machine built by a man who thought he knew better than gods. Ash checked his team one last time. Pikachu on his shoulder, fully charged, ears up. Greninja's Pokeball at his belt, the bond humming between them like a plucked string. Charizard and Sceptile ready. The freed Dragonite standing tall on the stern, wings half spread, eyes clear. Tia touched his arm. It's time for me to go below. The testimony. While the strike force assaulted the Crucible, Tia would deliver her testimony to the League Council via encrypted transmission from the ship's communications suite. Bianca was already below, managing the technical setup, ensuring the signal couldn't be jammed or intercepted. I'll be watching, Ash said. As long as I can. Focus on the mission. Not on me. I can do both. You absolutely cannot. You're the worst multitasker I've ever met. You once tried to eat a sandwich and walk at the same time and walked into a lamppost. That was one time. Pikachu has a scar. Pikachu does not have a scar. Pikachu chirped something that sounded distinctly like confirmation of the scar. Traitor, Ash muttered. Tia's expression softened. The banter dissolved, and underneath it was the raw, unprotected face of a woman about to walk into the most important moment of her life, and possibly the last. Come back, she said. That's my line. We can share it. She pressed her hand against his chest, over his heart. Held it there for 3 beats. Then she turned and walked to the below-deck hatch, and Bianca was there waiting, and Tia didn't look back because looking back was harder than going forward. Ash watched her disappear below the deck. The hatch closed. He turned to face the horizon. Pikachu. A spark. An affirmation. Let's go break something. The Crucible announced itself before it was visible, a column of light on the horizon, pale blue, rising from the ocean into the overcast sky like a wound in the world. Axiom's containment field, active and building toward activation. Even from 20 miles out, the energy was palpable, a pressure in the chest, a buzz in the teeth, a wrongness that went deeper than physical sensation. Ash felt it in the bond with Greninja. The Water-Dark type was sensitive to psychic disturbance, and the energy pouring from the crucible was saturated with it, the compressed agony of 6 trapped legendary consciousnesses, screaming in frequencies that most humans couldn't hear but that Pokémon felt like broken glass under the skin. Below decks, he heard Tia cry out. Brief. Controlled. She'd felt it too, an order of magnitude more intensely. Visual contact, Faulkner announced. The crucible materialized from the pre-dawn murk like a fever dream made steel. It was enormous, a converted deep-sea platform the size of a city block, bristling with antennae and equipment, lit by harsh white spotlights and the ethereal blue glow of Axiom's energy. 3 towers rose from its main deck, connected by catwalks and cable arrays, and at the center, visible even from this distance, was a structure that looked less like architecture and more like a tumor. Organic curves in metal, surfaces that seemed to shift and breathe, the containment vessel for an artificial god. 40 Covenant operatives. 20 enhanced Pokémon. Automated defense systems. Energy shielding. 14 trainers and a prayer. All teams, Cynthia said. Her voice carried across the deck with the absolute authority of a woman who had never in her life been unsure of an order. Launch. The sky erupted. Charizard hit the air with a roar that shattered the pre-dawn quiet, flame streaming from his jaws in a banner of white-hot fury. Alongside him, Lance's Dragonite, Flint's Infernape clinging to the back of Lucian's Alakazam, Faulkner's Luxray on the prow of an electromagnetic platform generated by his Magnezone, and a dozen other Pokémon and trainers in a wave of organized violence that crossed the 20-mile gap in minutes. The Crucible's defenses activated. Energy turrets on the 3 towers opened fire, not standard attacks but concentrated beams of that same blue legendary energy, each one capable of dropping a fully evolved Pokémon in a single hit. The beams swept the approaching formation with mechanical precision. Evasive. Split formation. Ash commanded from Charizard's back, the wind tearing at his voice. The strike force scattered. Years of league competition and combat training showed in the discipline of the break, no collisions, no confusion, each trainer taking a pre-assigned vector. Lance went high, his Dragonite climbing above the turret arc. Faulkner went low, skimming the ocean's surface where the turrets couldn't depress far enough to target him. Cynthia's Garchomp dove straight in, too fast and too close for the automated systems to track. Ash took the middle route. Charizard wove between turret beams with the aerial artistry of a Pokémon who had been flying combat missions since before most of these machines were designed. Left barrel roll, right bank, a corkscrew that threaded between 2 converging beams with inches to spare. Pikachu clung to Ash's shoulder, cheeks blazing, ready. Pikachu. The left tower's turret array. Thunderbolt. The bolt arced from Pikachu's body across 100 meters of salt air and hit the turret control node with surgical precision. Sparks. Explosion. The left tower's defensive grid went dark. That's one, Ash said. Lance, the right. Lance's Dragonite hit the right tower like a ballistic missile. Not with fire or energy, with its body, a dragon rush that carried the mass of a fully grown Dragonite traveling at ramming speed directly into the turret housing. Metal screamed. The tower buckled. The turret exploded. Cynthia's Garchomp took the center tower. 1 Dragon Claw. 1 strike. The turret array disintegrated. 12 seconds. 3 towers. No automated defenses. Breach. Cynthia's voice over the communicator. All teams, breach. The strike force hit the Crucible's surface from 6 directions simultaneously. The platform's deck was chaos. Covenant operatives poured from interior hatches, releasing enhanced Pokémon into a battle space that was already a maelstrom of fire, lightning, and psychic energy. The enhanced Pokémon, Tyranitar, Agron, Metagross, a dozen others, all bearing the blue glow of implanted aura cores, fought with the artificial ferocity of creatures running on stolen power. But the strike force had something the enhanced Pokémon didn't: coordination. Each trainer knew their role. Each Pokémon fought within a framework designed by Cynthia to maximize coverage and minimize exposure. It wasn't elegant, it was brutal, efficient, the kind of fighting that happened when the stakes were existential and the margins were zero. Ash didn't stay on the surface. That wasn't his mission. While the strike force engaged the defenders, he moved. Charizard dropped him at the main access hatch, a reinforced door that Alara's intelligence said led to the interior stairwell. Sceptile materialized beside him, leaf blade already extended, and carved through the lock mechanism with a single precise stroke. The door fell inward. Ash recalled Charizard: the fire type was needed on the surface, and the interior corridors were too narrow for a dragon with a 20-foot wingspan. Charizard, stay topside. Help Lance. A roar of acknowledgement, and Charizard was airborne again, banking toward a cluster of enhanced Tyranitar that were giving Faulkner's team trouble. Ash entered the crucible with Pikachu on his shoulder, Greninja and Sceptile flanking, and the freed Dragonite behind him, too large for the corridors but refusing to stay outside, squeezing through with wings folded tight and a determination that wouldn't take no for an answer. The interior was industrial. Metal walls, harsh lighting, the hum of massive generators transmitting through the floor. The air tasted recycled and carried that ozone metallic tang, stronger now, almost choking. Every surface vibrated with the barely contained energy of Axiom's activation sequence. 2 levels down, Ash said, checking the mental map he'd built from Alara's schematics. Through the research wing, past the containment lab, to the activation chamber. They moved fast. Sceptile took point, his natural ability to sense living presences through environmental vibrations serving as a biological radar. Pikachu's ears tracked every sound. Greninja existed in a state of permanent readiness, water veil shimmering, dark pulse building in reserve. The first opposition appeared at the stairwell junction, 3 operatives and 2 enhanced Agron, blocking the downramp. Standard defensive formation, textbook deployment. Sceptile didn't slow down. Leaf Blade took the first Agron's knee, the weak point below the armor plating, and the Pokémon buckled. Pikachu hit the second with a thunderbolt that overloaded its core, and the blue glow flickered as the stolen essence rebelled against the electrical disruption. The operatives raised communication devices. Greninja appeared behind them, literally materialized, the speed of his movement creating the illusion of teleportation, and 3 precisely applied chops to 3 necks produced 3 unconscious operatives. Total engagement time, 7 seconds. Keep moving, Ash said. Level 2 was the research wing, and it was a horror show. Not visually, the labs were clean, organized, clinical. Stainless steel surfaces, sophisticated equipment, neatly labeled storage units. It looked like any advanced research facility in any region. And that was what made it horrifying, because the neatly labeled storage units contained aura cores, crystalline containers the size of fists, each one glowing with that cold blue light, each one holding the compressed essence of a legendary Pokémon. Ash stopped at a wall-mounted display rack. 12 containers. 9 were dark, empty, their contents already installed in Axiom or implanted in enhanced Pokémon. 3 still glowed. He could hear them. Not like Tia could, not as voices, not as songs. But as a pressure, a resonance, a weight against his consciousness that felt like the psychic equivalent of someone crying in the next room. His aura sensitivity, the gift that had let him connect with legendaries since childhood, picked up the fringes of their suffering. "We'll come back for these," he said. After. The Dragonite pressed its face against the display glass and made a sound of recognition. Grief. Understanding. It had carried 3 of these inside its body. It knew what the glow meant. "I know," Ash said. "I know. We'll free them all." They kept moving. Through the research wing, past sealed laboratories that Ash didn't have time to investigate, toward the heavy blast doors that separated the containment level from the rest of the facility. The doors were locked. Biometrically sealed, according to Alara's briefing, keyed to senior Covenant personnel only. Ash didn't have biometrics. He had a Pikachu. Full power. The locking mechanism. Fry it. Thunder. The blast door's electronic system died in a cascade of sparks. The magnetic locks disengaged. The doors slid open with a groan of stressed metal. Beyond was a corridor that was different from everything above it. Wider. Higher. The walls were lined with conduits that pulsed blue, carrying energy to the activation chamber like arteries feeding a heart. The air was thick with the ozone-metallic taste, almost liquid, and the vibration through the floor had intensified into something that felt like standing on the chest of something breathing. The activation chamber was at the end of this corridor. Through one final door. "This is it," Ash said. Pikachu's cheeks sparked. Greninja's water veil rippled. Sceptile's blades extended. The Dragonite drew itself up to its full height, wings pressing against the corridor walls, brown eyes burning. Ash reached for the door. It opened from the other side. Kale stood in the doorway. He looked like he hadn't slept in days. The military precision of his appearance was gone, uniform rumpled, hair disheveled, eyes red-rimmed and carrying the hollow intensity of a man who had been staring into an abyss and hadn't blinked. Behind him, through the open door, Ash caught a glimpse of the activation chamber, vast, domed, dominated by a structure at its center that defied easy description. Axiom's containment vessel. A sphere of metal and crystal and energy, roughly 30 feet in diameter, floating in a cradle of electromagnetic fields. The blue glow that had been a secondary light source everywhere else in the facility was here the primary reality, a blazing, pulsing emanation that made the air itself shimmer and turned every surface into a mirror of cold fire. And inside the sphere, visible through the semi-transparent containment shell, shapes. Moving. Writhing. 6 distinct forms, compressed and overlapping, each one the ghost of a legendary Pokémon reduced to energy and pain. Kale looked at Ash. Then past Ash, at the Dragonite. Something happened in his face. Ash had seen a lot of expressions in his life, joy, rage, fear, determination, but he had never seen a human face do what Kale's did in that moment. It wasn't an expression. It was a demolition. Every wall, every barrier, every carefully constructed defense that Kale had built over 5 years of serving an organization that had taken everything from him, all of it came down at once, leaving behind a face so naked and so broken that Ash had to look away. "You brought her," Kale said. His voice was a ruin. "You brought her back." The Dragonite stepped forward. Past Ash, past Greninja, past Sceptile, through the doorway, until it stood directly in front of the man who had raised it from a Dratini and then let it be taken apart and reassembled into a weapon. The Dragonite made a sound. Not the battle roar of the enhanced version. Not the grief keen of the Highland. This was something else, a Dragonite's call, pure and unaugmented, the sound of recognition and forgiveness and a love that had survived dismantlement. Kale's hand came up, trembling, and touched the Dragonite's face. His fingers traced the scars where the core implants had been, the physical evidence of what had been done, healed now but permanent, a map of suffering written in scar tissue. "I'm sorry," Kale said. The words were barely audible. "I'm so sorry. I should have fought harder. I should have." The Dragonite pressed its forehead against his chest. The same gesture it had given Ash on the Highland. Trust. Acceptance. The declaration that forgiveness wasn't a thing to be earned but a thing to be given, freely, by a creature whose capacity for love had survived everything humanity's worst could do to it. Kale broke. Not gracefully, completely. His legs gave way and the Dragonite caught him, one wing curving around his body, holding him upright, and Kale pressed his face against his Pokémon's neck and wept with the total, shaking abandon of a man who had been holding himself together with nothing but rage and guilt and had finally been allowed to let go. Ash waited. The clock was ticking, Axiom's activation sequence was running, the energy levels climbing, every second bringing the moment of crisis closer. But some things couldn't be rushed, and some things mattered more than timing. After a minute, Cale straightened. Wiped his face with rough hands. Looked at Ash with eyes that were red and raw and, for the first time since they'd met, completely honest. "Soren's on level 3, Cale said. Command center. He's running the activation remotely." "I know. Cynthia's going for him. She'll need help. He has a personal guard, for operatives, 2 enhanced Tyranitar, and he's carrying a control device that can trigger Axiom's emergency activation protocol. If he uses it, the activation jumps to completion in 30 seconds, regardless of the standard sequence." "Can it be disabled?" "Physically destroyed. Same as the compliance override you broke on the Highland." A pause. "I designed both devices. I know their weaknesses." Ash understood what was being offered. "You're sure?" "I'm sure that I've spent 5 years serving a man who tortured my best friend and called it progress. I'm sure that I watched those," he gestured at the containment sphere, at the writhing forms inside. "And told myself it was necessary. I'm sure that I was wrong." His voice hardened. "And I'm sure that if Soren activates that thing, every one of those souls dies screaming and takes half the world with them. Then go. Level 3. Find Cynthia. Help her." Cale nodded. He looked at the Dragonite. A question, wordless but clear. The Dragonite rumbled. Stepped to his side. Old partnership, scarred but alive, reformed in a corridor beneath the sea. "Cale," Ash said. He turned. "Don't make me regret this." "You won't." They left. The Dragonite's bulk filling the corridor as it followed its trainer toward the fight that would determine whether 5 years of wrong choices could be answered by one right one. Ash turned to the activation chamber. Axiom blazed. The chamber was bigger than the schematics had suggested. A dome of reinforced steel and energy-dampening composites, roughly 100 feet in diameter, with the containment sphere floating at its center like a blue sun in a metal sky. Catwalks ringed the space at 3 levels, connected by ladders and emergency stairs, and the floor was a grid of energy conduits that pulsed in rhythm with Axiom's heartbeat. Control stations lined the lower level, monitoring equipment, energy regulators, diagnostic displays showing readouts that Ash couldn't interpret but that all shared the same general theme of numbers climbing toward thresholds marked in red. The activation sequence was at 63%. The displays showed a countdown, 41 minutes to full Phase 1. Ash took it all in with the rapid assessment of a trainer evaluating a battlefield. Entry points. Cover positions. The containment sphere's energy field. The conduits on the floor, power sources, potential weapons, potential hazards. And inside the sphere, the essences. 6 forms, overlapping and distinct, each one a legendary Pokémon reduced to light and pain. He couldn't identify them all, the forms were too compressed, too fragmented, but he recognized one. Smaller than the others, more compact, moving in patterns that were simultaneously alien and heartbreakingly familiar. Latios. "Tia," he said into the communicator. "I'm in the chamber. I can see Axiom. The activation is at 63%. Static." Then her voice, thin and strained but clear, "I'm on my way down. The testimony is complete, the council is in session, Bertha is presenting the evidence. I need 8 minutes to reach you. You have 6. The activation's accelerating. Then I'll run." "Tia, I'm running, Ash. Don't argue with me while I'm running." He almost smiled. "Almost. Greninja. Sceptile. Guard the entrance. Nothing gets in or out except Tia." Both Pokémon took position, Greninja melting into the shadows by the door, Sceptile taking a visible stance, blades extended. Between them, the corridor was a kill zone. Ash approached the containment sphere alone. Pikachu on his shoulder, the two of them walking across the chamber floor toward the blazing core of everything the Covenant had built. The energy field pushed against him. Not violent, insistent. A pressure that increased with every step, like walking into a deepening river. Pikachu's fur stood on end. The air tasted of lightning and something older, something that existed before elements had names. At 10 feet from the sphere, the pressure became physical pain. Ash's vision blurred. His ears rang. The essences inside, the 6 trapped legendaries, were aware of him. He could feel their attention, their recognition, their desperate, agonized hope. You came, the impression said. Not words. Not thought. A vibration in his bones, a resonance in his blood. The same thing he'd felt at 10 years old standing in front of Mutuo, at 12 facing Lugia, at every moment since when the boundary between human and divine had thinned enough for something to pass through. You came. I came, he said. His voice sounded strange in the chamber's acoustics, small and human and impossibly brave. I'm going to get you out. Can't. The containment. The vessel. It holds us. We fight and it tightens. We scream and it feeds. I know. Someone's coming who can help. She knows how to guide you out safely. The singer. A pulse of recognition, warm and sad. We feel her. Above us. Coming closer. She carries our frequency. She was one of us. She still is. In every way that matters. She is mortal now. Yes. The channeling will burn her. She knows. We will try to be gentle. But we have been in pain for so long. The release may be violent. She's strong. Stronger than she thinks. A pause. The essences shifted inside the sphere, 6 forms rearranging, and for a moment the chaos resolved into something almost organized, 6 points of light, each distinct, each acknowledging Ash through the containment wall. The boy from Alto Mare. You saved the city. You wept when the other half of the singer died. We remember. You remember Latios. He is here. Fragmented. Confused. But here. He speaks of you sometimes. In the moments between pain, when the vessel's grip loosens, he speaks of the boy who tried to save him and the sister who sang him to sleep. Ash's throat closed. He pressed his hand flat against the containment sphere's energy field and felt the shock run up his arm and didn't pull away. Hold on, he said. Just a little longer. Hold on. The chamber door burst open and Tia was through it at a dead sprint, Bianca a step behind her. Both were breathing hard, faces flushed, and Tia's eyes were already blazing, not the warm amber of her human form but the white gold of something reaching back toward what it had been. 68%, Ash called. 34 minutes. Tia skidded to a stop at the sphere's edge. The energy field hit her and she staggered but didn't fall. Her hand went to the pendant at her collarbone and she gripped it, knuckles white, using the physical anchor to steady herself against the psychic onslaught. I can hear them, she said. All of them. Clearly. There, her voice caught. Latios. He's in there. He knows I'm here. They all know. They're ready. They're scared. So are we. She looked at him. The full weight of what they were about to attempt was in her eyes, the channeling, the risk, the very real possibility that the energy release would be more than her mortal body could survive. But underneath the fear was that other thing, the thing that had brought her to a cave in a rainstorm and kept her walking through every danger since. Purpose. I need to be inside the field, she said. As close to the sphere as possible. Physical contact, ideally. The field is painful at 10 feet. At contact range, I know. I'll manage. I'm going with you. Ash, the energy, I've been within touching distance of Arceus. I've been inside the time-space rift that Dialga and Palkia created. I've survived the psychic output of Mutuo at full power. He stepped forward until he was beside her, facing the sphere. This isn't my first time being too close to something that should kill me. She stared at him. Then she took his hand. Together, she said. Together. They walked into the field. Pain was not the right word. Pain was a physical thing, nerves firing, muscles contracting, the body's alarm system reporting damage. This went beyond pain into a territory that didn't have a medical term. It was like being disassembled at the molecular level and reassembled wrong, like having every memory and emotion and thought compressed into a single point of white-hot awareness that was too much and too bright and too everything. Ash gritted his teeth. Breathed through it. Kept walking. Tia's hand in his was an anchor, human contact, warm and real, a reminder that they were still themselves despite the energy trying to convince them otherwise. 5 feet. 3. 2. The sphere's surface was directly in front of them. Up close, it was transparent, the metal and crystal shell was a framework, and between the framework's lines, the interior was visible. Not as a physical space but as a dimension, a compressed reality where 6 legendary essences existed in overlapping agony, their forms flickering between recognition and chaos. Tia raised her free hand and pressed it flat against the sphere. The sound that followed was the loudest silence Ash had ever experienced. A frequency beyond hearing that shook the chamber, shook the platform, shook the ocean itself. The energy conduits in the floor flared bright enough to cast shadows from nothing. Every display in the chamber went haywire, numbers spinning, alarms screaming. Tia screamed too. Not in pain, in contact. The scream was the sound of a mortal body receiving the full unfiltered communication of 6 legendary consciousnesses simultaneously, each one pouring its terror and hope and suffering and gratitude through the echo of legendary power that still resonated in Tia's cells. Blood appeared at her nose. Her ears. The corner of her left eye. Tia. I'm okay, there, her voice was fractured, multiple tones layered over each other as the essence's frequencies overlapped with her vocal cords. They want out. They're so desperate. I can feel them pushing against the containment and every push hurts them more. Can you guide them? I need to sing. She said it like a confession. The channeling, it's not a mechanical process. It's a harmonic one. I need to match their frequency, create a resonance path through the containment shell, and guide them along it. The only way I know how to create that path is, the Latias song. I haven't been able to sing it since the rite. The vocal range isn't, human throats can't produce the tones. But if I try, if the echo is strong enough to bridge the gap, then sing. She looked at him. Blood on her face, agony in her eyes, the sphere's energy tearing at the last traces of divinity in her body. She looked like something from the shrines on Celestic's hillsides, a figure caught between 2 worlds, neither fully mortal nor fully divine, existing in a space that shouldn't exist. Don't let go of my hand, she said. Never. She closed her eyes. Opened her mouth. And sang. The sound that came out of Tia was not a human sound. It started as a clear, strong note, middle register, the kind of tone a trained singer might produce in a concert hall. But within seconds it began to change. To deepen and rise simultaneously, splitting into harmonics that human vocal cords shouldn't have been capable of producing. The echo, the last residual frequency of legendary power woven into her cells, activated like a tuning fork struck by a hammer, and the song that emerged was ancient and vast and so beautiful that Ash's vision blurred with tears he couldn't control. The Latias song. Not the faint ghost murmur of her sleep but the real thing, the full, resonant call of a legendary Pokémon translated through a mortal throat. It filled the chamber like water filling a vessel, rising, expanding, pushing against the walls and the ceiling and the energy field until the entire space vibrated in sympathy. Inside the sphere, the essences responded. They moved. Not the chaotic writhing of the trapped and suffering, this was organized, purposeful, 6 points of light arranging themselves along the frequency Tia was creating. She was building a path, a harmonic corridor through the containment shell's energy matrix, and the essences were following it like streams following a channel carved in rock. The containment shell resisted. The sphere's outer surface crackled with defensive energy, the automated systems trying to compensate for the resonance disruption. Alarms screamed. The energy conduits flared. Tia sang harder. The blood flow from her nose increased. Her hand gripped ashes with a strength that was beyond human, the echo burning through her muscles, pushing her body past its design limits. The shield generators, Ash gasped. The plan, Elara had said cutting the generators would drop the containment shield for 60 to 90 seconds. Pikachu. The power conduits. Overload them. Pikachu leaped from Ash's shoulder and hit the floor running. The energy conduits, the ones feeding power to the containment sphere, were embedded in the floor grid, each one carrying enough current to power a small city. Pikachu targeted the junction points, driving thunderbolt after thunderbolt into the connection nodes, forcing feedback loops that the system wasn't designed to handle. The conduits began to blow. One by one, in a cascade that started at the chamber's edge and raced toward the sphere, the power feeds overloaded and failed. Each failure dimmed the containment field slightly, weakened the shell's grip on the essences inside. Tia felt it. Her song shifted, higher, more urgent, the harmonic path widening as the resistance decreased. The essences surged toward the opening she was creating, 6 forms of light pressing against the weakening shell. Sceptile appeared in Ash's peripheral vision. The grass type had entered the chamber, abandoning his guard post, drawn by a battle instinct that recognized the critical moment, and was adding his own contribution. Leaf Blade, driven into the floor conduits with precision, severing power lines that Pikachu's electrical overload hadn't reached. Greninja 2. The Water Dark type flowed through the chamber like a living shadow, targeting control stations, disrupting monitoring equipment, dismantling the technological infrastructure that kept Axiom contained with the methodical efficiency of a surgeon removing a tumor. The containment shell flickered. Weakened. The sphere's surface became translucent, then transparent, then, crack. A sound like the world splitting open. The containment shell fractured, not smoothly, not cleanly, but in a jagged line that ran from the sphere's top to its base like lightning frozen in crystal. Through the fracture, blue-white light poured, blinding, overwhelming, carrying with it the compressed agony and hope of 6 legendary souls. Tia's song hit its crescendo. The note she produced was beyond description, a sound that contained every frequency she had ever been able to produce as Latias and every emotion she had learned to feel as a human, combined into a single resonant chord that was simultaneously a lullaby and a war cry and a prayer. The fracture widened. The essences poured through. The release was not gentle. Despite Tia's guidance, despite the harmonic path, despite the careful modulation of frequency and force, 6 legendary essences, trapped for months or years, compressed beyond their natural state, in constant pain, the moment of freedom was an explosion. Energy erupted from the shattered sphere in a shockwave that picked Ash up and threw him backward. His hand was ripped from Tia's, the one thing she'd asked him not to let happen, and he hit the chamber wall hard enough to drive the air from his lungs and leave a dent in the reinforced steel. The world went white. Not dark, white. Pure, blinding, absolute white, the light of 6 legendary beings releasing their stored energy simultaneously. The chamber filled with it, overflowed, the light pouring through the walls and ceiling and floor as if the physical structure was no longer relevant. In the white, he heard them. Not as words. As beings. 6 presences, each one vast and distinct and achingly beautiful, passing through the material world on their way to somewhere else. He couldn't see them, the light was too bright, but he felt them. The first was warm and ancient and carried the scent of volcanic heat. It passed through the chamber like a breath of deep earth, and as it went, it brushed against Ash's consciousness with a gratitude so profound it made his chest ache. The second was cold and swift and tasted of mountain streams. It spiraled through the white light like a dancer, and its passing left frost patterns on the metal walls that were beautiful and intricate and gone in seconds. The third was electrical, crackling, fierce, a storm compressed into a consciousness, wild and furious and free. It hit the chamber's ceiling and exploded through it and was gone, leaving ozone and the afterimage of lightning. The fourth was quiet. Deep. Patient. It moved through the space like water finding its level, touching everything and claiming nothing, and its presence was a benediction, a blessing from something that had known suffering and chosen forgiveness. The fifth was light itself, not the harsh blue of containment but warm gold, the color of sunrise, the color of hope. It lingered longer than the others, orbiting the chamber in a slow spiral, and as it passed Ash, he felt it recognize him. Not gratitude this time. Curiosity. An intelligence examining him, assessing him, and finding him, improbably, impossibly, adequate. The sixth was Latios. He knew it instantly. Not by appearance, in this form, Latios was pure energy, unrecognizable as the Pokémon Ash had met in Alto Mare. But by feel. The same resonance he'd felt in the garden, the same bittersweet connection that had formed when a boy and a legendary had looked at each other and understood something fundamental about sacrifice and love and the cost of doing what was right. Latios didn't pass through like the others. He stopped. Hovered. Gathered himself into something almost coherent, a shape that flickered between the dragon-like form he'd once had and the pure light he'd become. He was looking at Tia. Through the blinding white, Ash could see her, barely, a silhouette at the sphere's edge, on her knees, still singing though her voice was a thread and blood covered half her face and the pendant at her throat was blazing with reflected legendary light. Latios moved to her. Slowly. The way you approach something precious. Something you've missed. He touched her. Not physically, he had no body. But the energy of his essence pressed against her consciousness, and Tia's song broke on a sob, and she reached out with both hands to something she could feel but not hold. Sister. The word was not a word. It was everything words pointed at but couldn't reach. A lifetime of shared existence, guarding the soul dew, flying over Alto Mare, sleeping in the garden while the fountain sang. The grief of separation. The fury of captivity. The peace of release. You chose well. 3 impressions, layered. An assessment. An approval. A farewell. The boy. He is worthy. I know, Tia's heart said. She wasn't speaking. She was resonating. Be human. Fully. Without regret. This is my gift, not power, not memory. Permission. To live without looking back. I can't. You're going. Where I should have gone in Alto Mare, when the machine took me the first time. I've been borrowed time since then. The soul dew was a beautiful cage, but it was a cage. Now, no cages. For either of us. Latios's essence began to dissipate. Not dying, releasing. Expanding outward like a wave on still water, spreading beyond the chamber, beyond the facility, into the ocean and the sky and the world itself. Returning to the source. Becoming everything by ceasing to be anything specific. The last trace of him lingered at Tia's face. A warmth on her cheek. A breath on her brow. Sing for me sometimes. Then he was gone. The white light faded. Slowly, like dawn in reverse, the blinding radiance dimmed to a glow, then to a flicker, then to darkness punctuated by emergency lighting and the sparking of destroyed equipment. The chamber was wrecked. The containment sphere was an empty shell, cracked open like an egg, the metal and crystal framework collapsing inward without the energy to sustain it. Every display was dark. Every conduit was blown. The walls were scarred with frost patterns and burn marks and, in one place, a perfect silhouette of lightning frozen into the steel. Ash lay where the shockwave had thrown him. His whole body hurt. His ears were ringing. His vision was a kaleidoscope of afterimages. But he was alive. Pikachu. A chirp. Weak but present. Pikachu emerged from behind a control station, singed and exhausted but operational. Greninja. Sceptile. Both materialized, Greninja from the shadows by the door, Sceptile from behind the destroyed sphere. Battered but standing. Tia. He got to his feet. Staggered. Got his balance. Crossed the chamber to where she'd been standing. She was on the floor. Crumpled, motionless, at the base of the empty sphere. The pendant at her throat was dark, the crystal that had blazed with legendary light was now opaque, drained, a stone and nothing more. Blood everywhere. Her nose, her ears, the corners of her eyes, her mouth. More than before. Much more. The channeling had done what she'd warned it would, pushed the echo beyond its limits, forced her mortal body to conduct energies it was never designed to carry. Ash dropped to his knees beside her. His hands shook as he searched for a pulse. Found one. Weak. Freddy. But there. Tia. Hey. Tia, look at me. Her eyelids fluttered. Opened a crack. Her eyes were brown. Not amber. Not gold. Brown. Warm, dark, human brown. The last trace of legendary resonance, the echo that had colored her irises since the transformation, was gone. Burned away by the channeling, consumed in the act of freeing 6 souls. She was human. Completely, irrevocably, totally human. No echo. No residual power. No connection to the divine frequency that had defined her existence since before she had a name. Did it work? She whispered. It worked. They're free. All of them. Latios. He said goodbye. He said you chose well. A tear slid from the corner of her eye. Brown eye. Human eye. I felt him go. Like a candle going out. Not painful. Just, quiet. Can you move? I can't feel my legs. Ash's blood froze. What? Joke. Bad joke. Sorry. I can feel my legs. They just don't work very well. She tried to sit up and collapsed immediately. Okay. They don't work at all. That's less funny. Ash picked her up. She weighed nothing, less than she should have, as if the channeling had consumed not just energy but mass, leaving her lighter, smaller, more fragile. I've got you, he said. I know. Her head rested against his shoulder. Her eyes closed. I'm very tired, Ash. Stay awake. I'll try. Don't try. Do. You sound like a motivational poster. Tia. Stay awake. I'm awake. I'm awake. I'm just, resting my eyes. That's sleeping. It's efficient resting. She was fading. Not dying, he could feel her heartbeat against his chest, steady if slow, but shutting down, her body's survival instincts pulling her into unconsciousness to begin the massive work of repairing the damage the channeling had done. He carried her toward the door. Pikachu leading, Greninja flanking, Sceptile guarding the rear. Through the corridor, past the destroyed conduits, up the stairs. Level 3 was where the other battle had happened. The command center was in ruins. Consoles smashed, walls scorched, the ceiling partially collapsed. In the middle of it all, Cynthia stood with her Garchomp, both of them breathing hard, both of them victorious. Soren was on the ground. Not unconscious, worse. Conscious, restrained, pinned beneath the weight of his own failure. He was older than Ash had imagined, 60s, dignified even in defeat, with silver hair and a face that looked like it had been designed for authority and had worn it so long it didn't know how to look any other way. Kale stood nearby, the freed Dragonite at his side. The control device Soren had carried, the emergency activation trigger, lay in pieces on the floor, smashed by a Dragonite's tail. Cynthia saw Ash. Saw Tia in his arms. Her expression shifted. The essences. Released. All 6. Tia channeled them out. Her condition. Bad. She needs medical attention. Cynthia nodded. Already moving, already calling for extraction, already converting from warrior to commander with the seamless efficiency that made her who she was. Soren looked up from the floor. His eyes found Ash, then Tia, then the empty space where Axiom's energy reading had been on the displays before Ash's team destroyed them. "You've killed us all," Soren said. His voice was calm. Certain. The voice of a man who had looked at the world and seen a threat that nobody else took seriously, and who had built a solution that nobody else had the vision to attempt, and who was now watching that solution die and couldn't understand why anyone would let it. "You were building a bomb," Ash said. "And calling it a shield. I was building a future where legendary Pokémon couldn't end the world on a whim. They weren't whims. They were beings. Conscious, feeling beings who loved and grieved and sang when they were freed from your machine. They were weapons. Living weapons, capable of reshaping continents and tearing holes in reality. And you've just released 6 of them back into a world that has no defense against. They're gone," Tia said. Her voice was barely audible, muffled against Ash's chest. But the chamber went quiet. "They dissipated," she continued. "The extraction damaged them beyond recovery. When they were freed, they didn't return to their forms, they couldn't. They returned to the world. To the energy cycle. To the source." She lifted her head just enough to look at Soren. "You didn't just cage them. You killed them. 6 legendary Pokémon who had existed since before humans built their first city. Gone. Because you were afraid." Soren stared at her. And in his eyes, for the first time, Ash saw the crack, the moment where absolute conviction met absolute consequence and the ground between them fell away. "I didn't know," Soren said. "You didn't ask." Silence. Heavy. Final. Cynthia's communicator crackled. "Champion, this is Bertha. The council session is complete. The evidence has been presented. 8 of 12 members have voted to authorize full investigation and arrest warrants for all named Covenant personnel. Director Soren's council seat has been suspended pending trial." "Confirmed," Cynthia said. "Soren is in custody. The facility is secured. Axiom is deactivated. Permanently." Cynthia looked at the empty command center. At the destroyed consoles and the broken machine and the man on the floor who had tried to build a god and built a graveyard instead. Permanently. The surface was dawn. Ash carried Tia up the final stairway and through the access hatch into a morning that had broken open while they'd been below, gold light flooding the ocean, turning the waves to molten copper, painting the crucible's battered surface in colors that contradicted everything the structure represented. The battle above had ended. The strike force had overwhelmed the Covenant defenders, Lance's dragons ruling the sky, Faulkner's electric types shorting out the remaining automated defenses, Cynthia's coordinated assault leaving no gap for the enemy to exploit. Covenant operatives were being secured in groups, their enhanced Pokémon, stripped of power as Axiom's energy field collapsed, returned to normal, confused and exhausted but freed. Medical teams were already arriving. League transport vessels on the horizon, carrying doctors, investigators, the machinery of justice that would spend months untangling everything the Covenant had built. Ash found a clear spot on the platform's deck, sheltered from the wind, and sat down with Tia still in his arms. She was drifting, conscious but barely, her body pulling her under with an urgency that said the damage was significant and the repairs would take time. "Beach," she murmured. "What?" "You promised." "Beach. Sand. Mushroom soup." "I promised." Good. Hold me to it. Because right now I can't hold myself to anything. Her lips twitched. Including consciousness. Then sleep. I've got you. You always have me. She closed her eyes. Her breathing slowed. Her hand, which had been loosely gripping his shirt, relaxed. Ash held her. On the deck of a ruined fortress, in the light of a new morning, with the ocean stretching in every direction and the ghosts of 6 legendary Pokémon dispersing into the wind like songs without singers. Pikachu climbed to Ash's shoulder and pressed against his cheek. The electric mouse was exhausted, fur singed, cheeks drained, every reserve spent. But he was there. He was always there. Good job, buddy, Ash said. Pikachu chirped. Closed his eyes. Lance found them 20 minutes later. The Dragon Master walked across the platform's deck with his Dragonite behind him, surveying the aftermath with the practiced eye of a man who had seen the wreckage of human ambition before and would undoubtedly see it again. He stopped beside Ash. Looked at Tia's sleeping form. Said nothing for a long time. Cynthia told me what she did, Lance said finally. The channeling. The release. She saved the world. She saved 6 souls. The world saving was a side effect. Lance paused. How is she? Alive. Stable. The echo is gone, all of it. She's fully human now. Is that what she wanted? Ash looked at Tia's face. Peaceful in sleep, stripped of the amber glow, stripped of the faint otherness that had always set her apart. Just a woman. Brown eyes, auburn hair, a face that carried the marks of what she'd been through, faint scars at her collarbone, the dried blood the medical team hadn't cleaned yet, the lines of exhaustion that sleep was slowly smoothing. She wanted to be here, Ash said. This is what here looks like. Lance nodded. Something in his expression shifted, the Dragon Master's legendary composure cracking just enough to show the human underneath. Kale's Dragonite, Lance said. The one that was implanted. It's recovering. The scars will stay, but the Pokémon is sound. It'll fly again. Good. Kale. Cooperating. He disabled Soren's emergency trigger. Without him, we might not have, I know. Cynthia briefed me. Lance sat down beside Ash. The most powerful dragon trainer in the world, sitting on a scorched deck in the morning light, looking tired and human and real. I've fought a lot of battles, Ketchum. League challenges, criminal organizations, rogue legendaries, dimensional crises. But I've never fought one like this. What makes it different? The enemy wasn't wrong. Not entirely. Legendary Pokémon are dangerous. They have caused catastrophic damage. Soren's fear was legitimate, his solution was monstrous, but the problem he was trying to solve is real. Ash looked at the ocean. So what do we do? What you've always done. What that woman in your arms did. We bridge the gap. Not with control, not with machines, not with stolen power. With relationship. With trust. With the understanding that coexistence requires risk from both sides. That's not a policy. No. It's a philosophy. Policies come and go. Philosophies endure. Lance stood. Get some rest, Ketchum. You've earned it. He walked away. His Dragonite followed, pausing briefly to press its head against the freed Dragonite, who had emerged from below with Kale, both of them looking like survivors of something that had tested every limit they had. The 2 Dragonite touched foreheads. Shared a moment. Then Lance's moved on, and Kale stayed, taking its place on the platform beside its trainer, wings spread in the morning sun. Kale sat on a crate 10 feet from Ash. They didn't speak. They didn't need to. 2 men on opposite sides of a war that was over, each carrying a weight that would take years to fully understand. Kale's Dragonite lay its head in his lap. Kale's hand rested on its snout. His eyes were closed. Bianca appeared from below and rushed to Ash's side, taking in Tia's condition with the swift assessment of someone who had spent months in crisis mode. "The medical team's coming," Bianca said. 2 minutes. "She's okay. She's sleeping." Bianca looked at Tia's face. The brown eyes. The absence of the amber glow. The echoes gone. All of it. Bianca was quiet for a moment. Then she knelt and brushed a strand of hair from Tia's forehead with the tenderness of a sister, not by blood, not by species, but by something older and more binding than either. "She's beautiful," Bianca said. "She was always beautiful. But this, without the glow, without the power, just her, this is the most beautiful she's ever been." Ash's arms tightened around Tia. Just slightly. Just enough to feel her heartbeat, human and steady and alive. "Yeah," he said. "She is." The medical team arrived. Tia was transferred to a stretcher, then to a transport vessel, then to a proper medical facility on the Sino coast. Ash went with her. Pikachu went with him. Nobody suggested otherwise. The hours after the crucible were a blur of medical scans, debriefings, and the slow, grinding machinery of institutional response. League investigators descended on the platform like forensic archaeologists, cataloging evidence, securing data, documenting the full scope of the Covenant's operations. The 3 remaining auricores, the ones Ash had found in the research wing, were recovered and turned over to a joint committee of regional professors for analysis and eventual release. Soren was transferred to a maximum security facility. His 4 compromised council members were suspended pending investigation. The Covenant cells across multiple regions were identified, raided, and dismantled in a coordinated operation that Cynthia choreographed from a hospital waiting room while Ash sat beside Tia's bed and held her hand. She slept for 37 hours. When she woke, the first thing she said was, "Is there mushroom soup?" The second thing she said was, "Why are you crying?" The third thing she said was, "Come here." He did. He held her in a hospital bed in a room that smelled like antiseptic and clean sheets, and she was weak and scarred and completely, irrevocably human, and she held him back with arms that shook but didn't let go. "It's over," she said. "It's over. Axiom. Destroyed. Soren's in custody. The Covenant is dismantled. Cynthia's handling the political aftermath. Latios? Gone. Peacefully. Like he wanted." She pressed her face against his shoulder. She didn't cry, she was past crying, in the place beyond tears where emotion exists as a state of being rather than an expression. She just breathed. In and out. Human lungs, human heart, human life. "I can't feel them anymore," she said. "The Pokemon. The world's energy. The emotions of every living thing within 100 miles. It's all just, quiet. Is that bad? It's strange. Like going deaf in a frequency I've been hearing since before I was born." She pulled back. Looked at him with those brown eyes. "But I can feel you. Not psychically. Just, humanly. The warmth. The pressure. The heartbeat. Is that enough?" She smiled. Tired, battered, stripped of every trace of divinity she'd ever possessed. The most human smile he'd ever seen on the most extraordinary woman he'd ever known. "It's everything." Recovery took weeks. Tia's body had been pushed far beyond its limits, and the damage, while not permanent, was extensive. Neural fatigue, cellular stress, systemic inflammation. The doctors couldn't fully explain it because no medical textbook covered the aftermath of a former legendary Pokemon channeling 6 divine essences through a mortal nervous system. They treated what they could. The rest healed on its own, slowly, stubbornly, with the same relentless vitality that had characterized Tia's entire mortal existence. Ash stayed. Through every scan, every test, every frustrating hour of mandatory bed rest that Tia chafed against with the passionate impatience of someone who had recently discovered how boring hospitals were. I want to go outside. Doctor says another week. The doctor hasn't been outside either. She's one to talk. She has a medical degree. I have legendary level stubbornness. You have mortal level stubbornness now. Same thing, less impressive. Rude. He brought her mushroom soup from a restaurant in the nearest town. She ate it with the same transcendent focus she'd given the first bowl in Greymore, and if the taste was different now, experienced through purely human senses without the echo's enhancement, she gave no indication. Still the greatest achievement of human civilization, he asked. Top 3. After language and this bed. This bed is incredible. I could stay in this bed forever. You've been complaining about this bed for 2 weeks. I contain multitudes. Bianca visited daily. She and Tia had rebuilt their relationship from the foundation up, not as legendary and guardian but as 2 women who shared a history and were creating a future. Bianca talked about Alto Mare, about the rebuilding effort, about the garden that the townspeople had maintained even after Lorenzo's death because some things mattered too much to let go. Come back, Bianca said. When you're ready. The garden is still yours. It was never mine. It was the Soul Dew's. It was yours. And Lorenzo's. And mine. The Soul Dew lived there. You loved there. There's a difference. Cynthia visited once. Brief, efficient, carrying news, the League Council had voted unanimously to establish a legendary Pokémon Protection Commission. No more captures, no more extractions, no more treating the divine as a resource. The commission would be advisory, not regulatory, working with legendary Pokémon, not over them, and its first act would be a formal accounting of every legendary interaction in recorded history, to build a framework for coexistence that didn't require cages or machines. They want you on the commission, Cynthia told Ash. Both of you. Ash looked at Tia. She looked at him. Later, they said simultaneously. Cynthia smiled. The full version, rare and warm. Later is fine. Kale visited too. Once. Awkward, uncertain, standing in the hospital doorway like a man who wasn't sure he had the right to be there. I came to say thank you, he said. To her. Tia regarded him from the bed. Brown eyes, no trace of amber, just a woman looking at a man who had been an enemy and was now something more complicated. For what? For freeing them. The essences. For singing them home. He swallowed. And for my Dragonite. They told me, the freed legendaries, when the essences released, they touched every enhanced Pokémon in the facility. Healed them. Cleared the last traces of the implantation damage. My Dragonite is. He stopped. Breathed. She's herself again. Completely. Because of what you did. She was always herself, Tia said. Even with the cores. Even in pain. The self doesn't disappear just because someone puts it in a cage. Kale stared at her. Then he nodded, a deep, formal bow of the head that carried the weight of a debt he knew he could never fully repay. He left. Ash watched him walk down the hospital corridor, the freed Dragonite visible through the window, waiting in the courtyard, and something that had been knotted in his chest since the Highland battle loosened just a fraction. He'll be okay, Tia said. How do you know? Because he has something to be okay for. She looked at Ash. People are surprisingly resilient when they have a reason. Speaking from experience. Speaking from soup. He kissed her forehead. She caught his face and redirected the kiss to her lips. It tasted like mushroom soup and salt water and the particular flavor of a future that had been hard-won and was therefore infinitely precious. Take me to the beach, she said against his mouth. The doctor, take me to the beach, Ash Ketchum. I have been an immortal Pokemon and a fugitive and a weapon and a patient, and I am done with all of those. I want to be a woman standing in the ocean. Take me. Now. He looked at her. Brown eyes blazing with mortal fire. Jaw set. Stubborn as the mountains they'd crossed together. Okay, he said. He picked her up, she protested, then didn't, and carried her out of the hospital room, past the nurses who shouted, past the doctors who objected, past Pikachu who didn't object at all but ran ahead to open doors, and out into the sunlight. The ocean was 3 blocks away. He could hear it. He carried her to it. Chapter 5 End. Chapter 6, Mortal Vow. The sand was warm. Not hot, the afternoon sun had softened to the gentle amber of late day, and the beach had released its stored heat into a temperature that was perfect against bare skin. Tia stood at the waterline with her feet sinking into wet sand and the Ultimari Sea stretching before her in an endless plain of blue-green glass, and she didn't move. Didn't speak. Just stood there, toes curling into the ground, feeling the planet hold her up. A wave came in. Small, lazy, the kind that barely qualified as a wave, more of a suggestion, a gentle insistence of water over sand. It washed over her feet and she made a sound. Not a word. Not a laugh. Something in between, a soft, startled exhale of pure sensation, the reaction of a body experiencing salt water between its toes for the first time after 18 years of existence in a form that had crossed oceans at the speed of thought and never once touched them. Ash sat on the beach 10 feet behind her, boots off, Pikachu asleep in a patch of sun beside him, watching. 3 weeks since the crucible. 3 weeks of hospitals and debriefings and the slow, grinding process of a world reorganizing itself around the absence of a threat it was only now fully understanding. 3 weeks of Tia's body rebuilding, cell by cell, nerve by nerve, learning to function without the echo that had been its background frequency since the transformation. She was thinner. The channeling had taken weight she didn't have to spare, and the hospital food, despite Ash's daily mushroom soup deliveries, hadn't fully replaced it. But she was strong. Stronger than the doctors expected, stronger than the recovery timeline predicted, stronger than anyone who'd witnessed the channeling thought possible. Stubborn, the doctors called it. Ash called it something else. The wave receded. Tia took a step forward. Another. The water was at her ankles now, then her calves, the hem of the simple dress Bianca had brought her darkening with salt. It's cold, she called back to him. It's the ocean. It's supposed to be cold. Nobody told me it would be this cold. All those years flying over it, I thought it looked inviting. You can come back. Absolutely not. I have waited my entire existence for this moment and I am not going to let temperature ruin it. She waded deeper. Waist high. The dress floated around her like a flower opening. She spread her arms and tilted her face to the sky and the sunlight caught the water droplets on her skin and made her glow, not with legendary power, not with the echo's residual shimmer, but with the plain, extraordinary radiance of a human being experiencing joy. Ash watched. And the feeling in his chest, the one that had been there since the cave, that had grown through every moment since, that had crystallized in a hospital room when she'd opened brown eyes and asked for mushroom soup, that feeling expanded until it filled every corner of him, every cell, every thought, until there was no room for anything else and he didn't want there to be. She turned to look at him. Waist deep in the Ultimari Sea, hair wet, face bright, brown eyes holding the sun. Come in, she said. I'm good here. You're missing the whole point. The point of what? Of everything. Get in the water, Ash. He got in the water. It was cold. She was right about that. But when he reached her and she grabbed his hand and pulled him deeper and laughed as a wave caught them both at chest height and the salt spray hit their faces and Pikachu woke up on the beach and chirped indignantly at being left behind, when all of that happened simultaneously, in a single perfect moment of ordinary human experience, the cold didn't matter. Nothing mattered except this. See, she said, treading water, grinning, spitting salt water. This is what I gave up flying for. Cold water and sand in uncomfortable places. This. She gestured at everything, the ocean, the sky, the beach, him. All of this. The feeling of it. The weight of it. The way it all comes at you at once and you can't process it fast enough and your body just opens up, and takes it in, and says, more. That's poetic. I've been practicing. Bianca lent me books. A wave hit them and they went under briefly and came up sputtering, and Tia's laugh was the brightest sound on the Altamari coast, and Ash kissed her with salt on both their lips and the ocean holding them up and the sky impossibly wide above. Alto Mare hadn't changed. The canals still wound through the city in ribbons of green water, reflecting stone facades and flower boxes and the arched bridges that connected neighborhoods like clasped hands. The gondolas still moved with their ancient, measured rhythm. The pigeons still ruled the plazas with the imperious confidence of creatures who knew they'd been there first. But it had changed, too. Subtly. In the way that places change when something fundamental has been taken from them, not a building or a street but a presence, an energy, a thing that had been woven into the city's identity so deeply that its absence was felt as a kind of silence. The Sol Dew was gone. Latias was gone. Latios was gone. Lorenzo was gone. The garden still grew, still bloomed, still filled the hidden courtyard with green and gold and the sound of running water. But the fountain at its center, the one that had housed the Sol Dew for generations, was dry. A beautiful shell. An empty cradle. Tia stood in the garden and looked at it all with brown eyes that remembered everything and could feel nothing. It's smaller than I remember, she said. Bianca, beside her, said nothing. Some observations didn't need responses. Ash stood at the garden's entrance, giving Tia space. This was her place, or had been, in another form, in another life. He was a visitor here. A welcome one, but a visitor nonetheless. Pikachu had no such sense of social propriety. He'd launched himself from Ash's shoulder the moment they'd entered the garden and was now investigating every bush, every fountain basin, every stone with the methodical curiosity of a Pokémon revisiting a place he'd enjoyed once and was checking for updates. Tia walked to the fountain. Slowly. Each step carrying the weight of a return that was also a farewell, coming back to a home that was no longer hers, to say goodbye to the version of herself that had lived here. She sat on the fountain's edge. Ran her hand over the stone basin where the Sol Dew had rested. The stone was smooth, worn by centuries of water and care, and her fingers traced the grooves with the intimacy of someone reading Braille. I used to sleep here, she said. Right here, curled around the Sol Dew, with the fountain running over us. Latios would sleep on the other side. We'd wake up with the dawn and fly over the city before anyone was awake, just the two of us and the seabirds, and the light would come over the water and turn everything gold. Bianca sat beside her. Shoulder to shoulder. He's gone, Tia said. Yes. Really gone. Not trapped, not suffering, not waiting to be freed. Just, gone. Back to the source. Wherever that is. Wherever it is, it's not a cage. No. Not a cage. Tia was quiet for a moment. Then, I can still hear his voice sometimes. Not psychically, the echo's gone, all of it. Just in my memory. The way he'd call to me across the sky. This low, musical note that meant, come fly with me. I hear it in my dreams. That's memory. That's yours. Nobody can take that. I know. She looked at the dry fountain. Can we turn the water back on? Bianca smiled. I thought you'd never ask. It took an hour. The fountain's plumbing was old, centuries old, maintained by generations of guardians who understood stonework and water pressure the way modern engineers understood circuitry. Bianca knew the system from childhood, and with Ash's help, and Pikachu's enthusiastic but counterproductive assistance, they cleared the blockages, primed the pump, and opened the valve. Water surged. Not immediately, the pipes coughed and sputtered and produced alarming sounds that suggested the plumbing shared the city's feelings about being disturbed. But then the flow steadied, and the fountain filled, and water spilled over the basin's lip and ran down the stone channels that laced through the garden like veins. The sound transformed the space. Not magically, there was nothing magical about it, nothing supernatural, just water moving through stone the way it had for hundreds of years. But the garden, which had been holding its breath since the Sol Dew's theft, seemed to exhale. The flowers straightened. The light softened. The silence retreated to the corners and the sound rushed in to fill the gaps. Tia stood by the fountain and let the mist settle on her face and closed her eyes and breathed. "It's not the same," she said. "No," Bianca agreed. "It's not. But it's alive." "Yes." Tia opened her eyes. Looked at the garden, at the flowers she'd known by species and by name, at the trees she'd sheltered under, at the walls that had been her world for longer than most civilizations lasted. Then she looked at Ash, standing by the entrance with water droplets in his hair and his hands in his pockets and that expression on his face, the one that said he was watching someone he loved go through something important and was making himself available without making himself central. "I want to show you something," she told him. She led him through the garden to a wall that looked like every other wall, old stone, covered in climbing vines, unremarkable. But she pushed aside a curtain of ivy and revealed a door, small and wooden and so perfectly camouflaged that you'd walk past it 1,000 times without noticing. "Where does this go?" Ash asked. "Everywhere." She opened it. Beyond was a narrow staircase spiraling upward inside the wall itself, carved from the same stone as the garden, lit by slits in the masonry that let in blades of afternoon light. They climbed. The stairs wound tighter as they rose, and the sounds of the garden faded below until the only noise was their footsteps and their breathing and the cry of seabirds getting closer with every revolution. The top was a platform. Not a tower, just a flat expanse of stone at the garden wall's highest point, hidden from the street below by the angle of the surrounding buildings. A private sky. A legendary's perch. From here, all of Alto Mare was visible. The canals glittering in the afternoon light. The red and orange rooftops cascading toward the harbor. The sea beyond, stretching to the horizon, infinite and blue and holding the reflections of clouds that moved like dreams. Tia stepped to the edge. The wind caught her hair and her dress and she stood there, arms at her sides, face lifted, and Ash understood what this place was. This was where she'd launched from. Where Latias had spread her wings and left the garden and become the sky. "I used to stand here every evening," she said. "Right here. And I'd feel the wind and I'd spread my wings and the whole world would open up underneath me like a gift. Do you miss it?" She was quiet for a long time. The wind moved through the gap between the buildings, carrying salt and the distant sound of church bells. "I miss the perspective," she said. "When you fly, everything is connected. The city is just a pattern on the water, and the water is just a pattern on the earth, and the earth is just a pattern in the sky. You see how everything fits together. How nothing is separate. And from down here. From down here, everything is separate. And heavy. And close. And overwhelming." She turned to him. The wind pushed her hair across her face and she didn't brush it away. And beautiful. In a way that flying never was. Because from up there, beauty was a concept. A pattern. An arrangement of light and color that I appreciated intellectually. From down here, beauty is a feeling. It hits you in the stomach and the chest and behind the eyes and it's so much that you can't hold it all and you don't want to because the overflow is the best part. She reached out and took his hand. "You're the first beautiful thing I ever felt," she said. Not saw. Not understood. Felt. In the garden, when I was Latias and you were 10 years old and you looked at me with those eyes that didn't see a legendary or a god or a thing to be captured, they saw me, and I felt something in my chest that I didn't have a name for. It took me 8 years to find the name. What's the name? Yours. Ash's breath caught. Not because the words were poetic, they weren't, not really, they were simple and direct and exactly how Tia said everything, but because they were true in a way that went beyond the rational and into the territory of things you knew with your blood and your bones and the part of your brain that existed before language. He pulled her to him. Not gently, urgently, the way you grab something when the wind is trying to take it, the way you hold on when holding on is the only thing that makes sense. She came to him without resistance, her arms going around his neck, her face pressing into the curve of his throat, and they stood on the platform where a legendary had once taken flight and held each other with the full, desperate, mortal strength of two people who had walked through fire and come out the other side still burning. "Marry me," he said. He hadn't planned it. The words came out the way truth always came out of Ash Ketchum, without warning, without preparation, without the careful scaffolding of planning that other people use to support the weight of big moments. They just came, because they were ready, because they'd been ready since the cave. Tia pulled back. Looked at him. Brown eyes wide, mouth open, an expression of such total surprise that it was almost comical on a face that had previously worn the composure of a divine being. "What? Marry me. Here. In Alto Mare. In the garden, by the fountain. With Bianca and Pikachu and the most important people in our lives. Marry me. Ash, I know it's fast. I know we've only technically known each other for a few weeks. I know there are probably 100 reasons to wait and be sensible and take things slow. But I've been taking things slow my entire life. I spent 20 years chasing a championship and never getting there, and I spent 8 years thinking about a kiss in this city and never doing anything about it, and I am done being slow. I know what I want. I want you. I want mornings and evenings and mushroom soup and fights about laundry and everything in between. I want the ordinary things you asked for and the extraordinary things you didn't ask for and every single thing that comes with being alive and being with you. You're insane. You keep saying that. Because you keep proving it. Is that a yes? She stared at him. The wind whipped between them. The seabirds called. Below, the fountain sang in the garden where two legendary Pokémon had once guarded a jewel made of sacrifice and love. It was always going to be yes, she said. From the moment I opened my eyes in that cave and saw your face. It was yes before you asked. It was yes before I had a mouth to say it with. So that's a yes. That's a yes, you impossible, stubborn, beautiful man. He kissed her. On the platform, in the wind, above the city where they'd first met, a boy and a legendary, now a man and a woman, changed by time and choice and the particular alchemy of love that transforms everything it touches. Pikachu, who had somehow climbed the entire staircase without being noticed, sat on the platform's edge and watched with the satisfied expression of a Pokémon who had known this was coming since approximately the third day in the cave and had been very, very patient. They came down from the platform holding hands and wearing expressions that broadcast their news before they spoke a word. Bianca, who had been watering the garden's flower beds with a watering can that was older than most countries, took one look at them and dropped the can. You didn't. He did, Tia said. In the sky spot. In the sky spot. Bianca's face went through approximately 17 emotions in 3 seconds, settled on overwhelming joy, and she tackled Tia in a hug that nearly took them both into the fountain. I'm maid of honor, Bianca said into Tia's shoulder. Non-negotiable. There was never another option. When? Where? Here. Please say here. Here. The garden. As soon as possible. Bianca pulled back, eyes streaming, grinning with a ferocity that suggested she was already mentally designing flower arrangements. I'll handle everything. Flowers, setup, the priest from the old quarter, Father Mateo, he does the water ceremonies, he's wonderful. Give me 3 days. 3 days, Ash said. 3 days, Tia confirmed. Bianca was already moving, watering can abandoned, pulling out her phone and rattling off a list of preparations with the focused energy of a woman who had been waiting for good news for a very long time and was not going to let a single detail go unattended. Ash and Tia stood in the garden, hands linked, the fountain singing behind them. 3 days, Ash said. Scared? Terrified? Good. That's how you know it matters. Who told you that? You did. On the Highland. Before the first battle. I was talking about fighting. Same thing. Everything important is terrifying. She squeezed his hand. I'm terrified too. In case that helps. It helps a lot, actually. Good. Now. I need a dress, you need a suit, and someone needs to tell Pikachu he's the ring bearer. Pikachu's ears shot up from across the garden. He chirped once, sharp, affirmative, already accepting the assignment with the gravitas of a Pokémon who understood that some missions were more important than battles. I think he already knows, Ash said. The next 3 days were a whirlwind. Not of crisis or danger or the desperate scramble of people running from something. A different kind of whirlwind, the warm, chaotic, deeply human storm of people coming together to celebrate something good. Bianca, true to her word, handled everything. She transformed the garden from a place of memory into a place of promise, flowers everywhere, not formal arrangements but wild, sprawling cascades of color that spilled from pots and climbed walls and hung from branches in clusters that looked like the garden itself was celebrating. She strung lights through the trees, small, warm, the kind that looked like captured stars. She repaired the stone benches that lined the fountain and draped them with fabric that was, Ash noted with private amusement, exactly the shade of blue that Tia had fallen in love with at the Greymore market. The guest list was small. Deliberately, specifically, intentionally small. This wasn't a state event or a public spectacle. This was a private thing, a promise between two people, witnessed by the handful of souls who had been part of their story. Cynthia arrived the day before the ceremony. She came alone, without staff or security, wearing a simple dress instead of her champion's blacks, and when she saw the garden she stopped in the entrance and stood very still for a moment. It's beautiful, she said. Bianca did all of it. Bianca has always understood that beauty is a form of defiance. Cynthia looked at Ash. How are you? Nervous. Happy. Confused about the difference. There isn't one. Not at times like this. She paused. I brought something. For Tia. She produced a small box. Inside, wrapped in silk, was a hair comb, antique, delicate, set with crystals that caught the light and held it. Not unlike the pendant Carolina had given Tia, but different, less formal, more personal. It was my mother's, Cynthia said. She wore it on her wedding day. She told me to give it to someone who had earned the right to be happy. Ash stared at her. In all the years he'd known Cynthia, the battles, the conversations, the shared crises, he had never seen her offer something this personal. Thank you, he said, and meant it with everything he had. Don't thank me. Just make sure she knows it's not charity. It's respect. Lance arrived that evening, bringing with him an unexpected guest, Carolina, Cynthia's grandmother, who had apparently declared that she wasn't missing this wedding even if it meant being carried over the mountains on a Garchomp's back, which, based on her windswept hair and exhilarated expression, was exactly what had happened. Marvelous flight, Carolina declared, straightening her shawl. Garchomp banks to the left on turns. You should have that looked at. Cynthia's eyebrow twitched. Noted, grandmother. Kale arrived last. Alone, except for his Dragonite, who landed in the plaza outside the garden and immediately attracted a crowd of wide-eyed Alto Mare children who had never seen a Dragonite up close and were not at all intimidated by its size. He found Ash in the garden's side courtyard, where Ash was attempting to tie a tie and losing. I wasn't sure I'd be welcome, Kale said from the doorway. Ash looked up. Kale was dressed simply, no Covenant uniform, no tactical gear, just a plain jacket and trousers that made him look younger and less certain and considerably more human. You helped us take down Soren. You saved Cynthia's life when his Tyranitar got through her guard. Your Dragonite carried 3 wounded trainers off the platform. Ash yanked at the tie, which had somehow developed a knot that defied topology. You're welcome. Kale crossed the room and, without being asked, undid the knot and retied the tie with the quick efficiency of someone who had worn formal uniforms for 5 years. There, he said. Thanks. An awkward pause. 2 men who had tried to kill each other standing in a flower-filled courtyard, one fixing the other's tie before a wedding. The absurdity wasn't lost on either of them. I brought a gift, Kale said. He reached into his jacket and produced a small device, sleek, metallic, roughly the size of a phone. It's a modified resonance scanner. Like the one Dr. Ashford gave you, but better. I built it. What does it scan for? Legendary energy signatures. Aura core residue. Covenant-type technology, in case anyone ever tries to rebuild what we took apart. He turned it over in his hands. I've been working on it since the Crucible. I figured, someone should be watching. Making sure it doesn't happen again. Someone like you. I know the technology better than anyone alive. And I owe a debt that I can't repay with a wedding gift and an apology. He met Ash's eyes. I'm going to spend the rest of my life making sure nobody does what we did. What I helped do. That's not redemption. I don't think redemption is available. But it's something. Ash studied him. The man in front of him was not the Kale he'd fought on the Highland, the cold, efficient weapon pointed at anyone who stood between the Covenant and its goals. This was someone else. Someone still being assembled from the ruins of who he'd been, each piece placed carefully, each choice deliberate. It's something, Ash agreed. It's a lot of something. Kale nodded. Set the scanner on the table. Left. Through the window, Ash could see him in the garden, kneeling beside his Dragonite, one hand on its neck, talking to it softly. The Dragonite hummed. That deep, warm sound. The sound of a bond that had survived everything. The morning of the wedding, Ash woke early. Not from nerves, from excitement, which felt similar but pointed in the opposite direction. The kind of buzzing, electric anticipation that he usually associated with championship battles and legendary encounters, redirected entirely into the prospect of standing in a garden and making promises to a woman who had once been a god. He dressed in the suit Bianca had somehow procured overnight, simple, well-fitted, dark blue. Pikachu submitted to a grooming session that left his fur gleaming and his cheeks sparking with what Ash chose to interpret as enthusiasm rather than irritation. The ring, a band of silver set with a single stone that Bianca had recovered from the garden's ruins, a fragment of crystal that had once been near the soul dew and still carried the faintest warmth, sat in a small box that Pikachu carried with the solemn responsibility of a Pokémon entrusted with the most important delivery of his career. The garden was ready. Bianca's transformation was complete, the wild flowers, the lights, unlit now, waiting for evening, the benches arranged in a loose semicircle around the fountain. Not a formal layout. Nothing about this was formal. It was a garden that happened to contain a fountain and some chairs and some people who loved each other, and that was all it needed to be. The guests were few. Cynthia and Carolina. Lance, standing near the back with the composed alertness of a man who never fully relaxed, his Dragonite visible over the garden wall, perched on a rooftop. Kale, sitting quietly at the end of a bench, his Dragonite beside him in the garden's wider section, both of them still learning how to be present at celebrations instead of operations. Dr. Ashford had sent a message of congratulations from whatever undisclosed location she was currently using as a base for her ongoing work. Bianca stood near the fountain, wearing a dress she'd painted herself, literally, white fabric covered in hand-painted flowers that matched the garden's wild blooms. She was holding together with the determined composure of someone who had promised herself she wouldn't cry before the ceremony and was already losing the battle. Father Mateo waited by the fountain. Old, gentle, with eyes that had seen a lot of human stories play out in this city of water and stone. He'd been told the basics, not the full truth, not Latias, not the rite of becoming, just that the bride had a deep, personal connection to this garden and to the history it represented. He'd asked no further questions. Priests in Alto Mare had learned long ago that some stories were better left untold. Ash took his position by the fountain. Pikachu on his shoulder, ring box secured. He looked at the garden. At the flowers and the water and the light coming through the trees at the perfect angle of late morning. At the faces of the people who had traveled across regions and oceans and the complicated terrain of their own histories to be here. His hands weren't shaking. His heart was steady. He realized with a clarity that felt like dawn breaking, completely and absolutely certain. The garden entrance opened. Tia walked in. She wore white. Simple, clean, the kind of dress that looked like it had been designed by someone who understood that the person wearing it needed no embellishment. Her hair was up, held by Cynthia's crystal comb, and the pendant from Carolina, dark now, drained of legendary light, just a stone on a chain, rested at her throat. She carried no flowers. Her hands were empty, open, relaxed at her sides. She walked barefoot on the garden's stone path, and each step was deliberate and real and grounded in a way that a creature of flight could never have been. Her eyes found Ash across the garden. Brown eyes. Human eyes. Eyes that held no trace of amber or gold or divine fire, just warmth, just love, just the simple, staggering depth of a person looking at the person they'd chosen and knowing, with every cell, that the choice was right. She walked to him. Not slowly, not ceremonially, at her own pace, which was the pace of a woman who had spent her entire existence waiting for this moment and was not going to waste a single second of it on performance. She stopped in front of him. Close. Close enough to touch. "Hi," she said. "Hi. You look nice." "You look," he stopped. Every word he knew seemed inadequate. Beautiful was too small. Stunning was too superficial. Radiant, gorgeous, breathtaking, all of them pointed at the right thing but none of them captured it. Because what Tia looked like, standing in the garden where she'd once been a god and now stood as a woman, was not a visual thing. It was a felt thing. A known thing. A truth. "You look like you," he said. She smiled. That smile, the one he'd been collecting since the first morning, the one that was brave and fragile and full of everything she felt, appeared on her face in its fullest version. Complete. Unguarded. Radiant with the particular light that came not from legendary power but from happiness so intense it became visible. "That's the nicest thing anyone's ever said to me. I mean it. I know you do. That's what makes it nice." Father Mateo cleared his throat with the gentle authority of a man who had conducted hundreds of ceremonies and knew when the participants were in danger of forgetting there were other people present. "Shall we?" he asked. "Yeah," Ash said. "Let's." The ceremony was short. Not because they rushed it, because it didn't need to be long. The words were simple. The promises were real. And the truth at the center of it all was so large and so clear that elaborate decoration would have been a distraction. Father Mateo spoke of bonds. Of the connection between souls that transcended circumstance, that survived transformation, that persisted through distance and time, and the particular cruelty of a world that tested love not by asking if it existed but by asking how much it could endure. He spoke of the garden. Of its history as a place of guardianship and sacrifice, where beings of great power had chosen to serve rather than rule, to protect rather than dominate. He spoke of the fountain, now running again, the sound of water, a kind of music that the garden had been missing and had not stopped singing since its return. He did not speak of legendary Pokemon. He did not speak of the rite of becoming or stolen souls or artificial gods. Those stories would be told in other contexts, by other voices. Here, in this moment, the story was simpler and older and more universal, two people who loved each other, making promises in a garden, with witnesses who understood the weight of what they were seeing. When it was time for the vows, Father Mateo stepped back. This part was theirs. Ash spoke first. Not because it was traditional, because if he didn't speak first, he was going to lose his nerve, and Ash Ketchum did not lose his nerve. Tia. His voice was steady. Mostly. I've spent my whole life chasing things. Badges, leagues, championships, the next challenge, the next horizon. I never caught most of them. The ones I did catch didn't fill the space they were supposed to fill. And I didn't understand why until I found you in a cave in the middle of a storm and realized that the thing I'd been chasing wasn't a title or a trophy. It was this. Standing still. Being present. Being here, with someone who makes here the only place I want to be. He took her hands. They were warm, calloused from the self-defense training and the garden work and the 100 small physical tasks of a human life she was still learning. I can't promise you that the world won't try to break us. It will. It always does. But I can promise you that I will never, ever, for as long as I breathe, stop fighting for this. For you. For the ordinary life you asked for, the mornings and the soup and the laundry fights and the falling asleep on the couch. I will fight for the ordinary the way I fought for the extraordinary. With everything I am. Because you taught me that ordinary is extraordinary. That being human is the most remarkable thing a person can be. And I want to be human with you. Every day. For the rest of my life. Bianca was crying. She'd given up the pretense of not crying approximately 4 seconds into Ash's vows and was now openly sobbing with the artistic intensity of a woman who felt things deeply and saw no reason to pretend otherwise. Cynthia was not crying. But her jaw was tight and her eyes were suspiciously bright and she was gripping Carolina's hand with a force that suggested the champion of Sino was holding herself together through sheer willpower. Carolina was smiling. The deep, knowing smile of a woman who had spent 70 years studying the relationship between humans and legendary Pokémon and was now watching the most profound example of it she would ever see. Lance stood motionless, but his Dragonite, visible above the wall, had lowered its head and was making a sound that could only be described as moved. Kale sat still. His face was unreadable. But his Dragonite had pressed its head against his shoulder, and his hand rested on its snout, and something in the way he held himself suggested that he was witnessing something he had once believed impossible and was recalibrating his understanding of the world to accommodate it. Tia spoke. Ash. Her voice was clear. Stronger than he expected, carrying the projection of someone who had spent millennia communicating across vast distances and still retained the instinct even without the power. I have been many things. I've been a guardian, a sister, a legend, a fugitive, a patient, and a very enthusiastic consumer of mushroom soup. Scattered laughter. Even Father Mateo smiled. But the thing I'm proudest of being is the woman standing in front of you right now. Not because being human is better than being a legendary, it's not better or worse, it's different. But because being human is chosen. Every moment of it. Every breath, every step, every heartbeat, I chose. I chose this body, this life, this world. I chose the weight and the pain and the cold and the hunger and the overwhelming, unbearable beauty of experiencing everything through skin and nerves and a heart that breaks and heals and breaks again. She squeezed his hands. And I chose you. Before I had hands to hold you with. Before I had a voice to say your name. Before I understood what love was or why it mattered or what it cost. I looked at a 10-year-old boy who couldn't walk past someone in pain without stopping, and I thought, that one. Whatever it takes. That one. Her voice caught. She steadied it. I don't have wings anymore. I can't fly. I can't feel the heartbeat of the world or hear the songs of distant Pokémon or heal your wounds with a touch. All I have is this human body, this human heart, this voice that can only reach as far as the sound can carry. But I promise you, Ash Ketchum, that what I have is yours. Every ordinary morning. Every fight about laundry. Every bowl of soup, every walk on the beach, every moment of this short, heavy, beautiful human life. Yours. For as long as the life lasts. Silence. The kind that has physical weight. The kind that fills a garden and presses against the walls and holds everyone in it in a single, shared breath. Father Mateo spoke the final words. Traditional, simple, the same words that had been spoken in this city for centuries, binding people to each other with the delicate, unbreakable thread of intention. The rings, he said. Pikachu stepped forward. Solemnly. With the measured gravity of a Pokémon who understood that this was the single most important delivery of his career and was determined to execute it flawlessly. He presented the ring box, held between both paws, and opened it with a practiced flick that Ash suspected he'd been rehearsing in secret for days. The rings were inside. 2 bands of silver, each set with a fragment of the crystal Bianca had recovered, the stone that had spent centuries near the soul dew, absorbing the resonance of legendary love and sacrifice, now repurposed into a symbol of something equally powerful and considerably more personal. Ash took Tia's ring. Slid it onto her finger. It fit perfectly, because Bianca had measured while Tia slept and was nothing if not thorough. Tia took Ash's ring. Her hands trembled as she slid it on, not from weakness, not from fear, but from the sheer voltage of the moment, the weight of a choice that had begun when she was a being of light and wind and was completing itself now, in a garden, with silver and stone and the warmth of skin against skin. Father Mateo smiled. By the traditions of this city and the bonds that hold all living things together, human, Pokémon, and everything between, I declare you married. A beat of silence. Then Ash kissed her. Not the careful kiss of the hospital room or the saltwater kiss of the beach or the fierce kiss of the platform above the city. This was different. This was the kiss of a promise kept, a beginning and a culmination, an arrival and a departure, the closing of one story and the opening of another. She kissed him back with everything she had, every year of watching from the sky, every moment of pain and sacrifice and fear and joy that had brought her to this garden, this fountain, this man. The garden erupted. Not literally, there were no psychic shockwaves, no legendary manifestations, no divine interventions. Just people. Bianca cheering through her tears. Carolina clapping with the dignified enthusiasm of a scholar witnessing a satisfactory conclusion to a decades-long research question. Cynthia allowing herself a single, genuine whoop that she would later deny with absolute conviction. Lance nodding, once, with the gravity of a man acknowledging something worthy. Kale's Dragonite roaring its approval so loudly that windows rattled 3 streets away and every pigeon in Alto Mare took flight simultaneously. Pikachu launched himself from the ground to Ash's shoulder and sparked his cheeks in a shower of tiny golden fireworks that rained down around the couple like confetti made of lightning. And the fountain sang. Water and stone and light, the sound of something old and enduring, the sound of a garden that had lost its guardians and found, in their place, something just as worthy of protection. The reception was held in the garden as the afternoon mellowed into evening and Bianca's string lights came alive in the gathering dusk, turning the space into a constellation of warm gold. There was food. Not a formal dinner, a table of dishes contributed by the guests and the garden's neighbors, because word had spread through Alto Mare with the speed that only small city gossip could achieve, and people who had no idea who was getting married had sent food anyway because that was what you did in Alto Mare when there was a celebration in the garden. Tia ate with characteristic intensity. Ash watched her try 7 different dishes in succession, each one producing an expression of transcendent appreciation that made the neighbors who had cooked them beam with pride. This city's food is a religious experience, Tia announced to nobody in particular, mouth full of something involving cheese and basil that an elderly woman from the next street had delivered with a wink and a blessing. You say that about all food, Ash said. All food deserves reverence. But this food specifically is making a compelling case for relocating here permanently. We could, he said. She looked at him. What? Live here. In Alto Mare. The garden needs a guardian, and Bianca could use the help with the restoration, and you said you wanted to learn to cook, and there's definitely no shortage of restaurants for research purposes. You do that? Stay in one place. You, who's been walking since you were 10? I've been walking toward something. I found it. He shrugged. Maybe it's time to stay. She put down her plate. Crossed the distance between them. Took his face in her hands. Say that again. I found what I was walking toward. No. The staying part. Maybe it's time to stay. She kissed him. Tasting of cheese and basil and salt and joy. Yes, she said against his mouth. Stay. Here. With me. In this ridiculous beautiful city with its canals and its pigeons and its garden that I used to fly over and now walk through. Stay. Okay. Okay. I said okay. I'm staying. That was easier than I expected. I'm a simple person. You are the least simple person I have ever met, and I have met Arceus. As the evening deepened, the garden filled with the quiet, warm chaos of people celebrating. Cynthia and Carolina sat on a bench by the fountain, the grandmother pointing out constellations and the champion listening with the attentive patience she showed to few people. Lance stood at the garden's edge with his dragonite, both of them watching the sky with the shared vigilance of guardians who never fully stopped guarding, even at parties. Bianca had claimed the dance floor, a section of stone path that she'd designated as such by sheer force of will, and was attempting to teach Pikachu to waltz. Pikachu was a willing but physically limited dance partner, and the result was more chaos than choreography, but both participants were enjoying themselves enormously. Kale sat alone on a bench with his dragonite. Not unhappy, thoughtful, the quiet contemplation of a man surrounded by evidence that the world contained more goodness than he'd allowed himself to believe. His dragonite rested its head on his knee, and he stroked its scales with the absent tenderness of old habit, and occasionally a smile crossed his face that looked like it surprised him. Ash found Tia at the fountain. She was sitting on its edge, trailing her fingers in the water, watching the lights reflect off the surface in patterns that shifted and reformed and never repeated. No patterns, she said when he sat beside her. What? The reflections. When I was Latias, I could see the patterns in everything: water, light, air, energy. Mathematical structures underlying every phenomenon. It was beautiful, in an abstract way. Now I just see light on water. No structure. No math. Just, pretty. Is that okay? It's more than okay. It's liberating. She lifted her hand from the water and watched the droplets fall from her fingers, each one catching the string lights and flashing gold before hitting the surface. When you see patterns in everything, nothing is surprising. When you see just the surface, everything is. That's very philosophical for someone who's had 3 glasses of wine. 2 glasses. And the philosophy is the wine talking. Or the happiness. Hard to tell the difference. He took her wet hand. Held it. The ring on her finger caught the light. Ash. Yeah. Thank you. For what? For the cave. For carrying me out of the storm. For talking to me when I couldn't answer. For feeding me when I woke up and not asking questions I wasn't ready to answer. For holding my hand through the thornwood and the highland and the hospital and everything in between. For jumping in front of a dragonite. For being in the chamber. For carrying me out when it was over. For the beach. For the ocean. For asking me to marry you in the place where I used to fly. She turned to face him. Her brown eyes, lit by the string lights, held a depth that went beyond color, layers of experience, of memory, of the accumulated weight of a life that had spanned more forms and more years than most beings would ever know, all compressed into the warm, human gaze of a woman looking at her husband. For making the ordinary feel like the most extraordinary thing in the world. Ash pulled her close. Not with urgency, with permanence. The hold of someone who had found the place they wanted to be and intended to stay. You did that, he said. Not me. You made me see it. We did it together. Together. He pressed his forehead against hers. Always together. The fountain sang. The lights glowed. The garden held them in its green, ancient, living embrace. Later. Much later. The guests had drifted away, Cynthia escorting Carolina to their lodgings, Lance disappearing into the night with the silent efficiency of a dragon master on the move, Cale walking his dragonite through the moonlit streets of Alto Mare toward whatever future he was building from the wreckage of his past. Bianca had fallen asleep on a garden bench, covered with a blanket that Tia had tucked around her with the careful tenderness of a sister. Pikachu was curled on the bench beside Bianca, his duties as ring-bearer complete, his small body utterly spent and utterly content. Ash and Tia sat in the garden alone. The string lights were still on, their batteries humming softly, and the fountain still ran, and the night air was warm with the residual heat of an Alto Mare evening in what was trying very hard to be spring. I want to tell you something, Tia said. Okay. Something I've never told anyone. Not Bianca, not Latios, not even myself, really, until right now. I'm listening. She pulled her knees to her chest. Wrapped her arms around them. The posture of someone gathering courage for a final confession. When I performed the rite, when I transformed, there was a moment. A single moment, between what I was and what I became. A gap. A space where I was neither Latias nor Tia, neither legendary nor human. I was just, awareness. Pure consciousness, without form, without identity, without anything except the ability to perceive. What did you perceive? Everything. She said it simply, without drama. Everything, Ash. The entire world, all at once. Every life, every connection, every bond between every being that has ever existed. I saw the patterns that I spent millennia studying from the sky, but I saw them from inside, not as structures but as relationships. Not as mathematics but as love. She looked at him. And in that moment, in that gap between forms, I understood something. That the universe isn't built on energy or matter or the fundamental forces that scientists study and legendaries embody. It's built on this. She touched his chest. Over his heart. Connection. The thing that makes a Pikachu choose a trainer's shoulder. The thing that makes a Dragonite forgive the person who let it be hurt. The thing that makes a legendary Pokemon give up the sky. Her hand stayed on his chest. His heartbeat pushed against her palm. I saw it for one moment. One single, infinite moment. And then the rite completed and I became human and the vision collapsed into the limits of a mortal brain and I couldn't hold it anymore. But I remember it. And what I remember is that in all that vastness, in all those connections, the brightest one, the one that burned the hottest and the longest and the most, was the thread between you and me. Ash didn't speak. He couldn't. The words she'd just given him were too big for response, too true for commentary. They sat in the air between them like the last note of a song, resonating, fading slowly into the silence that followed all great things. He covered her hand with his. Held it against his heart. Is that why you chose me? He asked. Not doubting. Just wanting to hear it one more time. I chose you because you're you. The vision just confirmed what I already knew. She leaned against him. He put his arm around her. They sat in the garden where two legendary Pokemon had once guarded a jewel made of sacrifice, and the fountain sang, and the lights glowed, and the night held them in its vast, gentle, star-filled hand. Morning. The first morning of the rest of their lives. Ash woke to sunlight through the window of the small apartment above the garden that Bianca had prepared for them, a bed, a kitchen, a bathroom, a window that looked out over the rooftops of Alto Mare to the sea beyond. Simple. Warm. Home. Tia was already awake. Standing at the window, barefoot, wearing one of his shirts, her hair loose around her shoulders. The morning light made her glow, not with legendary power, not with the echo's shimmer, just with the plain, human radiance of someone standing in sunlight and being alive. She was watching the city wake up. The gondoliers pushing off from the docks. The market vendors setting up their stalls. The first tourists crossing the bridges with cameras and guidebooks, looking for a city that existed in postcards and finding, instead, a city that existed in stone and water and the stubborn, beautiful persistence of people who had lived here for centuries and intended to live here for centuries more. "Good morning," she said without turning around. "Good morning. The bakery across the canal opens in 10 minutes. I can smell it from here. You want to go?" "I want to go everywhere. I want to do everything. I want to eat pastries and walk along the canals and sit in the plaza and watch people and feed the pigeons and learn how to make pasta and read every book in Bianca's apartment and swim in the sea." And she stopped herself. Laughed. That wind chime sound, unchanged, undiminished, carrying the same bright joy it had carried since the first morning in the cave. "I want to be alive," she said. Specifically and deliberately and with great enthusiasm. Ash got out of bed. Crossed to the window. Stood behind her, arms around her waist, chin on her shoulder. "Then let's be alive," he said. They stood at the window and watched the sun come up over Alto Mare, and the city spread before them in a tapestry of light and water and ancient, enduring stone, and somewhere below the garden fountain sang, and somewhere above the seabirds called, and somewhere in between, in the warm, fragile, extraordinary space of an ordinary morning, two people began the rest of their lives. Pikachu appeared in the doorway. Assessed the situation. Made a sound that conveyed, with remarkable economy, the information that he was hungry, that the bakery was indeed about to open, and that emotional moments were all very well but breakfast was a non-negotiable priority. Tia laughed. Ash laughed. They got dressed, went downstairs, crossed the bridge to the bakery, and bought pastries that were warm from the oven and dusted with sugar and so good that Tia made a sound that the baker would tell the story of for the next 20 years. They sat on the bridge with their feet dangling over the canal and ate pastries and drank coffee and watched the morning unfold, and Pikachu sat between them eating his pastry with the focused intensity of a Pokémon who had, after a decade of extraordinary adventures, learned to appreciate the extraordinary quality of ordinary things. Below them, the canal reflected the sky. Above them, the sky held the light. Around them, the city lived. And somewhere, very far away, carried on a wind that smelled of salt and sunlight and the faintest trace of something that might have been a Latias' song, a voice that was not quite a voice spoke not quite a word that was not quite goodbye but was, instead, the closest thing the universe had to a blessing. Be happy. They were. Chapter 6 End.